Mediterranean life,
How
man.
good is it?
It's just the best. I could just be here all the time. I don't think I want to ever be at home.
I'm not going home, I don't think. Like, she won't be too happy, but it's absolutely fine.
Oh,
Right.
oh, time to get out of this chair. Oh, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back in Merit, and it is time for the Dolce Vita series. And today we're kicking off with the IPO Day 3 coverage. And David, as is often the case here in Merit, smash the guarantee again.
Yeah, we smashed that 500k guarantee, 937 runners, producing a massive prize pool, 146k up top. And now that I think about it, you need to be somewhere.
Where?
Get your ass over to the commentary booth.
Oh, right, gotta go.
So while Andrew takes his spot alongside James Dempsey, I'm going to throw it over to those guys in the booth now.
Well, as mentioned, a very warm welcome back to the Dolce Vita series here at Merit Poker, beautiful northern Cyprus. It is, of course, the Italian Poker Open Master Day 3. And any second now, and out of breath, Mr. Headley is going to storm back into this booth, having enjoyed his little, was that little limoncello you had on the go?
Oh, geez, all right. It's still burning the back of the old throat, James. We've made it over in time. Hello, everybody.
Wait a second, look at this trophy. Oh. How beautiful is that? I want a piece. Here we go, serious business. That's how the chip counts look to start off this feature table. Blinds at 10k, 20k. This is, as we said, the beginning of day 3. Neja Erman leading the way here with 65 bigs. Kazarian just a smidge behind on 63. And of course, a smattering of short stacks in there as well. We're coming back, table, I believe 175 players-ish. I checked Poker News last night, that was the situation. I believe 125 pen. So, as Mr. Lapham likes to say, bubble adjacent, but still pretty early in the tournament, given it's a day 3.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, I mean, 50 places or so still to go until we reach that landmark stage of the tournament and get into the money. So it's not, you know, mega close. You know, you're not going to play too tight Demps with 50 away still.
Right. It's more...
We're going to look to get after it and build that stack.
It's more something we're going to deal with in the next frame, but it's certainly something to be mindful of. I guess if you're one of these 15 big blind stacks, you're not thinking of it too much. But if you're a 30 big blind stack, it's going to loom large. You're certainly not going to try and get in a flip at this point.
I know, but it's Merit and we love it. The amount of times I've seen people just flagrantly disregard the money.
True.
It makes for good viewing for us.
And something you pointed out just before we came on air, you were like, oh, the min cash, I'm surprised it's so small. 1.3x, obviously $1,300 min cash.
Right.
With 146k up top. Obviously, you're thinking, am I here for the min cash? Am I here for the 146 beans?
Agreed.
Kazarian kicking things off then. Let's take a look at our first lineup of the day. Always interesting when you come back for a day 3. And actually interesting to note, we say come back for day 3. These guys are actually 2 hours into the day already. So some dynamics would have already formed. Some things we're not aware of.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, hang on. They came back with 175. I'm looking at our screen here. We have a tournament clock back here. And of course, they're down to 130 already, so we are on the bubble.
We are exactly on it. So at 125 paid, so literally 5 away. As we see Sake here with the ace-deuce of diamonds on the button. 30 bigs to start. Come in for an open. So we get a look at our first bucket hat of day 3. Rogov here, taking his time a little, showing that awareness that we are, of course, about to be in the money. Round to Erman in the big. Picks up with a very dusty 9-3, just lets it go. Nice early pickup for Sake. Another look at that beautiful trophy. Blends in so well with the set as well.
I love the colors.
Yeah. I like seeing that. A bit of flair in the trophy. We saw that one yesterday, the mildly terrifying Joker one.
The Joker, yeah.
My goodness. Still seeing that in my nightmares as we progress through the week, I'm sure. But yeah, kudos to our technical team as always. Set looking beautiful. You did reference there, James, that we're 5 off the money, but people playing very quickly. This is one thing I love about Merit. You never really see much, you know, egregious tanking or the like. People just content to get on with it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is certainly a stage of the tournament where it makes sense to...
Like, nobody has taken any time whatsoever.
Right, yeah, I'm... Let's see if you want the shorter stacks. If you're a big stack, obviously you want to get as many hands in as you can. Chance to apply pressure. Shorter stacks here, we see Rogoff on the button. He's got 25 blinds. Not exactly sure of the stacks behind just yet. We're still familiarizing ourselves with the table. He's taking a second there. I like that. Oh, man, here we go. Okay, that's a big stack. We know that because 100k starting stack. So you got 1.2. You got 12 starting stacks. You're definitely one of the biggest. Here he is in the small. Looks like just completing with ace-3-0 and another big stack in the big. So that makes sense. You know, these guys are going to just play fairly honest at this point. They can't really bully each other. Both going to realize a lot more, I guess. They're disincentivized to play big pots against each other, even though they have 60 blinds, right? I mean, it's hard to get 60 blinds in, but it does happen.
Absolutely. Off to the King 10-7 all diamond flop. Kazarian does flop best. Airman with that overcard and a little baby flush draw. Action goes check, check. Through to the Jack of Spades turn. Kazarian still best. Airman now with the decision whether he has enough showdown, James, or whether to start bluffing with this combo. Does go check, check again. 6 of hearts completing the board. Whether Hazarian decides to try and eke a little value, it does look like he's going for it. Quite like this. Probably expect the small blind to have announced himself by now with a hand like a king or a jack. A quick fold from Airman. Small one goes the way of Hazarian.
Merit Poker, partnering with Imperium, bringing you all these Italian delights here to Northern Cyprus.
I know you've been practicing your Italian pronunciation for the main event.
Saving it.
I'm not, I mean, it's something to behold, guys, I'm not going to lie.
No spoilers coming up from me.
To be fair, you're quite good at stuff like that.
Just had an announcement from the floor about the bowl, but I thought maybe they were saying hand for hand, but obviously not, because we're carrying on here. But I'd imagine we probably not far from going that point. Obviously 125 paid, 126 would be Bubble Boy, but it's reasonable in tournaments. Sometimes tournament director's discretion to kind of move that a little bit early, especially if you get the feel that people are tanking other tables, because it's the fair and right thing to do. But as you mentioned at Merit, quite often we just see the pace of play. People don't do that.
I mean, look at this from Nashar. Snap peels +2 with Queen 9 off.
Whoa.
This is spice in the extreme.
Okay, we're playing. It's begun. Buckle up.
The old flag test for you, James. What country is that for Nashar? I don't recognize this flag.
This thing, I'm pretty good at flags.
I know, you're good. I know. I thought I'd put you on the spot. That's a tough one. Rogov showing the awareness.
I know, but I'm like 40%, and I'm going to get it wrong. So I'm not going to say. But hang on. I'm going to cheat a little bit.
All right,
Google a couple of flags.
James has an investigate. Round to Airman does have, of course, the table chip lead. Deciding here whether to ever try and leverage that stack.
I was wrong because it's similar.
Okay.
Obviously the name didn't fit with it, but
what was
I was going to say Senegal, but it has the same colours in the star, but it's a different pattern.
Okay. Now then, a very interesting decision point here for Spataru. In the big blind, finds a good hand. Ace-Jack of Hearts.
Let's say Senegal, but that's not the...
The accent how to play.
See, like the Senegalese flag. I'm going to show you here.
I started with 300.
No.
That's what I'm saying. The flag doesn't look right. But I've just Googled Nishar's, or Hendam Nishar's name, and it comes up with Senegal. So I'm confused, because those are the colours and the pattern and the star. You see what I mean? Like, it's got the yellow, This is a audio medium. Those of you at home can Google the flag of Senegal and see what I mean.
Yeah. We will unravel the mystery as we go. Now then, Spataru completing Ace-Jack of Hearts in the big. Off to the 8-7-5 spade heart board. Pretty good flop for Aoun. Of course, going to want to tread somewhat carefully. He's going to go ahead and c-bet. And look at this once again, Demps. Nashar snap calling in position here.
It's getting so feisty.
With that gut shot and overcard to the board. Nowhere to go here for Spataru.
This is one of the pots where, like, Spataru's, like, there's one part of you that's almost happy that you just completely missed and you get the fold, right? Because you got dealt this hand, you feel like you have to play, but also it's the bubble, you don't want to play, but you have to play, and now it's like, well, at least it hasn't come jack and gone bet call in front, and now I end up jamming into queens, you know? Here we go. Sees the 3 of hearts turn. Aoun still would weigh the best of it.
They're very tricky spots, these, you know. Of course, Aoun going to be trying to range Nashar. And I mean, Nashar's range here should be pretty strong, Demps, right? There should be a bunch of sort of 10s and jacks in there pre-flop. You know, some nut flush draws, hands like king, queen of spades type affairs. Of course, not going to give your opponent a hand like queen 9 offsuit. And Aoun seems to have sniffed out where he is. Big turn bet, 150k into 260, and that's going to get it done. Well played.
Aces? Better.
You heard one of his table mates there announce or make the query of aces. Not aces, just pocket 9s, but Aoun sniffed out very well that he was well in front. Takes that one down.
I'm still on flags.
Yeah, I really want to know now.
That flag that's showing is Guinea-Bissau, so next door to Senegal.
Okay.
When I hand them what, I send the show it's showing us Senegal. But I feel like I get half. Give me half a point.
I will.
For recognizing the color pattern, the star.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yeah, Nashar are going to be one to watch whenever I see somebody peel queen 9 off here on the bubble. And here we go, Demps. Queen 8 off from the same player from +1. Full 3x open, Nashar.
Okay, we're playing.
Yeah, we spoke about sort of bubble pressure and the like, and Nashar says absolutely not. One thing I will say is that a lot of your opens and stuff on this bubble should get tons of credit. We see hand as strong as ace-10 there, just go straight into the bin. As of course you would expect it would, facing a full 3x from +1. Rogov, tank a little again. One of the players, or one of the only players showing that awareness to really take his time. 3 spots off the money.
Yeah. Completely right.
I mean, of course, makes all the sense in the world,
Yeah,
right?
this is completely the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It feels wrong. But you just got to burn that time. Waste a minute. Well, not a minute, but 30 seconds. I did some fantastic egregious tanking this summer. Let me tell you. Oh, it was majestic. It was made Mr. Lappin proud. Oh.
Lappin's the king, I think.
There was one hand where I tanked for 3 minutes pre-flop.
Right.
We're on the bubble. 3k. So 6k min cash. And
yeah.
I actually made the money with 6.5 blinds from under the gun, which felt majestic because then it ended the day and we redrew. Beautiful. But
oh, you even managed to fade pain the blinds, that old classic.
But I was tanking longer and longer and longer, and I got to 3 minutes in one hand. And then when, oh, is it on me?
Yeah, the classic.
The whole table laughed. Every other table, thankfully, was complicit in the tanking. I had a good table. There's no big stack. No one was calling the clock or making any mumblings. None of the dealers seemed to care. They were out just chilling at the end of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the run good can come from that, having a table with several shorties who are very happy to see you tank. Nashar, going to be one to watch.
What can I do?
I do love the old merit wildcard players occasionally, just out of nowhere.
But I think I have
Peeling queen 9,
definitely.
early position, then opening the queen 8 off.
عرف الطاولة نعستني هونيك أحلى كنا عم نتسلى هونيك
وي هون كثير سيريوس
عم نحكي كنا
عم نحكي تو سيريوس هون تو ليفلز طوال
طبعا جسمي دغري
بعدين فيك تستعمل تليفونك تطلع من الايد تطلع شوي على التليفون تحكي حدا اتس اوكي It's only 2 levels.
Action round to Saka is going to come in for a raise with the king 10 off from +2. Rogov once again likely to burn up some time.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be the theme of it at the moment. Honestly, I'd imagine they'll go hand for hand 2 away, maybe just 1 away, but I'd imagine two away and perhaps sooner. Not that like Rogov's being egregious here, but I'm sure there'll be a table out there where people are just being way over the top with it.
Sure.
All right, dealers in the IPO, if you are calling on the call, please freeze the action. If you have an all-in on the call on your table, freeze
There we go.
the action.
You hear that? We are now hand for hand.
Well then, Kazarian wakes up with the ladies in the cutoff. Is counting out a 3-bet. Makes it 125k to go.
$125.
Round 2, Lelgant. Beautiful looking king 10 suited. Of course, not much he can do here facing an opening 3-bet. Aoun also gets out of the way. Saki here just has to give this one up. Went for the little steal on the bubble. Nothing to be done with king 10 facing the aggression.
All smiles. Okay, hand for hand commences. A lot of players, a lot of tables, I should say. Of course, scattered across the room. Playing 9-handed. Chances are, of course, bubble will burst somewhere else in the room, but hopefully we'll get a snapshot of that.
We have to freeze the action now.
Freeze the action.
Synchronize it, hands, no?
It's hand for hand.
No, not yet, not yet.
Yes, yes, for hand.
I think I'm.
Hand for hand.
Because they said when
Time,
it's
stop,
all in,
hand for hand.
Just freeze he said, just freeze the action.
Yeah, but they didn't.
So we'll spot the players who aren't sure what just freezing action means. It's like, you haven't done many bubbles, have you? Is it hand for hand? What's hand for hand?
So one basket.
He didn't say actually.
I'm sure people bluff at the end of the night when you're bagging your chips, that old chestnut. Oh, what do I write?
Yeah.
Oh, which slip goes in the bag? I'm like, come on, mate. Wasn't born yesterday.
I won at the World Series. It's always when someone at the table asks where the nearest bathroom is. You're like, okay, well, they haven't played many events. They don't know where the toilets are. Come on.
Do we allow to speak Russian without hands? No, I can't.
Because like,
No problem, I can speak.
Look at the thing. That's what they're playing for. Forget the 146k.
It's a very cool trophy, I gotta say.
You from Italian? No, I'm Romanian. Ah, Romanian. Good.
Turkish.
Okay, so
You look like, you know,
انت هيك بتفضل اللعبه ايه اروق.
you look like
تركز
a
اكثر عليها.
Not Turkish.
كثير سيريس. هو بحب يلعب سيريس ما بحب هيك عشا وصريح.
لا هيك ما مش رح فوت بورق خرا انا بفضل هيك عن جد.
اه جد.
Ja, في ريس بلايند وقصص وسترادر.
No, sta
يمكن
problema.
اذا عشان معنا بنعملنا شي وحده شو.
Поэтому решили сюда приехать. Попробуем. Ну, хорошо.
احمد
Well, whilst we prepare for this bubble, quick look at how things stand on this table. Just as they were, no real change here. And Kazarian, those two are the ones leading the way. Nogan, they're very comfortable, over 700k, over 30 blinds. As is Ali Fazl. Ali Sake, bang on that mark. And really, the only short stack at this table, given it's a bubble, is Andre Spataru. But with 13 blinds, he'll know that if he can just fold into the money here.
He can fold in.
The real tough spot is those ones, those guys sort of 26 blinds to the 39 blinds, because they kind of still have to go with it if they get a really big hand, but they just don't want to play that many hands right now, right? They're almost like, they're happy it's hand for hand, just don't give me any decision, let me get out of here, because they just can't play their hands the way that generates the most value, right? If you've got like an ace, queen, ace, king, you just don't even want to play it hyper aggressive, because busting is just so bad right now.
Yeah, definitely going to be the kind of quote-unquote standard strategy, just to sort of chill, wait for that bubble to burst. I guess it kind of depends, though, right, on what type of table you're on. Sometimes, especially live, I hesitate to venture that sometimes they'll let you get away with, you know, sprinkling in more opens and V-pipping more. If the table's sort of going to allow you to get away with it, then sometimes you can play a little more, you know, freely than perhaps you would normally on a bubble. I mean, we saw Nashar, he's just getting after it, sort of disregarding the bubble with the queen 9 off, queen 8 off V-pips.
Yeah, it's way outlier. Well, that's what you see at Merit. We see the IPO.
I love it. I do love it. Just a little break in play here, guys. We are, of course, in hand-for-hand mode. 2 spots away from the money.
I enjoy it all. All the chat. Everyone's, oh, it's exciting, we're on the bubble. Doesn't matter how many times you do it. Every time you play a live poker tournament,
everyone loves it.
It's fun to get to the money. Come on.
It is.
Some people try and put on the steel exterior like the cold. Oh, I'm a stone cold killer.
Oh, I don't care. I've done this many times.
But come on, it's fun. You're on the bubble, you're chatting. Like, just a relaxed time. Unless, you know, it's in a large foot event like this where the smaller second table's got 13 blinds. It's not so enjoyable when you've got 3 blinds and you're the big blinds rapidly approaching. But no one here is under max pressure. Everyone at this table should cash, but it doesn't, like, might have aces versus kings. Yeah, might have a huge cold deck.
Things do happen.
I've seen some willing to step out. A lot of languages here at Merit. Obviously, once the cards are in play, English only. Although I have enjoyed when we've covered events here that there is some deviation on that rule. Like quite often we'll get the situation where the last 4 all speak Russian.
For sure.
They're allowed to speak Russian because
everyone can understand.
Right. I like that.
I'm sure I've told you that I've been threatened with penalties a few times. English only. I'm like, I'm English, speaking English.
Well, that's it, you're not English. You're British.
I know that. A cold shiver went down my spine when I announced it.
Okay, we can skip that and have you killed in the...
Next time I'm in Glasgow.
Yeah, I've had it many times.
Whacked.
Like, well, I wish I could speak another language, but I can't. So for now, I'll just speak that English.
Is that right? A man of your caliber, no second language? Come on, James.
Poor, isn't it?
Oh, you're a man of the world.
Very poor.
All these ski trips to exotic locations, and you can't chat to them.
I can. I've got restaurant French. All right there. If people speak really slowly, give me a second to translate. I can muddle through in French. I like being at the poker table when French is being spoken because I can catch like bits of it enough. But I'm like, I have to focus on the sentence. I've just about translated, and there are 3 sentences on. But I can get the little bits, you know.
Le poisson.
Yeah, they always use this phrase. I don't know why.
Right. Next hand activated. Now then, decision on Rogov. Have seen him be on the side of taking his time, of course, on the bubble, which he should, and does have a hand here, ace-10 off, that could potentially decide to raise fold.
This is one. I mean, it looks like he's actually
going for it.
I'm not a fan. I
think it's fine to just fold this hand.
Right.
But again, it depends on the table, right? Like if no one's going to pound on you,
That's true.
And no one's going to 3-bet you light.
Yep.
And it's this type of table, then...
And he's been at this table for 2 hours and we haven't, so
and probably has a pretty tight image, I think, right? It's been taking a lot of time to act.
All that said, I mean, I'm still worried you got...
And here we go, then. Let's see how Owen responds.
We've seen some players getting out of line here with Queen 9 calls and...
True.
Look, it's not like he's... Just because he's opened, if he catches a piece, he has to go broke with it. He is starting with 26 blinds, but...
500.
I'm with you. I like fold on the bubble.
Just the value of winning a small pot here, does it really increase our equity in this tournament by much? No, min cash is 1,300. Now, of course, we have mentioned the min cash is slightly smaller. If it was like a 1,700 to 2,000 min cash, then certainly a fold. But Owen just coming in for the call. This is one of the hands that could have pounced on him, right? The ace-jack off kind of fits nicely as a free bet bluff. Queen Jack 7. Let's see how this one plays out then. Owen flopping a piece.
And
Rogoff, though, still with the kind of impetus and a draw here to bet. Now, again, it's one of those things. You're indicating check. You like check. Obviously, the small blind peel is kind of scary on that kind of board tip. Sure. But what if this is like a 5-1 situation? If he gets raised, it's no disaster. He does elect just to check, try and make the hand. Now picks up a second draw. Michelle as well, of course, now with a gut shot draw of his own, having been no hand on the flop. Will Owen look to apply some pressure here?
Yeah, pretty tricky spot here with ace-jack. Also, kind of like, I think I would check this hand, but it makes some sense to sort of just clear out some equity.
Right, you've got the big blind in there. You don't want to give them a free pop at anything.
Sure.
And also, you know, Rogoff's still just going to check back a lot of hands, I guess, on the turn. Also going to have some equity.
For sure.
Set a price here to see a card, and just getting some value from a couple of combos that could be worse. Could be some worse Jack X in there, of course. Certainly want to play this way. Lovely looking river in that completes nothing, and you can't really expect Rogoff to have an 8 here, I would imagine.
Yeah, don't expect him to have too many Queen X either here. Likely going to see bet hands like Ace Queen and King Queen. Probably not opening a hand like Queen 9 suited type holding on the bubble.
Oh, hang on a second. We have a double up, okay. 2 9s. Besting the deuce 3.
Yeah.
Was that a blind? Yeah, blind.
Yeah, I think
obviously folded around blind on blind, and
Madame 8 была.
had to call it off with the 2 9s. Very happy when you call it off with 2 9s. One assumes that was the action. To see deuce 3.
Yes.
That'll do.
Looks like that hand went check, check. See Owen counting chips.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, one of the problems for Rogov also, like you were saying, you'd have been a fan of just folding pre, and I'm with you, is that when you get to this river now, it's very difficult to bluff on this run out specifically, and on a bunch of runouts, right? You don't really want to be bluffing and at risk. And, you know, potentially could have saved 100K there of our stack for win the bubble burst.
I just don't think the hand makes a whole lot of money from that seat in a normal situation, and then you throw in the bubble, and also just you don't get to bluff as much because it's the bubble.
That's it.
Even when you do just win the blinds or have a big blind defend and check fold, like sure you pick up 4 blinds, but it literally makes almost zero difference to your outlook in this tournament.
Agreed.
I just got super nitty this summer.
No, I mean, I like it a lot. I think a hand like an ace queen does better as an open. Maybe just let go of an ace 10. Well, speaking of ace queen, Zarian.
Now, different matter, of course. For every hand from this stack, especially when the other big stack's on your right and has already folded. Taru. Now, he'll be aware that Zarian is going to be opening a lot of hands, should be opening a lot of hands, but at the same time, like just fold in a couple of hands, I'll be in the money.
For sure.
Yeah, nicely done.
I mean, I think it's different if he's in the big blind or the small blind, for example. We still have 4 ranges behind us that can cold find something. And Kazarian, you know, can still just have a good hand, which he does this on this occasion.
Yeah, no, yeah. Let's say he just folds super a lot of the time, which is going to be the case. You pick up 90K. What? You got 240 or 330. Once you get the money, it's much for muchness. Yeah,
look at Nashar. Love seeing it. Flicks in the call, James.
Wow,
10-5 suited out the small. And this is a very wide defend from Fazel.
Yeah.
Fazel also So some spiciness on this money bubble.
Deciding he's got just enough connectivity. Looking for the old 7-8-9 flop. Doesn't find it. Ace 7-4 instead. Gazarian with the best of it and the betting lead and the big stack. No reason to see this go anything but bet from him.
Yeah.
And Swift folds behind. So, oh, I say Swift folds behind. He's with 6 of clubs. He's having a think about it. I think he's thinking, look, I know this guy's going to be opening super wide. He's always going to see bet an ace-high board. I want to fight him. I like the instinct to want to fight that, but
sure,
recognizing that, like, come on, I'm going to have something better than just a 6 of clubs working.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with when you complete these hands...
Sparty was going, I was going to jam. I would have had an ace. I think the conversation going, oh, actually, I had ace-queen. Who knows? Who knows what's being said? But that's certainly the topic.
Yeah.
What do you have? Ace with something, no?
I beat that, I said.
Oh, there you go. He said I had ace-10 and he goes, I beat that.
There was a hat against the ace-10.
He's telling the truth.
It is the old classic. Everyone at the table's like, yeah, I'm sure you had a real hand.
The chip leader raised on the bubble at ace-10 beat on an ace-7-4 flop.
Yeah.
I think I'd be thinking, oh, all right, so you flop 2 pair, huh? You got 7-4.
7-4 suited.
Yeah. 7-4 row.
For a kind.
Let's play. I'm telling you.
Let's play flip. flip أنا وياك. بالوقت صار شوي.
Understandably, Azarian keen to get cards back in the air. Try and leverage that big stack.
Yeah, obviously hoping this bubble continues a little bit longer than
مين عم يحكي معه؟
ما توقعت يطول بابل بهالتورنوا بتعرف؟ ما توقعت البابل يطول بهيك تورنوا.
قلت له أنا هلا نقرف.
$1,300.
Oh, another all in. What's going on here?
بيعملوا هيك ايفنت صغير.
Got Jack 10 of hearts is all in on a 10-9-5 board. Can't see what we're up against, I guess. I mean, normally the players keep their cards covered. I guess that's what happened. I guess one player exposed their hand prematurely here. Is that what's happened? Should obviously bubble hand for hand, keep the cards face down not to influence action elsewhere.
Yeah, I was looking to see whether his opponent was still in the tank, but does have enough chips in front of him to cover.
Can we make an order?
So I think we are just waiting, James, for other tables to complete the hand before hands are exposed.
عندي خبرة فيهم.
يمكن هلا ممنوع بس حطوا له
So we have 2 all-ins. Okay.
Here we go. Kings.
Oh, that's so cool. I hope he sort of said, look, you're in trouble, pal. We are still 2 away. So King's the covering stack. Jack 10 needs to improve. And that's a terrible turn card. Obviously, nullifies a jack as an out, doesn't bring in the backdoor draws. So we do lose a player now out in 127th. A neighboring table. Is this a river all in? Looks like it.
So,
King 9, double 7 jack. Flush draws missed. Straight draws got there.
Looks like the big blind is called off.
Is that a 7?
So that's a
10-8, the straight to get there.
Oh, it is a 7.
Queen 7. Wow. This is 10-8. Wow, Queen 7 as well. So the 10-8 couldn't have hit the Queen side of the straight.
Nasty, nasty way to go.
Congratulations to everybody.
Wow, so we lose 2 players in hand for hand on separate tables. And now the remaining 125 players
Congratulations, we are on the money.
are in the money.
Yeah, I like it.
Very unfortunate. Defend the Queen 7 suited. Flop trips. But a punch in the gut from that 10-8. Turning the 9. Sends him out on the direct bubble. And we are now in the money. Everybody with $1,300 locked up, as we referenced at the top of the broadcast. $146,000 for the win. A relatively pain-free bubble, Demps. Didn't take too long. Just a couple of hands. I've never seen a long bubble at Merit in all my time covering an event. I've never seen it. It's always
Boys
like
don't
turbo.
mess around, do
It's
they?
always like turbo speed, yeah.
All right, so poker resumes. Short stacks, pressure is off. Let's go accumulating.
هلا بنعمل نيغوشيشن لما نطلع برات هالطاولة.
إذا دليتني.
حقهم 15,000 هون.
تعريف؟
It's all smiles now. Everyone guaranteed $1,300.
بتاع الفاليو تبعه. In monetary value. You can عرفت؟
I think the floor just getting confirmation that the bubble has indeed burst.
Yeah, just obviously running the player through it. Obviously, if they bust out now, we need to set their seats so we can get them paid out. You know, you bust out, you storm off. Ah, I lost a flip and
got it.
You forget to play up your $1,300.
Yeah, I thought for a moment they were saying that we were still on the bubble, but it has burst.
Just some housekeeping needs to be done.
That is the worst feeling, though, when you get in the money and you get, you know, 2 outer or 1 outer or something. Oh, just wait here for a moment for, you know, for them to come and do the walk of shame to the cash desk. And for whatever reason, if it's busy and you have to wait a few minutes and you're fuming, it's the worst.
All right. We're back underway.
رجعنا 40 دقيقة هلا.
20 minutes break in the bubble poker camp.
هلا بصير يطلعوا بالبابل بسرعة.
No need for tanks anymore.
عندك نحن ولا نطلع؟
So action on Rogov. Successfully navigated his way in. Out of the way with the King 6 of Hearts. Now to Hazarian. Gonna open the pot with the Ace-9. Put that big stack to work from early position. Round to Nashar. He is going to be box office, somewhat selfishly, hoping he runs up a stack. Well, hello there. First look at the pocket aces. Saka finds them, Demps, in the big.
Ooh, yeah. And it just
raise and call.
Yeah, and it's just like, it looks like, oh, we're in the money. Everyone's going to play aggro now. I get to do some stuff here. Come out with a squeeze.
Yeah, somewhat unfortunate here. But you never want to make too strong a prediction that neither player really has a hand that should want to continue versus squeeze. You never know with Nashar.
Kazarian's like the smallest spaces, like really you just suddenly find a squeeze from the big blind. I mean, but look at this.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was going to say, obviously, gone a pretty small size here, less than 3x. Not a fan of this theoretically.
I'm with you.
As an exploit against Nashar, who's just playing lots of hands. And okay, these guys have played for 2 hours earlier. Sure, he wouldn't have seen the hands that have been on the stream yet because of the delay, but he'll have some awareness that this guy's in a lot of pots.
Sure.
I love this, just going a lot smaller. Almost turning our hand face up to Kazarian, who kind of smiled and laughed as he might, like,
he knows.
I know what's going on here, but if your target doesn't know that, then it's happy days. Nashar with nothing on that board. I really like that deviation from Sake,
Yeah,
even
very
though
nice.
the original race is like almost announcing, like, come on.
It does smell fishy, sort of stinks to high heaven, but it doesn't matter sometimes. You know, if we can get one of our opponents to put an extra 70k in, let's do it. Well played, Saki.
حلو الفيتشر تيبل حبيته. هلا عم ننمر ببيروت هروح.
هلا اول نوبات نربح. ألف كليك.
Something I maybe don't do enough of, I think, up live, is, you know, oh, I mean, this is going to look incredibly strong. Sometimes it just doesn't really matter, right? You can just go, well, if my opponent is just not really going to think about what my range looks like and is going to go, oh, I can call 70k, let's make it 110.
Yeah, it's something you got to do a lot in poker. You're like, oh, this looks, I never get to do this. Yeah, but
yeah,
just let your opponent make a mistake. Don't think they're going to be fully clued in. Let me see here, Nashar just flicking in again, Jack 9 offsuit. He's in.
And here we go. Another big hand in the big blind. Rogov, pocket tens. 20 bigs, effective.
There was nothing but
Probably only one route for this one. I would gesture, James. I would gesture, I would venture.
Yeah. And again, it's just lovely that you find this hand now rather than 5 minutes ago before the bubble bursts, and you're like, oh, I have to jam this, and it feels grim.
Yeah, of course, in the longer term, you might be a little scared about this flat call from the cutoff. But Nashar in there,
You raise, put me in this.
every hand.
How much is that? He covers me. No, leave it, he covers me.
Does he ever want to just spin the wheel?
Is it time to go home? What's the time now?
He's thinking about it.
Where is home?
Have watches.
Where is home?
Roulette.
Roulette. Okay.
You say, where is home? Roulette.
Roulette.
Okay.
Well, maybe he does want to spin the wheel, Demps. And this would be pretty wild.
Yeah, he has made the fold.
Oh, yeah, he has let it go. Okay. Very nice pickup for Rogov.
Yeah, dreamy scenario. And a sort of, obviously depends how Nashar goes now. He's getting very short and whether he gets more chips together, but certainly a theme you're going to see a lot, I guess, is someone raises, he calls, and there's going to be some very wide squeezes behind. Not that tens was wide, not that aces was wide, but it's surely a path to pick up chips on this table.
لا الامتين بقى هون بقبرص. طيب من هلا بطلع رولات.
Round to Aoun in mid position. Very playable ace-jack. With 45 big blinds or so. Is going to make it 40k. Here we go. Another big hand. Fazil finds ace-king in the cutoff. 26 big blinds to start the hand. Somewhat awkward stack size. You know, if he has 20 bigs or so, Demps, people normally just send it in here. With this sort of 26 bigs, just deciding whether we should 3-bet call or shove.
Got some deep breath going on.
Yeah.
Getting dramatic.
Very intensive. Looks like sort of half stack. Looks like 350k.
Right. whose breath is this heightened?
Aoun. The nerves are
okay. All right, we muted it. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, just gone for the effective jam rather than anything else. Any kind of tickle, any induce.
Gonna have to just get out of the way with this one.
Yeah.
We spoke about the Joker trophy yesterday. That's quite an intimidating Joker card protector.
There we go. Someone's leaning into the theme.
Yeah.
I like the turtle card protectors they have here. Obviously in honor of the Turtle Sanctuary here, or Rehabilitation Centre, I should say.
I love it there. I've been there a few times with Jade. I've taken her down there to have a look.
I've not actually ever been down.
Really.
Oh, you got to go.
They got turtles.
They do. There's a massive one, though. He has a head injury, and he's still there. Well, he was there last time I came. He's been there for 6 months or so.
Checked in. Was the head injury, was it recoverable? Do you know? Did you get much
Hey, listen.
prognosis?
You know, I'm a man of heart and concern for wildlife and animals, big and small.
Yeah, actually, you were a bit upset earlier at lunch about I haven't seen the dogs and the cats.
I know.
It's just so hot during the day. That's why you have to.
Too warm.
They're out in the evening. But
I like to hang out with strays. You know, I'm a stray myself.
There we go.
I have kindred spirits. Aoun out of the way with Queen 10. Nashar exercising some restraint now that he's got down to this sort of 15 big blinds realm. Round to Saka. King Queen off.
more than enough to play from any seat at this table, let alone cut off. And he comes.
Interesting one for Rogov.
Right, sort of a hand that we could mix in some 3-bets with, right?
Yeah, this is one of the hands in the modern game that gets used very heavily from button. We want to have some bluff 3-bet folds. This hand falls into that sort of range nicely. You know, we can 3-bet and fold to a shove pretty easily. May depend on how Rogov perceives Saka to play. You know, if he thinks he's going to be a little tighter, you know, from the cutoff, you should be wide enough here to be raised folding a lot. And we'll see what Rogov elects to do.
And of course, not just because you think someone's
like this, he's going for it.
Tight doesn't mean you should go for it, because also sometimes you see players you think maybe are too tight, maybe I shouldn't do this, but they're also the ones who maybe fold too tight as well. So it kind of the bars move in both directions.
100%.
Like this 130.
Yeah, big fan of this.
Yeah, just going to make it really hard for Sake to ever peel.
And you can see from the body language immediately he's not thrilled.
Yeah, once this many questions go in, it's rarely met with continuance.
Right.
And this is it, because this is one of the hands that, again, flipping it back on the Sake, it's kind of tough, right? Do I have to jam this some of the time, I guess?
Sure.
Against button 3-bet, I mean.
Yeah, I think King Queen suited, we're pretty happy to send it in. But there we go.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, well played, Rogov. Like it. Of course, all these pickups, super important, right, as you try and navigate your way through the tournament.
Pick up the, obviously, big blind, big blind, anti-small blind, and the 2 blinds that are in the open. It's a big pickup.
Very well done.
Getting himself back towards 30 blinds. A lot of playability. Hour-long levels here in the IPO Master.
Yeah, and our clock, really nice. Lots of wiggle room.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe ace king. Maybe ace king. And maybe nice hand.
Action back on Lelgant. Beautiful looking 8-9 of diamonds. Is under the gun though, but undeterred, decides to come in for a raise. Starting the hand with 37 bigs.
It's my all.
And here we go. Nashar announcing it's my all. Sends the chips in with ace queen.
250, 60, 75.
Fazal does wake up with 6s behind, but facing an under the gun open.
Yeah, even
against Nashar,
even against Nashar, we can't play this. And actually, Nashar's tendency has been to call a lot. So when he does raise, even though it's 3-betting or 14 blinds, it looks like more likely to be a hand.
Yeah, I can't do anything here with 6s.
And great timing from Nashar in the sense that
Thank you, well done.
Logan actually has a hand that just kind of is going to fold, and he's going to pick up quite a lot of chips. Of course, when you've got ace queen, you're more than happy to get some action, bring the money, but flip with that, you're just jamming 14 blinds, and you're going to start the next hand with like 17 blinds. It's
sure.
18 even.
Hey, you're more than happy to take this down non-showdown.
Thank you, Arut. Captain America.
Oh.
Very frustrating spot this for Spataru.
Marco, not bad. You have the same chips.
John Travolta.
You say John Travolta?
I like your company, you know, all the time.
Yeah, I know. So you can call because it's all my chips, so I can double up. Maybe take me out.
thinking about it. I'm surprised he's thinking this long, 14 blinds.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if these cards do anything but find their way into the mark.
You can see the hand.
75, yes.
Sure.
275.
You know, nines, tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Want this hand in bad shape.
You from Russia, you said?
Yeah.
No, two is dve, no?
Dve.
Dve.
Dve. Means door.
It's two, no? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no? It's Bulgarian, huh?
This is a fun grouping.
It is.
Obviously, Nashar's been the one not just driving the action, but
Nobody go?
Nobody.
clearly got everyone chatting at this table.
Still alive.
He's the character.
Still alive.
He lives on.
Hazel just gives him a little side eye there.
375 now. So another mistake.
Throw it on the floor, not the...
Good luck.
I'm joking. Not again.
They're calling me? Who's calling me?
Oh, coffee, yeah. Good. Coffee.
And here he comes again. Jack 10 of diamonds from +1. Interesting spot now, Demps, for Saka against a player this wide. Don't mind this from Saka. Like might be an adjustment that we would fold here against sort of tighter players. It is going to make the call in position with King Queen. Don't mind it.
Captain America. Yeah, you know glasses.
Spataru keeps finding himself in these very awkward spots off the shallow stack. Another disciplined fold.
Yeah.
I love this Nashar character. King 10, 4, 2 Jack 10s in now, of course, with Logant peeling from the big. Both of them finding that second pair. Sake with, obviously, away the best of it. Interesting, of course. We did see that, as you mentioned, the other King Queen. We could have had a four-way with 2 King Queens, 2 Jack 10s, as it is. You know, not a huge fan of wanting to bet this 10 here, but of course also not surprised that Nasha just kind of does play this way, and that makes him tricky. That makes him, he can get more action here than most, but obviously he's going to get action he doesn't like right now. Decision point, it looks like for Sake, deciding whether he wants to raise or not. Quickly pulled out the 75k to call. Let's have the King of Spades.
Yeah, certainly some merit to the idea of just clicking this to get it in.
Yeah, looks like that's what he's going for. Exactly,
yeah, I don't mind it. It's especially against someone like Nasha, like with respect, who may bet call hands he shouldn't.
And also, you make it kind of easy. Like Elegant just has to play super honest now. Yeah. You're kind of going to know where you are. If he plays back at you, maybe you could even fold now. Here we go then. Nasha quickly calls for 85k more. Looking to strike this turn. Obviously drawing a lot thinner than he might imagine, given that Logant just folded that Jack 10. The ace of spades on the turn. Really ugly card for Nashar to see. Obviously not the best card for Sake to see either, but with the King of Spades in hand, we'll have that slightly warm and fuzzy feeling.
I wonder if there's ever a universe this goes check, check.
I was thinking I kind of like a check back here. I mean, he just...
Nice hand.
Just a very kind of strange, sort of strange hand that you don't see too often here. You're not really going to see a 10 bet call flop 3 ways very often. Sort of muddied the waters a little. Nicely done from Saka.
We work together.
Saki, what do we think? I've gone with the Arsenal left-winger pronunciation so far. Saki.
Saki, I think.
Right, let's go Saki. Very fruitful feature for him so far.
Did you say fruits because you saw the lemons in the background?
I didn't, but, you know, bit of continuity. Could have been.
Basel +1. Looking at the queen and diamonds wanting to get involved himself off of 30 blinds.
Yeah, this one very much bottom of range to be open in the pot. And Sake feeling himself on a nice little run of momentum. Going to make the call here from +2. Another example of sort of much wider ranges at this feature table. Well, this is not wide. Ehrman finds pocket kings in the hijack. Beautiful spot.
Oh, yes.
Does 3-bet, 125k to go. Shade over 6 big blinds in position. Of course, we can see Fazal and Sake both with pretty weak hands, all things considered. This one just going to get through.
No continuance, yeah.
You have the better hand?
Default. Default.
Better than me? Yes, 10.
نحن هون ما بنشوفهم حرام.
We restart Vamos Florian lines 500, 1,000 with 1,000 ignorant. The dealers, continue to win, please.
اعطيني حيلا قص لقتلش all in.
Andrew, I can't tell you how happy I am.
Come on then.
Oh, last night and today,
Pull my blind.
with this high-pitched ringing in my headset, driving me incessantly mad. We checked yesterday. We were, informed it wasn't getting on the stream. It was only in here, and there was, a couple of little bugs, but it started all again today. Just turned out,
from one man, you know?
my phone in here and my laptop in here, and they're both plugged into the mains. And when I touch either of those, I get high-pitched ring in my ear. So I have control over it myself. So I can annoy myself or not annoy myself.
So you're basically a conductor of all things.
Yeah. So I've either got to unplug my laptop from the power or don't research anything. Those are the answers.
Don't worry about the ringing in the ears. It's just tinnitus. Nothing to worry about. Too many raves back in the day. Well, Hazarian kings again.
Yeah, and look at this Nashabu, just scraps left in the big blind. And a hand that probably just have to defend. Does do so and sees Queen, Queen 8.
Yeah, mercifully for him, comes up empty. Quite like this from Hazarian. Demps checks back, deciding best way to try and get more money in is to let Nashar bluff at it or catch up a little.
25.
Should be hand over.
بدك صب لك شي خبرية يا زلمة.
هاي دام جويزة.
بدك تشوف ريا؟
فرجينا يلا. ما رح نشوفهم طيب هي ذاتها.
ما ريتان. جربت اقول جربت اعمل لك شيء. حطهم يا زلمة.
يا ريت ما انا اصحى قدام.
ما خلص كلهم 100,000 يا زلمة شو بدك؟
امشي ريا.
So you got to be better with technology than me. Why is it doing that when you touch it? Come on, you're the science guy.
There's some power going through there.
A little bit disturbing, isn't it?
Conducting through my body. It's then obviously going into the soundboard. I don't know, I'm creating some sort of feedback loop. I don't know. It's too much for me to understand.
Pretty sure this is how people get superpowers in the comic books.
Is it?
Maybe.
What will my power be?
The power of elite poker analysis.
Ruggles got ace-9 suited. There you go. I've got the power.
You already have that power, James. I was just being playful.
Beneath the bucket hat.
بعد في ساعة وربع.
English.
We still have 1 hour and 15 minutes here.
So he does pop it up. As well he should from +1. Getting it all the way around. 2-1 presumes, Nashar in the small.
Please. لا بتروح على التواليت. Can you take your time الهاند بعده؟ فيك تاخذ وقتك بتفوت على التواليت. Please, huh?
No problem.
انت بطن.
انا بفكر فانتر.
Fazil here with the dominated suited ace.
انت ولا شيء.
Is he counting out a 3-bet bluff here? I don't hate it at all.
Going after the +1 from big blind with this suited ace. Curious line. Obviously, you know, so often the temptation with these hands is just the call.
Just
and you know, most of the time you are just going to call with this hand, but he's starting to mix it in clearly occasionally with it. And he's got a big 3-bet as well here. 4xing. When 4xing our position is not big, but it's big when you're dealing sub 30 blinds, right?
Sure. I really don't mind it. You know, this is the type of play that can just clear out any of these ace-10 off, ace-jack off type holdings, some middling suited aces like we see Rogov has.
Right.
Even a hand as strong as sort of 7s or 8s, it puts it in a very, very awkward spot.
All the king-jack suited, king-queen suited.
I kind of like it.
I hate calling.
And you know, on the flip side, when we just defend and it comes ace high and we cooler ourselves, we can get some of these hands out.
5 total.
Yeah, can you bring the carrot juice with the creme, please? With the creme.
So, how it's you?
I'm with you though, Demps. I think people normally just click call here with the suited variety anyway.
I don't think you want to do this all the time. You get ace suited, but
Of course.
very nice.
Yeah, well done.
He's a very good guy, man. You know?
Turn the dominated hand into the winning hand without seeing any more cards.
Sometimes I translate when the dealer speaks in Russian, but it's
Yeah, I'm with you. People normally use like the offsuit
No, I translate.
low ace X here as the 3-bet bluff. Sprinkles in the suited variety and gets it done.
Dealers who cannot speak English very well. I noticed that.
You want carrot juice
With the cream. With the cream, yeah.
Carrot juice with cream.
ايه مع كريم حليب يورو.
That's interesting.
حليب.
It's like the old watermelon juice out at the Wynn that everyone's obsessed with in Vegas land.
Oh, what's going on here? No idea. We've got king queen against 6s.
Sixes holding through to the river. Does hold on the ace-7-7-5-5 board. Looks like a double up for the short stack. It's going to leave the king-queen pretty crippled.
انا ضيعت لك وقت.
Sorry.
Back to our feature table. Spataru, very patient. Continues that patience here.
He's been very patient, and he's been dealt some
very
cuspy
cuspy
situations, and I think he's gone the right way each time, and especially because I think this is the kind of table. Okay, we see Nashar is driving a lot of action, but things are happening here that he knows. Just by my time, it might not happen, but there are going to be good situations. Got to keep myself in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Nashar talking about keeping himself in the tournament. Jams this ace-3 suited for fire blinds, and Faisal in the small, obviously with more than enough to continue. Electing just to call. The stack size behind Sake. Yeah, I guess he's trusting Sake to play pretty honest behind. That seems reasonable, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay here to call and potentially fold to jam behind. Pretty unfortunate here for Nashar. Button versus small. Still has 37% no demps to find a route back into this tournament.
Yeah, a bit unlucky that So run into a dominating ace here, obviously. Certainly be cool by a lot worse, but Nashar with a shot to get back in this. Three and a three only on the King 7-8 rainbow, not a hard in sight. About as good as it gets, Faisal, without having hit himself. Something gives him a straight draw, not that he needs it. Nashar, one card away from elimination, but elimination inside the money. And that is the case. GG's, Mr. Nashar. He was fun.
Really entertaining watch.
Thank you.
Shame for us that he couldn't spin up that stack a little and entertain us a bit more. Some certainly very spicy hand selections, but GG, sir. It does make the money. We wish him well through the rest of the week here. If you are just joining, La Dolce Vita series here in Merit, and this is the IPO Masters Day 3. Myself, Andrew Headley, and James Dempsey in the booth bringing you the action. I'm joined by Mr. David Lappin a little later on.
He was just checking our payouts. So 1,300 was the min cash. That remains the case until you get to the last 98. That's the next pay jump. So a little bit to go yet. Currently showing 116 players in the field.
Another look at that beautiful trophy. We'll be going to the winner of this event tomorrow. Once again, Spataru is one of these very uncomfortable spots. Ace-7 offsuit. 10.5 blinds from +2. Very unattractive. Really awkward one, Demps. Like, I think we do still want to have some potential raise folds, even off this sort of 11 big blind stack, but Ace-7 off. Yeah, continues with the patient route. I like it. 1 hour clock. Decides he can still find better spots. Round to Aoun. Finds pocket 8s in the cutoff. Very strong holding, of course, from late position. Does come in for a raise. 40K to go. Does Faisal have ideas in mind? Is reaching Demps. Very interesting. He's chosen spicy line a few moments ago with the Ace-6 suited. Big blind versus early. Going for it again here from the button. King-9 off, very wide selection.
Welcome to Lebanon.
Do we have a power cut in the room?
Something's going on. Well, we can see graphics. See.
You didn't touch your laptop again, did you?
I didn't, I swear.
You've brought the power grid down.
Freeze, yeah.
I think there is a power cut.
Maybe. So I heard them say freeze the action.
Freeze the action, yeah. Okay, we are back now. Rogov out of the way. Back on Aoun. This is very spicy from Faisal. King-9 off. Just a shade under 40 big blinds to start the hand. Action back on Aoun. Decision point to be made. Probably argue, Demps, you could go either way here. If you think your opponent's too aggressive, you could 4-bet jam this hand. I think typically people will continue with call, which is what he decides on. Inflated pot here.
Because of the fat?
Yes.
Ooh, Jack 9-7 finds a piece, but a piece also for Un. Pocket pair, obviously still best against some of the legitimate 3-bets, the ace kings, the ace queen, and of course now picks up additional equity against the biggest of pairs. Came with a 10, but as it happens, has fallen behind. I like this in Faisal, just recognizing, hey, look. Oh, wow, he checks back the 9, finds trips, but I like the check back. Obviously, not going to get a lot of value with the king 9. Trying to rep himself, perhaps he has got those ace king, ace queen. They're always going to want to check. Here. Now Un's going to feel pretty good about these 2-8s, right?
Yeah, I think recognizing Fazal that this sort of Jack 9-7 connects pretty well with a cutoff range that opens pre and just calls 3-bet, you know, going to wrap around this Jack pretty often. And you've called it, James. Aoun now probing turn. I believe he's bet.
Oh, he's got chips in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Okay, sorry. I thought I saw them going in.
This is when Faisal's going to look back and go, did I really 3-bet king 9 off? Is that what I've got here?
This is going to work out beautifully so far.
It's so nice to have this strong a hand when you look like you've got an ace high or a king high.
Absolutely.
Perhaps. King 10, king queen, something like that.
Yeah, I think we can have some hands like a pocket 10s or something to potentially check back here. Maybe a hand like an ace 7 suited, but I'm with you. We're extremely high up. I mean, very likely just to continue the story of like sort of somewhat weak holding here and continue with call.
He's going to call here. You're going to hope your opponent perhaps bluffs rivers, but also on the flip of this, actually, assuming this goes like a brick on the river, and then if...
Oh, wow.
There we go. Wow. Moon gets there. Straight on the end. Let's see how this plays out now. Does he check and just throw some rope?
Very interesting one.
Because he's... What am I trying to get out from here? Like, did a Jack 3-bet me and check back? Has he trapped with, like, aces?
Yeah.
What do I know, like you say, he has 10s at some frequency.
He does. It does feel like, I think, in the long term, that the button checks back too often when we check.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
You know, a hand like a queen jack suited, like a jack, you know, king jack off that decides to just pot control.
Yeah, like he's just going...
Yeah, he got snapped.
Wow. And what a horrendous run out this was for Faisal.
Yeah, 230k snapped off.
Yeah.
Tough to blame him, of course. King in hand, blocking some of those king queens. Of course, we're blocking full houses. Very unlucky. Pretty nicely played hand from both, I think.
Yeah, spicy one.
Tough river.
Yeah, once the river came, there was nothing that could be done there.
A very interesting hand.
Yeah, I think you have no idea that he's up against a 9 there. He's thinking, oh, the guy's got a jack, right?
Sure. Or like some overpairs are going to want to pot control here, I think. But maybe not trappy blinds.
Like,
Sure, trap slash
aces would be probably the only one, right? Because even kings and queens are going to just want to bet this flop.
Probably just run it, yeah. With you. Huge river card for Aoun.
Yeah.
He's up now, sort of 1.5 million, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good. What looked like disaster. I think the hand's far more interesting if we see the 3 of clubs river.
Right.
And then does Aoun try and go for value? Does he check and
fold?
A bluff? Does he, yeah, far more interesting.
Maybe blocks, looking for like a little hero call from a 7 or some kind of an ace high. Fun one. Not fun for Faisal, of course. But he played the hand pretty well. Just unfortunate river. Back into the action we go. Hazarian, Queen 9 of diamonds from under the gun.
I'd like to drink my juice next time.
Aoun is up to 1.3.
Yeah, what a
very
lovely
healthy
turn of events it was for him there. Faisal now short. Still in the fight. Sake. He's chilling for now. Rogoff, a man who's shown some gumption at this table, looking down at 2 5s in the small, but against an undergun open, wisely making way. Now Erman with a real close one against an under the gun open. It just feels like it's just a little bit too low.
I like
that. I like that fold. I think King 9 IPO, but King 8 I fold.
Yeah, it really is one of those right on the borderline. Oh, cut into another outer table here, Demps, but we have another blackout.
Yes.
Is it power cuts in the room? I'm going to investigate.
Must be. Assuming that's what's going on.
Oh, we're back.
Something going on. To the Bergaloff there. Fresh off the victory last night.
Yeah, always deep in these tournaments. Every time we come to Merit. Action once more on another outer table.
Oh no, maybe not.
Okay, it is indeed power cuts in the main room, intermittently. Spataru again, Demps, another one of these very annoying spots. King 10 offsuit. But there is, you know, in the modern game, we do still see some raise folds, and he is deciding that he wants to try it with this hand. Don't mind it. Of course, a bit of a disaster if someone comes after us and we have to fold and then pay the big blind and big blind ante, but feels compelled to try and get something going. Action now on Aoun. King, queen off. Again, a lot of this will come down to how he perceives Spataru to construct this min-raise range. A lot of players, Demps, will just have kings, aces when they min-raise here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
From under the
creative
gun of 10 blinds.
Very creative.
Yeah, again, one of these spots that I was just referencing in the modern game, people do still find steals from this position, but it depends on the player. This king-queen, of course, going to shrink up a lot against players if you don't find or think they have the creativity to find the steal.
Yeah, he's just looking at this is so suspicious.
It's very difficult to play against.
Yeah, I love it. Faisal, what's he think about here with his ace-4? Oh, yeah, surely he's not going to get involved. Of course, it is Kazarian in the big blind, the biggest stack at the table that he's going after here, so it's still a little scary proposition.
Yeah, round to Airman again. Type of hand that you would like to VPIP, of course, but facing this sort of 10 big blind open where the implied odds aren't great.
Yeah, it's curious because this is the sort of hand that this is the kind of move that I like at the deviation on this table, because if this was still when Hassan Ashar was at the table, this is not something I'd be a fan of. He's just going to flick it in with something, but recognizing that this table has got a little bit more aware of what's going on. But look at this, he does pick up a caller from a man in the small blind with 8-9 clubs who likes the price and likes the Jack-8 deuce flop, in the sense that he now takes the lead on a board that Spataru, especially with this holding, is going to find it really hard to put chips in.
Yeah, one of the problems, of course, when we decide to go for this steal is that when we do face resistance, it's tough to navigate it post. And we really do have a hand that doesn't connect very well. It does decide to take a free one. I like the restraint, and still going to be opportunities now potentially to win this pot.
Yeah, because now this certainly looks like a card that is going to fit a 10 big blind non-all-in opening range. It's hard to give someone an all-in opening range of 10 blinds, but if you do going to give them one, it's probably going to include some ace-king, ace-queen.
Yeah, and it's
best of the best.
Going to be sort of heavily around these sort of ace-9, ace-10 offs that go for a steal.
Right.
You know, the occasional king-jack off, king-10 off type hand like this. And we'd imagine he needs to announce himself now. Small blind shouldn't have too many. Ace-X in hand, may have a few of the suited ones, of course.
With the queen, you call easier because you're blocking the straight also. Probably queens then.
And should get the job done.
Yes. But I monstered than aces, kings, and queens.
Really? Super lucky I got.
Just bet 35k.
I guess I'm checking the river.
Very well done from Spataru. Keeping himself afloat.
If I don't hit.
Well done indeed.
I figured you have something.
Such a significant pickup off that short stack.
Yeah.
flop is right.
Captain America on the rise. I'm going to keep the name going. Michelle's gone. I like it.
Oh, there we go. Look at this. We've lost our graphics from the power cut.
Oh, yeah. We lost everything. Apart from us. We're still here. Kazarian, the one that's still leading the way here, 49 bigs as the blinds go up to 15K, 30K. Carlos Un in second, tied up there with Neja Oman. They're both over 40 blinds. Everyone else now dipping below 30 with Andre Spataru, even with that pickup, finally got himself some breathing room and finds himself back below 10 blinds again. Time waits for no man.
How's your luck, eh? The big blind's up on you when you've just got yourself up above 10 bigs.
Yeah.
That could be a critical pickup, that hand for him. Keeping himself in the mixer.
Yeah, huge. When you get that bet through on the turn, you're like, oh.
Massive.
Thank you. Thank you. How am I in this spot? Just shows us more than one way to skin a cat. Off 10 blinds, find some creativity.
I guess.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Everybody thanks.
Action then. On Lelgant. It's out of the way, and Aoun.
The boots, the rockets, the aces. Whatever you want to call them. The best hand in the game. Glance the tournament clock. Just checking. Oh, yeah, nice. The blinds have gone up, and I find the best hand in the game. Perfect timing.
Yeah, today it's 1 hour. Yesterday it was 45 minutes.
I just
65? 65.
Takes some time. Finds a raise of just over the minimum. Minimum of chip. Can he get any action? Doesn't look like it for the first hands behind.
Yeah, some of the hidden run good we speak of is somebody actually finding something to play back with. Not so far. Round to the blinds. A very quick fold from Hazarian. Wouldn't have been shocked, Demps, to see him get involved there with 10-8 suited.
No, Spataru just showing the 7 deuce. If you show 7 deuce, you get shown aces, sure.
Yeah, you do. There we go.
Come on.
I want, but I can't.
I want you to want.
That's a little bit of hidden run good, right? Not finding a 9-10 off that you need to
defend.
You need to flick in.
So much of it in this game of ours.
Sure.
Yeah. Just finding nothing when your opponent's got aces is run good. We don't really recognize how much there is of that in this game of ours. Intermittent power issues here. Please do excuse the beautiful backdrop that we usually have. We can see some lemons. I feel like I'm in Italy. The tiles. There we go.
When life gives you power cuts, make lemonade. That didn't work. But it happens a lot here, right? We get quite a few power cuts. Just whether it's location of on the island or what. I don't know. I'm not the smartest with these things, Demps. Not hired for my technical prowess, I think is.
I think I did well to figure out.
Understatement of the year.
It's only if I touch anything on the desk that's plugged in that I get my feedback. My headset, at least I'm going to lose my headache soon.
Yeah, you're going radioactive for sure by the end of this trip. Airman, pocket 10s in the cutoff. Shade over 40 blinds to start. Spataru once again comes up empty. Now then, Lelgant, very playable King-Jack of clubs, Demps.
Yeah, I think no reason to see anything but a defend here from the big blind.
65?
Let's see, playing 20 bigs. Hey, I mean, yes, we can incorporate just some 3-bet jam here.
Sure.
Take this down, but a plan plays so well, you don't want to make the sort of King 10s and the Queen Jacks fold. Here we go, case in point. This would be the kind of board perhaps you could cold deck a hand, and it somewhat has here with Erman having 2 10s. Jack 8-3 rainbow.
Yeah, I'm with
I
you.
don't want to keep betting on these kind of boards, but I guess if there's ever a sort of hand that we like to check back, this might be it, right?
It's exactly this. 10s and 9s are the hands that don't mind checking. You know, when your opponent just has no equity whatsoever, like a 6-7 type hand, you allow them to stay around.
Oh, I love this. Look at this, a clicky check raise.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Actually, a little bit more than clicky, 3x, near enough.
One thing I will say about this spot, holding 10s, is like probably one of the worst sort of bluff catch hands we have. Blocking, of course, the natural 9-10, 10-7, Queen 10 type holdings that could check raise as a semi-bluff. But you do always feel compelled to call one, right? It's very tricky, but not too many natural bluffs here now for Elegant.
And you just know that when you get it wrong, you're all but dead here. Obviously, we can see the percentages up to all the way up to 14% here, purely because we've got a whole bunch of folded cards that we're counting as not outs. But for him to know, he'll know that very hard. Yeah, real tough spot here. I guess there are some, you know, some other hands in here that, of course, we can still have in bad shape. There could be some other bluffs. Yeah, of course, you want your opponent to have some 10-9, particularly some Queen 10s for that. But yeah, the 9-7 of clubs, 9-7 of hearts, these kind of hands might want to make this move.
Yeah, I think in Theory World, there'll even be some hands like a 4-5 suited and stuff that wraps around a 3. Like, you don't see it too often from players. They do typically seem to be more weighted to the ones you just referenced, Demps, these sort of 9-7s, 9-10s.
Let it go. Right. What a great fold.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, great laydown.
Yeah, I think just much more comfortable to continue here with a hand like an ace-8, something like this, right? That just unblocks all these bluffs from the big blind.
And has 5 outs if it's behind.
And has more outs, that's it, absolutely.
Rather than the 2.
Yeah, very nicely played from both once again. And some strong play here on our main feature table.
في تبع 300 عشيه ولا ممكن يخلوها للفاينل ما اخر همه يمكن لا بيكون في بايعين باكجز
كينج جاك
بيكونوا بايعين باكجز
honesty
هذا مع شركه شيت
شو
هاي رولر يعني
بري فلوب
How many days?
خرب عليك
كمان 1 day.
Really? Wow.
That's full.
فينا نلعب
I want to show pre-flow, but I still.
الساعة 12.
I was thinking that he has jack 8 or something like that. If I put
I have not much. 300 more, about 10 big blinds. What I have to do with a king jack. Backdoor flash draw.
So, cards back in the air. A new arrival to the table. Definitely recognize him. Hasbani.
Yeah.
Then go home. Sleeping well.
Seen him play some of the high stakes PLO stream stamps for sure, and a bunch of tournaments here at Merit.
As is often the case here, another Merit reg.
Absolutely.
There are lots of them.
ما بيقعد يتنام برا ما بيقعد يتنام برا انا مرات شك عليه بس انه هي لازم
Round 2, Hazarian. Pretty tight laydown. Demps maybe seeing this short stack of Spitaru behind, deciding 9-7 suited, doesn't really want to raise call or shove. Seems on the tight side to me though to fold here.
Spitaru with a fairly easy one here, 7 blinds, an ace.
Check عليه.
Announces all of it. Captain America.
How much is it?
150.
150.
Oh, this is a very close one for Aoun.
15.
2-1-5, 7 blinds, 6 more to call. 185 to win 290.
I think we just got to flick this one in. You know, it's for 7 blinds against a button shove. Gonna have some hands that we still dominate, I would say.
Plenty of the suited connectors and stuff.
Yeah, 9-10 suited, all these.
We're fine against hands like this. Look,
sure.
I mean, obviously with card removal, we're seeing it's a straight flip.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Yeah, I think you can fold here maybe for like 9 blinds, right? 10 blinds, but 7 feels like a call to me intuitively. Never thrilled with it, of course.
Let's gamble.
Yeah, here we go.
It'd be okay to see that. Getting definitely the price.
Sure.
Against ace-4. So Spataru, the one at risk with the marginally favoured hand. As I say, obviously we're seeing some folded cards here because it's showing as a straight flip, but it's not far off that. Captain America's in the pot.
This is not suited.
Ace 9-4. That's about as good as you're going to get it. Of course, there is some backdoor action here. The club connecting, the 9 working.
Small.
7 of diamonds.
Oh, never easy.
Scary card.
No, 8 outs.
And 7
Heading to the river. King or 8?
That's how I like it.
Spike the king. Let's go. King.
Counterfeited, but it matters not. Spataru up to 475k, and of course, still with 1.1 million. Just a mere scratch off the top of that stack.
Yeah, credit to Spataru. He's had some very awkward, you know, right on the line spots. Kept himself afloat with that creative king 10 off, under the gun open off 10 blinds, and finds the double up. Well done.
Now you have 400 with something, yeah? Now you have 460 about, yeah?
Yes.
All right. $475. $475? Yeah. Cool.
I like the questioning.
Close, I guess.
Small Spataru doubles up. Elgant's like, you have like 460. I'm just already looking to fight him. Already expecting future clash. Like, let me breathe a second. Hang on, don't ask me how many chips I've got.
Rogov looking a little frustrated, but has really kept himself afloat well. Also, back round to Erman, pocket 5s from middle position.
Certain hand he's going to elect to play. Looks like coming in for the minimum raise, 60k to go. Gazarian, here we go with a candidate that loves to 3-bet. King Jack O. It's a little bit too weak to call, a little bit too strong to fold. Let's see how he decides to play it against his other bigger stack. Well, this stack's obviously shallowing as things go. Okay, does like just to let that one go. A little bit of respect. And look at this timing-wise, because Spataru behind with ace-queen suited.
Yeah, beautiful sight to see them.
Yeah,
16 bigs.
You see Gazarian, obviously, you know, you can't 3-bet every combo. Well, maybe you can, I don't know. Maybe I 3-bet too much. But obviously just electing that Erman's being a little bit more on the solid side.
Sure.
There are still 3 players behind. I'm just going to let this one go. I'm going to pick my battles. And it's just instant gratification when you see Spataru now rifle this in for what's going to be, what, 16 blinds.
Yeah.
Wonder if he ever... We've seen some creativity from whether he's going to pick anything non-all in here.
I don't think so off 16. I mean, you could make it sort of 4.5 blinds with the intention to call off. But, you know, one of the positives here is when we do jam 16 blinds, we probably get 5s just to fold here.
Right.
And if you can get a pair to fold...
Oh, look at this. No,
huh? You may have called it.
Nice. I'm loving it.
You have
called it. A lot
it.
of creativity, this man. He's gone for, is that 175? 150, okay, 2.5x.
Yeah, 5 blinds. If we're going to do this, got to make it sort of 4.5, 5 bigs.
Yeah.
We'll say the only problem with this is if you're not finding bluffs here, like if you're not finding an ace-8 off to do this, then might just prefer to just jam. Like maybe a hand like ace-jack looks you up anyway, and you jam, and it may decide to get spooked and fold in this spot when you make it so small.
Well, let's see how Erman continues with 2 5s, because it's pretty grim here.
Very grim. I think we still just let it go. I mean, there's just not a lot we can do here. A little bit of momentum for Spataru.
Yeah. Gazarian's thinking, what's going on here?
Very well sniffed out from yourself. I thought he would just send that one in.
Only because I saw the King 10 under the gun where he found a different path.
Sure.
He seems very, very clued up. A very wily character.
I guess also if you perceive that your opponent will call a good amount of the time here, which shouldn't happen too often, but if you always keep king-queen off here with
right.
small size, then it becomes a real print.
And also, not that it's too important at this stage of the tournament, but you do give yourself the out in case something wakes up behind, right?
True.
You know, like,
if it goes jam and then re-jam.
Right. If it's a cold 4-bet jam behind, we probably still have to just call it off because we've put so many chips in, but there's always the avenue of survival.
Yeah.
Which again, that's something we'll see a lot more of when there's 2 tables left than non-all-in, right? Because of the added equity of survival, but even with 105 left, it is a factor.
Yep.
You have to say no. No, I don't want.
Rogov now, King Jack of Hearts from +1. In for 60k. Action folding round to the button. Aoun out of the way. Into Hasbani in the small. And here we go, Demps. Pocket 8s. 15 blinds. Again, somewhat dicey against a +1 open off 17 blinds. But in the modern game, people are going to raise fold more than enough. And Hasbani recognizing pocket 8s more than strong enough to go to war. Frustrating one for Rogov. Really can't call off here with just King Jack suited. Nice pickup for Hasbani. As we continue on, IPO Masters Day 3 coverage. We're getting there. 102 players now remaining from 175. The start of our coverage a couple of hours ago. Action will be back on Rogov. Gets the fake aces.
Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? You know, you slide that card and you think, oh, oh, never mind.
Kind of depends which one you find first.
Oh, I was referencing when we have the ace, of course.
Yeah, when you find the
slide it, you know.
It's only a 4. Oh, that one's an 8.
Yeah.
All the way around, it's painful.
This is the ways we try to feel alive as a poker player. Hazarian, Jack 10 off. Been pretty snug, actually, the last sort of 45 minutes or so. He was really leveraging some pressure on the bubble. Been pretty quiet since. Let's decide now's the time to activate. I'm going to go for a wide one here. Jack 10 from early position. Have you got a card protector, Demps?
I don't, but I do really want one of the turtles from here.
I think it's time, yeah. Before we leave this week.
Yeah. I think they're cool.
Are you a Donatello man? Michelangelo?
I was like Donatello. I think
he was the purple one, right? The purple bandana.
Yeah.
Bit of a boss.
Yeah. Raphael, Leonardo, Michelangelo.
It was so good. So much nostalgia.
Turtles in a half shell.
Turtle power. Oh, Fazol finds the 8s also. Hasbani has moved them 1 seat to the left.
Yeah. Pretty easy spot for him now. Obviously, having got so short, unfortunate big all-in coup that happened before. Now, gone non-all-in. The field says 102 left. I mentioned a reference, the pay jump at 98. So I think maybe he's just thinking, hang on, like, I'll just waste some time here. Because, you know, you're seeing the tournament clock, it says 102. Maybe it's not 102. Maybe it's already down to like 100. You don't know that's going to be 100% accurate. So
sure,
if this goes in, he can maybe waste a bit of time, maybe get a pay jump.
And he might even get this one through. Is 9 bigs effective? Pretty gross spot when you have just Jack 10 off.
He's surely getting this through, right?
He should get it through for sure, yeah.
Aaron's like, really, you found me with this hand. Like one of the few hands I can fold here.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the cards. If he does our stuff to fold.
Yeah, very nice for Fazal. Take this one down uncontested.
كل فولده هذا كل فولده ايمان فتح فرامل عندك احسن بشوي من الفرامل
بانطوفلات
مرتبه
بانطوفلات
سليبرز كروكس ضيع له وقت فضحك له
عم يخدمني هيز بولينج
We continue, 102 remain. Comfortably inside the money. It's part of the IPO main event, or the IPO Masters, I should say. Man, been very disciplined. We saw a very nice getaway with the 2-10s before on a Jack 8-3 board. And he's been, he kind of looks like, if I sit at the table and see the way his mannerisms, his control, he looks like a very controlled, measured player.
I like
Don't see him making some sort of rash mistake.
Sure. Yeah, I like the way he holds himself. You're right, though. You never want to make too many assumptions, do you, when you play? But he really does strike that pose as, you know, going to be very measured.
Yeah.
Very kind of patient, make good decisions. Right to Hasbani. King 9 off. 19.5 blinds. Certainly could go for a steal here. Weighing up his options, is reaching.
Raises it up. Faisal out of the way from the button. Sake the same with 10-3 in the small, and Rogoff with a pretty garbage-looking King 4-0 in the big. Off a pretty shallow stack himself.
Yeah, it does just lay it down. I think I like it. I mean, of course...
Close though, right?
Yeah, it is close. Like, of course, the shallower we get, we start to just, you know, try and just realize and flop something post and just go ahead and get it in.
Well, look at this. I see on our tournament clock back here that we have in the booth 99 players remain. So we are right on that pay jump bubble. So just further justifying why Faisal was... Assume that's what he was doing. Aware of it, hyper aware of it. These little tricks. Remember, 99 gets $1,300. 98 gets $1,550. So not a big jump, you know, a quarter of a buy-in, but
money's money.
A quarter of a buy-in.
Absolutely.
If you just have to waste a bit of time to make 250 bucks, then you do it.
Yeah, I like how Faisal has played. You know, this King 9 offhand was a little spicy pre, but played it very nicely post and got a little unlucky. We saw him take the Ace-6 of Hearts hand that not many players would find.
Yeah, that was very impressive with that.
An Ace-9 suited to fold, so he's very sharp. Again, Spataru, been impressed with him, also super patient. Been a lot of strong play, actually, on this first frame at the feature. Hasbani finds another playable one. Demps, Ace-8 of Spades in the hijack.
Yeah, very much so. Like this, so kind of taking the same amount of time and motion as the last hand, just staying consistent. Pops it up. Hazel now with the decision in the cutoff. King 10 suited, 13 blinds. Looks over the tournament clock. We'll see 97 left. So now, if he's going to play, there's no need to save any chips back. He knows he's just made that pay jump.
Yeah, pretty close decision point here. Can certainly reshove this one.
He is.
Looks like he's doing it. Does send them in.
He's left a few back, but as far as our tournament clock, obviously, maybe it's not saying the same thing out there. We are on a delayed tournament clock. Maybe the delay's out by a few seconds. It has just ticked down to 97. But either way, deciding to go with it with this King 10 suited. I like it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Maybe hoping there's a world in which House Bunny calls and they somehow check it down and he saves the 30k. Something we see on final tables maybe, where a big stack's incentivized to check it down with you, you're incentivized to check it down.
Sure.
With 100 players left, I think that doesn't really become a factor.
Yeah, likely just making sure that he's secured that pay jump.
Yeah, just in case, just in case someone pressed the wrong button.
Sure. I think the good thing here about rejam also is, you know, our opponent starts the hand with 20 blinds themselves, or like 22 bigs. So you actually end up having a lot of fold equity still, even though we only have 13 bigs.
Yeah, very hard for Hasbro to continue with a hand like this.
Don't think we can ever flick this one in.
It's close though, right?
It is close. You know, if you give your opponent all these suited broadways and all the pairs from sort of, you know, deuces up to sevens, if you think they shove them pure, then you might decide to spin the wheel, but typically going to have to let it go, and he does. Another nice pickup for Fazal.
Some discussion going on.
Sounded somewhat aggro.
انا لو معي صولدك يمكن بدفع بس انا ما معي صولد معي 600,000 بعد بيهايند
ما عندك لعباته كمان
تدفع يا خيي محلي بستاكتك.
All right, cards are back in the air. We're going to understand things again. We're safe.
I know, I feel like I need to invest in, so what is it, Duolingo? Is that the name of it, the app? You know, some pre-merit study. Get a bit of Russian in there, a bit of Italian.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it really is one of the best things about this wonderful location is there's so many different nationalities come and visit and play.
Yeah, we love it.
We do love it. Just so much variety. And so many different playing styles always makes for compelling viewing for us. Fazal back at it again. Ace-7 of diamonds. Very reasonable hand to open.
Yeah, getting himself in the realms now where he gets to have some raise folds himself, having just got 2 jams through effectively. 2 rejams through, in fact, actually. One sub 10 bigs, one with 13 bigs.
No, 60.
Because here with the Jack 10-0 again. It's like, hey, the last time I played pot with you, I had to fold this hand. This time, I get to call.
I think good price. 60.
He's of course lying. But a little bit of patter between the two.
You know, not to overanalyze, but I often think there's like a bit of information there, right? You know, it's like not weakness, but I don't think people give you this speech if they have any type of strong holding. But he does flop strong.
Well, look at this. Obviously, Fezzer with the gut shot, fact or not diamonds, but at the top of the screen there, 3 of the 4 8s have been folded. He's drawing very thin here.
Yeah, it's the type of board that we're going to feel compelled to c-bet. On this Jack 10-9, we should cover it pretty well. Big blind going to catch a piece, of course, but we can put pressure on hands like a weak 10. Hand like a 9-6, 9-5 suited types are going to struggle to continue. Unfortunately for us, we've run into top of range for Hazarian. Quickly check raises, makes it 150k to go. Kind of one of these spots, Demps, right, where, you know, the theory book says, right, I'm going to have to c-bet this one. And okay, if he raises, it's not the end of the world, but sometimes can be a little frustrating, right? I mean, do you have backdoor nut flush draw? We have an overcard. Do we have a gut shot to the bad end? But typically the way poker's kind of gone nowadays, right? We're just supposed to c-bet here and just fold to the raise. Doesn't look happy to fold.
No. But I mean, come on. We're going to have so much better than Ace-7 on Jack 10-9.
Of course.
Yeah. We get to have the nuts. We get to have Ace-Queen as the non-paired hands that want to continue. We get to have all the Jack Queen, Jack King that can continue. All the Jacks, 10s, 9s, aces, kings, queens. It's like, are we really getting check raise bluffed on this flop?
Yeah, not
Seems
often.
unlikely.
Not at this depth for sure.
Right.
And even the ones that do are going to be, you know, Queen 4 of clubs or something like this that has a good amount of equity. Yeah, gets away from it in the end. I like it. Fazal has one of those personas or this mannerisms? Demeanors, thank you, James. You know, where he just seems really annoyed every time he loses a pot.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. You're quite jovial at the table, right? Or well,
yeah.
We've never really played actually.
Yeah.
So
I'm definitely not.
You get like
not the intimidation guy. I'm not the.
But like even in like a huge pot, do you ever get like massive tilted and puff up the old chest, give him a dirty look?
No.
Me either. I don't have it in me. No, I don't believe you should. But you know, Fazal has that stern, evil eye.
I hear you.
Yeah. Cards back in the air then. Aoun, pocket 7s from +1. Does reach for the 65k raise once more. Has downsized it to 60. Interesting one for Hasbani. Queen 10 suited. Working with 20 bigs. Pretty awkward spot demps from +2. Is content to flick in calling chips. Never thrilled with these spots, right? With kind of the whole table still, so to speak, to act behind.
Right.
But does decide.
Although,
have position.
You know, it's true, but you do freeze a lot of the action by doing this, right? People are scared when it's +1, +2. Playing a pot, Hasbani does get to have a lot of strong hands. There is some, but I'm with you. You also just run into someone just finds ace king behind, or queens plus, or whatever. Pitaro always finds it like kind of a little awkward, and here we go, case in point once more. King 9 suited from the big. Definitely wants to play it, but it's pretty ugly against +1 and +2.
100%.
But I think what we see in the way he's managed to navigate thus far, I think he's obviously more than competent enough to play this one and recognize the situations that are going to be bad when he flops a king. Doesn't have to go broke. Here we go.
60?
Yeah, does reach for chips to complete.
Yeah, 3 kind of not great hands considering where they've come from in this one, but obviously all certainly reasonable. Queen, deuce, 4. Top pair for Hasbani. Aoun will not hate this board though, just the solitary overcard. Now, interesting to see. These are the kind of spots that I think you can kind of leverage the man in the middle and the big blind somewhat by betting here with these 2 7s, because it's just so hard, isn't it, for Hasbani to continue without a real hand.
Yeah, I would agree. One of these, we can go ahead and don't have to bet large either, is the beauty of this spot, you know. We can just get our opponent to fold a hand like ace-jack of clubs or something like that if it's in there. Unfortunately, we have run into the queen, but I do agree. I think Aoun can get information for a small size here.
Yeah.
Unlikely to get messed with too much from the big blind here specifically.
Yeah, and just very hard for the big blind to have much on queen deuce 4 when it's gone raised call from these early seats. All those sort of the deuce X and 4X onto the combos are just not really ever in there. So much different, isn't it, than if it was button versus big blind. The big blind just has all the stuff down there. They have all the 3 5s, the 5 6s and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then, a brick on the turn. There are, of course, some hands that Aoun's still ahead of. Some of those spade draws. Maybe some like ace high with the ace, the spade stuff. But I think the nature of the flop bet means that now we just have to kind of recognize, don't we, that it's very hard for us to the best hand here.
Yeah, agreed. It's just super, super tricky to proceed.
Jammed.
He did just jam.
Kind of fun, right?
Kind of is.
Make it look like spades.
Yeah.
Obviously, sometimes we're going to jam into some top of range, but maybe recognizing that he doesn't think Owen ever just really checks a hand and says, like, I know I've got the best hand here now. Let's make it really hard for him. If he's got a hand like this, if he's got a hand like 10s, jacks, they're going to really struggle.
100%.
Just thinks, hey, like, if he had a queen, he would have bet himself. If he had overpay, he would have bet himself.
Yeah, likely thinks that Owen will just set it up on the turn for the river. I'm with you.
The problem with this line is, of course, if you're playing against... That's fine if that's your perception, your opponent never is trapping here, but if they're ever trapping here, then this is obviously very dicey.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting here. Owen may see jam as being more bluffy than, you know, something like a half pot.
Right. Like, I mean, what's King Jack of Spades going to do here? What's King 10 of Spades going to do here? What's Jack 10 of Spades going to do here? What just Ace X of Spades perhaps going to do? Beat all those hands.
Yeah, and when you factor in that hands like 10s and jacks, if they are in there, probably check or go for a small bet. Hand like a 9-10 of spades or something doesn't need to jam. So we do end up...
You don't have a pair.
Oh, here we go.
In your hand.
Doesn't put him on pocket pair. Yeah. Good fold. You just got to look back at it and say, like, I bet the flop. Like, I got called. Yeah. Just hard for it to be bluffing here. He said I had top pair. Everyone's very honest.
Yeah.
Here at Merit. No post-hand bluffing going on.
Yeah. We see it on TV.
Curious hand.
7 2 red 7.
Very curious hand.
مش راح يكذب عليك يعني.
Queen 4 deuce, I have to protect my pair.
أكيد راح تعمل
Yeah, another very well played hand. Owen emerges relatively unscathed. We have seen a lot of very good post-flop decisions. People making the correct laydowns. Action back on Haspani with the King-Queen O from +1.
Back at it again. As he should with this hand. A little bit of momentum working his way. Sake angrily folding. He's been out of this one for a little while, hasn't he?
He has
really seen him into many pots.
Yeah.
19 دقيقة بعد, 19 more minutes. It's too boring to sit here. No phone, nothing.
Too boring. In the money.
Too boring.
In the IPO. It's too boring.
90 people between you and 150 grand.
Too boring.
Bored.
Interesting. Pay jump has been secured. See, we're down to 89. That means we're up to $1,810. The pay jumps seem to be coming every table here. So every 9 players that bust out are going to creep up. But boring.
People really struggle, right, without a device now.
Yeah.
One of those things. I've been working on it, Demp's been on my phone less.
Yeah, I find it's easier if I put it in my pocket. Then I go, where's my phone? Oh, can you leave it on the rail so often, right? And it's easy to pick up.
Yeah.
In your pocket, you go, I was on my phone. Oh, I put it there for a reason because I want to pay attention. That's why. Yeah.
I try and put it in my bag.
Yeah.
When I'm playing.
I don't bring a bag, but yeah, when I used to bring a bag, that was the play.
I'm like the well-meaning nerd who brings a little backpack of snacks and like healthy stuff at the start of the series, and then by the end of it, I've just completely given up. All hope is gone. And we're back on packets of crisps and Jaegers.
All right, Haspani. Not going to play this one, surely. Think about that. He's got the run going. Hazel, 14 blinds. Jack 10 suited. He's going to try and sneak one through here. I love this kind of hand to do it with, Andrew. I love sneaking one in there with the old Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, got to try and keep yourself afloat. I'm going to go rogue and suggest that you can flick in the occasional limp here. from EP. But of course, pretty standard to go for the min raise. Working out nicely thus far. Round to Aoun in the big. 9-7 off. Pretty unpalatable against this sort of 14 big blind stack, but is going to flick it in. Makes the call. Does flop best on the ace 7-3 club board. Of course, a board we expect Fazal to c-bet very aggressively. Interesting to see how this proceeds down the streets. Aoun, of course, flopping that middle pair demps. Going to be compelled to continue for at least one street, you would imagine. Very uncomfy, though.
It is uncomfy because you know a lot of the raises here are the ace-x stuff, but it's still playing a hand, and you can, even if they've always got ace-x, well, you get a nice price to spike and bust them. But so hard if Fazal does pick up extra equity here to ever realize with a 9-7, because you're just going to get blasted off now. That is some added equity, but it's not a lot. But let's see. Does he take it? It seems like a kind of card we got to give it a go on. I mean,
one thing I will say is he used sort of 40% on the flop. So when you kind of do size up a little, like, you know, it's not monumental size up, but you hear me. So you may start to weight your opponent now more towards sort of 7x and the occasional ace-x.
Right.
So like it might feel a little less palatable to barrel, but you should still get a bunch of turn folds.
It's so grim that I was meant to bet and have to fold if
it is
jammed on. That's the problem. Oh, there you go. He's just, how about that?
Wow.
I'll just put it all in.
Well played, Fazal. Fearless.
Like it. Yeah, it's, if you walk into the ace here, then it's like, uh-oh. But
there's still all of the club draws in there, right? A bunch of 7x, some 4-5, all these that we can get to fold. Nicely done. I think also very nice to unblock clubs and also block the best ace-x, being ace-jack and ace-10, I think, that wouldn't go all in pre from the big. Nice hand.
Yeah, great point there, specifically those cards, right, the jack and the 10 being in your hand, very good. So, we carry on with a very cagey, aware, capable table here. Day 3 of this, the IPO Masters.
I've been pretty impressed with the play post-flop the last sort of hour and a half. Fazal, once more, going to be getting involved. King, queen. From under the gun. Comes in for the min raise of 20 big blinds. Certainly feels like one to watch, Demps, does Fazal. You know, the willingness to get involved earlier with that light King 9 play. That didn't work out, but he was unfortunate, and he's played very well. Really not too many mistakes at all.
Need break, need break.
Gets that semi-bluff through, back at it here, King, Queen.
Very need break.
Oh, it's a great feeling to have 2 hours without telephone, without Instagram, without smoking. So it's very healthy to be on the TV table. It's very healthy things.
And the countdown. Now, of course, players are in the same room as the rest of the tournament, but just for the extra safety, security, whatever you want to call it, just removing electronic devices from the feature table. Of course, it's on a delay, but just the added feeling of let's make sure everyone's there's nothing funny going on. I like it. It's becoming more and more of a common thing in poker events around the world that you can remove all electronic devices from near a stream table because hey.
Yeah, it's a scary world these days for sure. Hasbani here defending 8-6, bottom pair, and a gut shot. Fazal here, like this check back, decides to take a free one. Don't want to bet fold a hand that has so much equity, and that equity has been realized. Turns the nuts. Jack on the turn, makes the king high straight. Hasbani, of course, decides here, try and navigate this 8 to showdown. Fazal, though, gonna start going for value. which of course he should. Unblocking all the pairs on this board.
Dreamy, isn't it? Dreamy. So much potential here to be up against maybe a lower straight, maybe the queen high straight even, plus all the 2-pair combos that could be out there.
Yeah, bunch of sets in there still also from the big.
Yeah, club draws.
Oh, wow, is he gonna? Okay. Thought Hasbani was about to pull the trigger on the check raise bluff. Gets away from it. Come on then, Demps, I'm going to have to pick your brain. You know, you were talking about the safety and security of no devices and all that stuff. Of course, we've seen the controversy in the last few weeks with laptops on rails at final tables and all this type of stuff. Like, are you in favor of like literally no devices whatsoever? Like, it seems pretty difficult to enforce, obviously, but like just on feature tables, or the entire poker room seems pretty impossible.
I would love it if phones were like bad poker rooms, but
I think it would be great, yeah.
It just seems like one of those things is going to be pretty hard to bring in. I think people are too dependent on now.
Too attached.
The horse is bolted. Yeah, and obviously the whole laptop gate, they like to call it, from the Maltese. I mean, come on, how like it's making like it's something for those in the world to do to make it feel like they're like helping as best they can. But come on, versus if Dom was given the same advice, he doesn't need a laptop there. Sure, what he's saying. He's like, oh, you're now playing 43 blinds deep. You're going to raise this. Like, he knows that stuff anyway, doesn't he?
I think people overreacted for sure.
Way overreacted.
Like, of course.
To what could be done on the
You know, that's the world we live in, right? Like a bit of hysteria. Like, people love it. Yeah, they like to wring their hands. And
I agree. The perception is not good, which is like the same thing. The same reason that we've found it. Obviously, no one's doing anything, but just the perception. It's just nice if no one's got a device there.
Well, there's all these worries now about the special glasses, right, with the cameras in them, and yeah. We got to protect this beautiful game of ours.
We do.
Next level, it's like that.
As we see Saka, he's been a little bored, but finds Queen Jack suited under the gun.
Yeah. I'd say we saw some sort of angry folding. Just like, come on, give me something to play with. And he finds it here. Queen Jack hearts soon with ace 9-0 on the button. Kind of icky to play this one, I would think, against under the gun, but
yeah,
credit to him for thinking about it.
I think you can very occasionally mix in a 3-bet here against players that you perceive to be way too wide from specifically under the gun, but normally you're just going to lay it down.
Yeah, and again, Saka just appears like he's playing really tight because he hasn't played any hands. Now, obviously, they're going to have some history, but
sure.
If it was someone who'd been like beat-pipping a lot, then I might do it, but
I'm with you. Fazal with another one of these awkward ace-X's in the big.
Yeah, 21 blinds behind. We saw him get really creative last time with ace-6 suited and not the similar spot.
Yeah, I think these are the ones that are more theoretical in terms of, okay, I'm going to 3-bet bluff an ace.
Right.
Whereas,
don't really want to call.
Yeah, these are kind of grim. Like you wouldn't be shocked to see sort of the 7 big blind size 3-bet. See how he perceives Saka.
Yeah, just continues with the call. But I credit him for thinking
very
so much about it.
uncomfortable to play these.
Yeah, it just gets difficult. And if you do 3-bet, you make hands like this fold, which is so attractive. You see the equities running so close. 10, 10, 8. Gut shot draw for Sake. Board that, you know, isn't entirely his, but, you know, certainly has some of this.
Yeah, always very interesting spots, these.
Now, this is the problem for us. How can I continue with a7 high? Sure, I can be ahead against some stuff. Sure, we might just have like king-queen here and be barreling, but I've just got ace high with no future playability on a diamond spade board.
Yeah, I think if we have the ace of diamonds, 7 of diamonds in hand, potentially we can do something. Does decide to just check fold. It is one of those spots, right? Like folding pre feels a bit too tight, even though I kind of like it versus under the gun with, what is it, 80 left? Wouldn't mind it. 3-betting is risky, is inherent risks. Flat call doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Very tricky. Oh, outer table action.
Jack 10 deuce, couple of hearts. Looks like we have an all-in player and a player thinking.
Well, that is Tulip Burganov in the tank.
Last night's champion.
That's a big old shove, by the way, from the player in white. I believe he laid down ace-king to that jam. And back to the feature we go.
75.
Open here from Lelgant in hijack, and Hasbani, decision point to be made. King, queen of clubs on the button. Somewhat tricky here. Lelgant has sized up Demps to 2.5x. Starts the hand with sort of 22 big blinds. So Hasbani, yeah, has decided just to run it. Don't mind it, getting the sort of attractive situation of when we jam and their opponent folds, picking up that extra sort of 15k.
Yeah, just over that slightly larger size, jamming, what, 22 effective.
Yeah, like it. Lelgant now, nowhere to go.
Like you say, Hasbani's a man we've both seen plenty of times in the past, like very capable.
Yeah, got very good instincts.
Lelgant's like, really, I barely played a hand. I raised the 2.5x, I just get jammed on.
I do find that people struggle to balance this sort of larger size. It does seem to be weighted towards, you know, whether it's a subconscious thing or people just being like, right, I'll add a bit more on to get more fold equity. Generally seems to be a weaker subset of hands. Well done, Hasbani. He's chipped up nicely, 500k when he arrived at this feature, up closer to 900 now.
Some people did it before, and 2 million. And maybe everybody like started the game while watching these kinds of because I never did this, and it never made any sense.
ليش all in فيك تعمل 3
Sometimes you can do it. Or maybe to say no, I will not show you.
قصدي في اجى هونيك معبيك
انا
Oh man, under the gun. As we come towards the end of this frame, being very steady, hasn't really had a chance to get involved, but when he has got involved, hasn't been frustrated, shown good restraint, still has 1 million in chips.
I think you have ace
Expect to
king,
see him go a lot deeper in this
I
tournament.
think that you have ace king like the last hand.
Good hand.
Probably.
Now you'll get to know on TV.
Yeah, I will definitely I will know.
What you had?
All right.
What you had?
Also,
7-7.
nah.
Sort of talking like I mean, Queen Jack O, completely fine hand to raise, but he's sort of like making out like, oh, I made a big fold there.
Yeah,
you know, like, I think you had a really big hand.
Nothing more.
And here, this hand, the one that Fazal now has, King Queen of clubs. How's he going to play the same spot? Hijack B button, exactly the same scenario.
Yeah.
Slightly smaller raise size, of course, but
I think honestly can get behind call or shove. I think they're both very viable options.
Just transfer it.
yeah, I think this comes down to kind of how the table is, how you perceive your edge to be, right? If you don't want to like just risk busting in this hand if you think this is kind of a soft table, but I think this table everyone's kind of shown like I don't know what's going on, so I kind of like this play more, just going for it.
Yeah, I think so. You know, whenever you can get a better hand, or quote unquote better to fold, bunch of these ace highs, going to be some low pairs, I think, low to mid pairs that will also fold. Can never be bad. King Queen suited, just one of those hands that likes to run it, or doesn't mind running it, should I say?
Okay, and Rogoff with garbage behind.
In English, I will get punished.
Are we on a pay jump? Interesting that he would tank here. I guess we must be.
Unless, I'm going to be super
Saying it's my first
perceptive. We're nearly on a break. After the break, naturally the blinds go up. Is he tanking so that
so he's on the button.
The blinds go up on the button? Maybe that's what's going on.
Very nice. Sharky.
That might be what's going on. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Hello, Jacques.
I really like how Fazal has played. Always taking the aggressive route. Going to be a threat here, Demps, if you can continue the recovery from this cooler type situation with the trip nines versus the straight earlier in the coverage.
Oh, this is last time.
Okay, back alive. Here we go. Last hand was just declared, I think, at the hand, because there's a minute left on the clock, so that must have been what he was doing.
They kept 6 or 7, probably 8.
Hazarian been pretty quiet. Does come in for an open now. 6-7 of diamonds from under the gun. Pretty wide, 50 bigs. And you know, there are lots of these sort of, I'm not a huge fan of this open, being in that there are a lot of sort of 20 big blind, 25 big blind stacks.
Who've shown willingness to sort of jam,
Exactly.
particularly King, Queen of clubs.
Well, this is it. And you know, you're not really in a spot where you can call 3 bets is what I'm getting at and try and play big pots. I think sometimes people go a little too wide with these suited connectors as stacks become shallower. And Spataru once more.
Yeah, coming out with something funky. He just always thinking.
I like this.
Always thinking, this man.
I think recognizes that Hazarian's going to have plenty of hands that will raise fold to this 3-bet.
Right.
And then if we do run into something behind that jams, we get to decide, right, like, can we still run it?
I would like to say hello to my wife, okay.
Sort of just take control of the betting here from +1. I think I like it. Like when we call, we allow other players to get in the mix behind, just denying them equity can never be bad.
Yeah,
I would imagine it's handover, Demps. One of those.
Just so we're down to Erman, who's obviously looking down at ace-9-0, and he's going to make way. And while the rest of the players are gone, the camera's gone wide. There are still cards and chips in the middle of this pot. Here we go. Kazarian's still with a decision, but as you mentioned, you know, 6-7 suited.
Yeah.
No decision.
One of the problems.
Try to get one through. Try to get the last hand before the break. Everyone's ready to go off. Get their phones. Check the Instagram. They want to see what's going on. As it is, that brings to an end our frame with our first cast of characters here on day 3 of this, the IPO Master event. And with it, we send the players to the break. We have one last look at the count. Is Kazarian still the only player over 1 million? He has 1.4, equating to 48 big blinds. Antoine Haspani in second place. But you see, they're so much bunched up. But we will have a fresh cast of characters coming up after the break. And I'll be stepping aside. Mr. Lappin will be taking over with your good self. So, guys, we will see you all in, what, 18.5 minutes.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love.
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope
the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dealer's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
And a very good evening, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage here at the Merit Crystal Cove in Cyprus. This is the IPO Masters Day 3 continuing coverage. As we see that beautiful backdrop. What a beautiful place it is, of course, everybody. And we have a new feature table lineup for you. And freshly back from his break, Mr. David Lappin. Who do we have, David, on the new feature?
Yeah, I want to focus in on a couple of players here. We see there Renato Minicucci, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, with 2.6 million. His claim to fame is actually a very deep run last January, in fact, in the PSPC. He came 27th for over 100 grand.
Oh, wow.
Obviously the biggest 25k tournament ever.
Yeah.
So worth noting that one. And then the other player I want to give a little bit of love to here is Basil Musa, 680k. He's obviously, you know, somewhere around the mid-pack of this table, a good bit short of the average, which is 1.1 million right now, but lots of experience going back quite a few years for Musa. EPT final table, WSOP final table, Merit Gangster Series final table, and also a Merit International in Montenegro second place finish, so no stranger to deep runs here and elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to give Basil some love also. One of the nicest guys around here at Merit. I've had the pleasure of being in his company many times and played one of the main events here earlier in the year. Great guy, very strong, capable player. Looking to get some traction, of course. 17 big blinds, not too much to work with, but he'll be looking to get some upward momentum.
Yeah, another player looking to build upon what is already a pretty good start to this post-bubble phase is John Basta there. I think he's sitting fourth on our feature table. And he's actually got a couple of wins in this very poker room in the Merit Poker Western Series back in 2020. He took it down in the Merit Cup, and he also took down the Honor Poker Kung Fu Cup.
The Kung Fu Cup.
Which was here in March. First place in that one, good for 27 grand. So, yeah, the Kung Fu Cup. It means, you know, possibly a short stack ninja. I don't know.
Brilliant. Can always trust you to have a very nice segue, you know, into like some Kung Fu related patter. I was struggling not to launch into a chorus of the old classic song. Maybe later. I'll do it when two people are all in.
That seems reasonable.
Who sung that? There you go. There's a challenge. Who sung Kung Fu Fighting?
I don't know. I worry about songs like this because of the level of cultural appropriation that we can be accused of in the modern day. So I'm not sure. It wasn't Boney M. It was no.
I feel like it was Carl somebody or other.
Okay, yeah.
Could be wrong. I'm completely guessing. Anyway, new feature table lineup, guys. So, reminder, if you are just joining, IPO Masters Day 3, it's an $1,100 buy-in, 500K guarantee. We smashed that, $862,000 in the prize pool. Everybody with their eyes on that top prize, 146K for the win, and we're down to 80 runners. So we're getting there slowly but surely, down to the business end of this tournament. Take you through another 3 levels of play.
I think 3 levels is the plan for today.
Yeah.
I think these players may play on a little bit into the evening. I'm not sure, but we will just cover the next 3 levels, which I assume will get us down to around about 3 tables left.
Yep, and then we'll be picking up the coverage tomorrow, taking you through to crowning a champion. As we get our first look here at Zargaran raising King Queen off from under the gun. Working with around about 45 blinds to start. It's pocket 6s to lay it down, pretty understandable. Round 2, Basta with the suited ace, also going to let it go. Again, tricky stack depth, makes a lot of sense to fold from middle position. And there is our first look, at Basil Musa. Round 2, the blinds, and here we go. You referenced Mini Cucci in the big, wakes up with pocket kings on hand 1 of the feature. Counts out a 3-bet.
And this one could get spicy because Zargaran, one of the few players deep with him, so these guys could play a deep stack pot. And King Queen suited, certainly a hand you would want to get sticky with here against a 3-bet. I don't know about King Queen off.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those hand combinations that facing a big blind 3-bet, content to just let it go. Certainly in my eyes, one of the spots, even in the modern game, that's still very underbluffed.
Correct.
Big blind versus under the gun. You know, you're supposed to find a lot of 3-bets here that people just don't really find. Tend to just play call with most of the range. Normally the 3-bets are pretty strong.
Couldn't help but get a lovely glance there. We seem to be double trophying our way through this series. Yesterday, of course, we were somewhat disturbed, it's fair to say, by the Joker trophy.
Absolutely.
But it almost looks like a piece of Mdina glass there.
It's beautiful.
Very nice.
Yeah. Is there another one to go with it? We didn't see it earlier. Maybe that's been added in. Okay. First look at Solovev, out of the way. 15 bigs from under the gun. Bunch of shallowish stacks here on this feature. We saw that a few moments ago. Several stacks in the sort of 15 to 20 big blind realm. Round 2, Basta. +3, Jack 7 of spades. Let's go. Now then, round 2, Musa. Tricky sort of depth. 17 blinds, decides just to fold.
Django's are hot.
Yeah, pocket kings have moved their way 1 spot to the right. Sarakoglu, beautiful situation to wake up with them on the button. Of course, can be perceived to be pretty wide here. Just raising into 2 stacks. Is, of course, going to enter for a raise. 90K. Unfortunately for him, both blinds waking up with very dusty combos.
Okay, so let's take the opportunity then, while we have a little lull, to dive into a bit of strategy there. In the last hand, you pointed out that the big blind raise, particularly versus an early position open, a very underbluffed spot.
Sure.
How do you construct a range in that case? Would you, A, maybe flat more of your strong hands so that, you know, you can sort of protect all those, you know, weaker flats that you might have in that spot? Or do you start constructing a more creative 3-betting range that includes some stuff that might maybe on first glance look like you're stepping out quite a bit versus an early position open?
Well, this is it. It's one of these kind of complicated things when you're playing. I mean, hands like kings and aces, for example, you know, we were, what, 50 big blinds deep? So we're still just sort of compelled to just get money in, right? Like, the guy is under the gun. Okay, on this occasion, he had king, queen off, and that's going to fold to 3-bet. But, you know, he's just as likely to have pocket 9s, 10s, jacks, ace, queen suited, king, queen suited, as you referenced. You know, he's still going to have that sort of lots of strong hands in that opening range from under the gun. So I don't think we want to just flat. Like kings and aces, I think we just go ahead and just continue trying to get more money in the pot. But I'm with you, and I don't think people expand their range enough into these sort of more creative 3-bet combos. You know, I'm sure if you looked into Theory World, there'd be some kind of 10-8 suiteds and like the likes, and hands that you can 3-bet, just take control of the bet and lead and fold out a lot of much stronger hands from under the gun. But I think kings and aces specifically, I think you just go ahead and 3-bet and hope your opponent can continue.
Now, if you're going to construct some light ones, then do you want to have maybe double blocker hands like the king queens yourself that sort of block the continues, or do you want to have a much more polar one where maybe you use the ace 5 and ace 4 suited, maybe even a cheeky king 6 suited?
I think it's these ones that you want to sort of be mixing in there more often. Just, you know, and you can just, like, if you can just drive ace jack off out of the pot here and you have like a worse ace x suited and the likes, these are the ones, but people just never really seem to find it, and it's understandable because it's a very non-intuitive spot to start 3-betting light off 50 blinds.
For sure. Great analysis there from Andrew. Much appreciated. I think, guys, you know, we're all out here trying to figure out the best ways to navigate through poker tournaments, and these are the more difficult situations and spots, so good to get the insights of someone.
I'm going to have a little look. I'm going to have a little look and see. Can't hurt.
As we see here, Minicucci going to 3-bet the ace 5 off here versus the late position pocket 4s of Sarkoglu.
Yeah, and this is kind of spicy, and I don't hate it at all, right? You're attacking a guy with 35 blinds. These are the sort of stack depths that can be nice to go after. Like, it's very uncomfortable to call a 3-bet here out of position, and you're sort of forcing people to find the right frequency of like 4-bet shove.
Yep.
And it's tough, right? Like, you know, we're getting a hand like pocket 4s just to go ahead and fold here to 3-bet. Very nice.
Yeah, and if you had a hand like 9s there, you would really be thinking, I don't know what to do right now. This is
it can be really difficult, absolutely. Yeah, maybe a little glimpse there. I always find that, you know, new to the feature table, Minicucci, how are we going to approach having our big stack? And that might just be a little window into his kind of psyche here, getting right after it with the ace 5 off.
Yeah, a couple of other notable results for Minicucci here is the 8th place finish he had in the high roller in the Winamax series back in 2018 in Paris, and also a 2nd place finish at EPT Monte Carlo in one of the smaller events, admittedly 2nd place in that one for 17k. That was 2019. So, you know, nice sprinkling of results around his resume.
Yeah, very nice. Just having a little look, David, because, you know, we like to learn. We were both on point. Sort of 9-10 suiteds are in there, 10-8 suited, 8-9 suited, these type of hands from the big. And you called it, king 6 suited, it's in there. But yeah, like an ace 5 suited, king 6 suited, these suited broadways. But people just, and I'm the same. I would imagine I'm not finding the sort of correct, quote unquote correct amount of them, right? Because normally you just either continue with call or 3-bet a pretty strong range.
Yeah.
But maybe something to look into in the future. Next time we play live and you've just got king 6 and you just bump it up to 9 bigs, David, get called, you know, and just get trapped, whatever. It doesn't matter. It was the right thing to do.
Salver says yes.
That's it. I'm with you, though. Like, you know, there, if you're making a hand as strong as king queen, just auto fold, then there's got to be room to, you know, get out of line.
For sure.
Speaking of getting out of line, Barbarics here, very unpalatable. Jack 6 off is going to take the price. Pretty dicey, but of course we know the shallower you get, the more you just sort of want to flop some equity or flop a pair and run it. Does flop that pair, but it is the bottom one on King 10-6.
Yeah, interesting to see how this one proceeds. Zargaran, does he fire the c-bet here? Does he not? I presume he'll come with something.
Yeah. Certainly a board that people are going to bet incredibly often from button. Part of the problem with defending this Jack 6 is, you know, now we can certainly have the best hand, right, against a button opening range. Button's going to have a bunch of these sort of suited Queen X, suited Jack X, every ace, right? So we can be in good shape, but it's incredibly difficult to proceed here. Do have a backdoor straight draw, and we are facing quarter pot. So he may feel compelled to stick around for one, but it's not fun. Does make the call, though.
No, it's very dark tunnel-y, and to be honest, a hand like Jack 6 was always going to lead him into a dark tunnel like that. You pointed that out ahead of time, Andrew. This is a very dicey one.
Through to the 8 of clubs on the turn. Interesting now to see how Zargaran proceeds. You know, our opponent can have, of course, a bunch of flushes, but we have a lot of them ourselves. Being that we are specifically on the button, we're going to have, you know, Jack 7 of clubs, right? We're going to have Queen 5 of clubs. We're going to have all of these sort of low to mid to high flushes. And I quite like this. He is going for another stab. You can put a hand like a 10, right, with no additional equity in a really tough spot. All the 6s are struggling to continue. And I think it's fair to say that most of the time, if the big blind has a king, very likely he just check raises flop and runs it on this coordinated board. Very nicely done, Zargaran. Well played.
Yeah, interesting one there. Obviously choosing quite a small size for his second barrel, Zargaran there.
It's good, I think.
I wonder how much, you know, certainly the 6x probably have to get out of dodge, but the 10x put in a really murky situation.
Sure.
Actually.
I mean, a hand like 10-9 isn't going to fold, or 10-7 that have a straight draw to go with it, but, you know, a hand, even a hand as strong as just like Queen 10, no club, starts getting pretty grim, right? Because you block some of the turn double barrel bluffs. Very nicely done. I like the small bet. I think it achieves quite a lot. And being that our opponent probably is lacking in King X a lot of the time already.
Yeah.
Well done, Zargaran.
Yeah, nice little hand, that one.
This is the problem with defending Jack 6 off. It's just so dicey and really hard to play perfectly post.
Yeah, and very difficult if your opponent is good enough to find barrels like that one, then it becomes actually not profitable at all to,
I'm with you.
to go with it. You can justify it against a weak opponent who'll sort of just check back a lot there on turn, but given that he wasn't that kind of customer, I think we probably like a fold now in retrospect.
I think also, like, you know, we see 75 players left, right? And we had, what, a field of 930 or so? So we're already into the sort of last 8% of the field. And of course, you know, we're getting closer and closer to the sort of final few tables. Personally, I would like to just fold pre, but hey-ho. Zargaran back at it. Ace-10 off. Pretty strong hand in the cutoff. Round to the big blind. First look for us at Baluk J.
Similar situation here now with a, you know, okay, maybe slightly easier to play connectable hand, but similarly shallow, looking to call and flop some equity. He actually decides, I won't do it this time.
Yeah, and I honestly don't hate it. No. Also, like 1 hour clock, I think is important to note. You know, if this is a 30-minute, 40-minute clock where you're not going to have as long or as many spots, you know, to be patient and wait. I think in an hour clock, a very good structured tournament here at this IPO Masters. You can sort of be a little patient, look to get the money in good in a pre-flop situation.
If not, kill the floor, please.
What is that?
Oh, I would say to counter his stack, so...
Minichucci looking for floor for some reason here. Some maybe little technical issue. Something about stack size or being able to count. I think maybe to do it...
Someone's not stacking it in 20s.
20s is going to be the guess here, yeah.
How do you approach that, David? Do you like being fractious and just like noising people up and going, look, you must stack it in 20s? Or are you just sort of like, whatever? It depends if you like his face.
Well, you're right. Like this sounds a bit strange to say, maybe, but like it depends on the dynamic at the table. If I'm the big stack and I'm kind of pushing people around,
Sure.
maybe I don't want to ruffle any feathers because I'm getting my way. If I will be honest. I'm sometimes at a poker table and I will message a friend and I'm like, I can't get out and going today. I can't flop out. I think I'll just start a fight, and I'll have a little. I'll have a little go at someone, or I'll give out about some small technicality, and it'll just get me going. Do you know, it's like the Roy Keane comment. It's like sometimes you just have to smash into somebody.
Sometimes you have to bosh your way to victory, I heard you coined yesterday.
There was a lot of boshing just purely because it was Mystery Bounty, and it really
hang on,
doesn't serve players to...
We will come back to that, because we have all in from Barbarics. King 8 does decide to send it for 10. Basta, ace 9 of diamonds. Can't imagine we're letting this one go ever. Here he goes. Does make the call, David, and off we go. Pot of just under 900k. Barbarics, 42% equity, not in the worst of shape. Is going to need to improve. Big pot. Basta will be up to the bones of 2 million if he can hold here. King in the window, followed by a queen and a jack. Not out of the woods yet. Barbarics does take the lead. Looking to dodge a 10 or an ace, or backdoor diamonds. As you see at the top of your screen there, 2 of the 10s have been folded. Great card on the turn, improves to 2 pairs. Just now looking to fade 1 of the remaining 10s in the deck. Can he do so?
He can.
Yes, he can. 6 of spades completes the board. Big double up for Barbarics.
It's good.
Rewarded for taking a bottom of range jam, I'd say, on the button.
It seems like a fine spot.
Yeah,
King 7, King 8 seems like it goes in.
100k in the middle, right? We need to take it. And does get there. Back up to 900k or so.
Yeah, you questioned the use of the word bosh yesterday, and I suppose the reason I decided it was applicable was because we were in that Mystery Bounty format. Obviously, in normal tournaments, I'd actually be an advocate for taking your time in a 1 hour clock situation, having confidence and faith in your short stack ability to nerdle your way out. Don't panic, don't take any suboptimal spots. I wouldn't be boshing my way out of trouble, and that's all. But actually in Mystery Bounties, if you're the smallest stack of the table, or maybe the second shortest, you're basically not playing for that other big part of the prize pool. That's sort of a prize pool that only your opponents are playing for.
Right.
You're only playing for half the game right now. So I would think time is of the essence, and you want to get yourself back into a spot, bosh your way back into a spot where you can take some bounties.
Yeah, I'm with you all the way. Sarakoglu wakes up with the hooks. Pocket jacks +1. 35 blinds or so to start the hand. Makes it 90k. Round to Solovev. Does find a pair, but
not a lot of fold equity here. 12 bigs coming in for the reshove over the early position. I think that's a good fold for that reason.
Yeah, very disciplined. Not going to make the cuts.
Yep.
Probably need a hand like 8s plus there, I think, versus +1. Round to Balukji. Similar sort of problem, David. Ace-8 suited. It's a nice looking hand, but we only have 10.5 blinds. Yeah, nice discipline once more. I like it. Now then, round to Al Nasseri. Queen 6 of clubs. This one, I think, is a bit too strong in my eyes to fold. You know, we do have only 10 bigs back. We have a suited hand. A little different, I think, to like a Jack 6 off that we looked at earlier. Got to try and get something going here. Take the price. Try and flop a queen or a bunch of clubs. Does make the call. Comes up stone empty. Middle set for Sarakoglu. And look at this, finds a little deception, quite like it.
Yeah, not a lot to target there. A lot of the good ace-X
Sure.
were in pre. You've got the jacks strangled, so, you know, just looking to get one bet out of a 7 doesn't seem great.
Yeah.
Maybe give your opponent a little bit of rope here. Deuce doesn't help much, must be said, on the turn. Unlikely to have too many deuce-X here, Al Nasseri.
I mean, of course, it can look a bit fishy here, right, to not c-bet. Like, you do expect +1 raiser here to c-bet very often. But in any case, can occasionally here try and mix in a check back. Try and get your opponent to catch up and catch a piece on the turn. That being said, hand over on the deuce of hearts turn.
So picking up on something you said to me before we came into the booth, obviously on that short 15-minute break or whatever it was, you said not a lot of big hands on the stream yet today, but a lot of very, very good play, a lot of good understanding of what ranges to use from different spots. Nice ICM awareness, obviously, we've seen from the big stack opening up a little bit wider, you know, looking to lean on these guys. Turning down that pocket 4 spot. It seems rudimentary, but actually you do see mistakes like that, very common.
Absolutely.
And then these big blind defends, we've seen, you know, maybe one speculative one that we maybe give, you know, maybe a thumbs down to, but we also really liked the fact that the next one was turned down and that one was taken.
Sure. That's it. Yeah, we did. We saw a bunch of very nicely played sort of bet folds from hands that, you know, we had a pocket 10s on a jack 8-3 where he got check raised, and recognizing that 10s wasn't a great continue, blocking natural bluffs and the like. We did see lots of very accomplished post-flop stuff, just very strong and solid play from all, really, the last hour or so of the stream.
And the thing about Zargarian here and this 6-4 suited is 70% of the time it'll work 50% of the time.
Oh, what is it? The old Sex Panther cologne from Anchorman.
Well spotted.
Love a movie reference. Yeah, this is spicy from +2. Now then, is Balukji aware of how aggressive Zargarin is playing pre? Because this is another one of these spots where against the right player, this can become, I don't want to say fist pump, but you just put it in, right? But against a normal +2 opening range, we're not thrilled with ace 10 off. Does get out of the way.
Blackjack, yes.
One thing I will say, not to be too nitpicky, I'm not a big fan of this open.
No.
Mostly in terms of the fact that there are, I think, 6 10 big blind to 14 big blind sort of stacks. So, like, we're not going to be able to call 3 bets. We're not going to be able to barrel off down multiple streets very often. I mean, I'm nitpicking a little, but personally would rather just open a king 6 suited here and have a block or 2 all-ins.
Sure.
Works anyway.
This is the beginning of my
That's
workday.
true. That's true, actually.
We did a little bit of a fun intro. I suppose technically that was work.
That was work.
4 hours ago.
That was an Oscar-winning piece of method acting from you.
I just hope they released the first version where I couldn't get out of the chair and you had to pull me out. Because you know, we did just get on with it, in fairness. The first take of that one, guys, I couldn't get out of the chair. Andrew very kindly stopped mid-sentence, pulled me out of the chair, and we just cracked on.
Yeah.
And then in fairness, our very generous TV crew made some reference to how, you know, oh, we didn't quite get the shot wide enough or something. No, we might do it one more time, guys. Whereas I think they actually just went, this is really unfortunate working with talent who can't get themselves
I thought
out
we
of a
smashed
chair.
it, I'm not going to lie. Interesting there to see Balukji folded ace 6 of clubs here from hijack for 10 blinds. I think that's a little tight. Like, I think we are going to have to find spots to get the money in.
Yeah.
That being said, his fold allows Al Nasseri here to open the action with a jam. And Musa right on the borderline this one.
Yeah, this is going to be player dependent. If he twigs Al Nasseri as someone who'll go with absolutely everything he should, he could maybe justify it. But I quite like the fold with
I don't
fours there.
mind it.
Preserve the stack you have. He's got a few weapons. He's got some reshove fold equity as well.
It's basically a bottom of range call off anyway. Yeah. And, you know, last 75 runners.
Yeah, ICM's creeping.
Yep, if we think we can, as you said, get reshoves through, get open shoves through. Pocket 4s shrinks up considerably. Very timely boost for Al Nasseri.
I get 4s.
That's end. You need to hit.
One thing I will say, I've seen Basil now on a bunch of our streams, and he's very, very patient and proficient in this, just navigating this 10 to 20 big blind stack. Knows his customers, of course, plays here all the time. And there's something to be said for that, right? If you think you can generate folds, you know, and just sort of work your way with that shallow stack, then you can fold some of these bottom of range spots.
Yeah, you sure can.
Round to Basta. Ace-9 once more. So I'm in that confrontation with Barbarix, get unfortunate. Good open here from the hijack. Runs right into the ladies. Al-Nasseri here, finding a little momentum when required. 11 big blinds, in they go.
Quickly, take.
Yeah, and again, player dependent. I think Basta can get away from this one.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, it's close. You know, if you had 9 bigs, you're certainly calling it off. 10's very close.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but one of those hands that just performs very badly.
Can I see your stack?
Okay, Minichucci really considering this one. He knows Basta could be just opening here, and actually so much of his range would have to disappear to further action here. So the question probably more importantly is, you know, how does he play against Al-Nasseri's reshoving range? And I would say he's probably got roughly the kind of average hand within that range.
Yeah, I think this combo, it just really does poorly.
Yeah.
Just in terms of, you know, you're very often just slightly pipped. I think if we have like ace... Oh. I think if we have ace-jack suited, as we have a little power cut. Yeah, if we have ace-jack suited, for example, I think we can make the call. Or potentially consider the call.
Yeah, I like the decision to let that one go. I think Al-Nasseri probably not messing about there. And picking up a nice pot without showdown, always very nice for him. That's twice that's happened now.
Yeah, one of those, isn't it, where facing the open from Basta and the rejam, and also, you know, Basta has a million effective stack. One of those, I think, ace-10, just chuck it away next hand. Cards back in the air.
Yeah, no bust outs as of yet at this feature table. We did begin with 4 short stacks. Little bit of movement, but still 4 shorties and 1 kind of shorty out there. So I do feel as though we are in for some bust outs over the course of the next hour or so.
Wow, Balukji.
That's a huge fold. That's too patient.
Very, very, very tight. Yeah, I don't think we can fold. I could advocate min raise for what it's worth. 10.5 blinds, like king queen, too tight. I'm afraid. I have seen him decline several spots now, and as does Al-Nasseri. Very interesting. Spots you would normally see people take the opportunity to put chips in the middle. Both declined. Round to Basil. A little bit more reasonable of a fold. Queen 8 suited. 14.5 blinds.
Yeah, so that's going to probably send us towards a battle of the blinds here. Minichucci in the small. Sarkoglu is considering an open. Obviously, Minichucci has him covered, and maybe there's a short stack in the big.
I can't imagine we're ever going to open this one. Maybe a little posturing. Round 2, Minichucci. A couple of ways to approach this one. Can certainly raise. think you will see people call as standard.
Yeah, so that's actually 3 very deep stacks in a row there, Saracoglu, Minicucci and Zargaran. So those guys can play quite a deep brand of poker once it gets round to them.
Yeah, Zargaran going to take aggressive action here. 50 big blinds to start. Decides 10-8 suited, strong enough to bump it up. Seems fine. Gets it done.
Your cards later.
Yeah, sure.
I will see you later.
Yeah, this small blind versus big blind, one of the spots where you often see the small blind just complete. But these sort of hands that don't really want to limp call a raise, like a 10-4 suited, Jack-5 suited types, Jack-3 suited.
Yeah, the big littles.
Yeah, you often see people just go ahead and raise them themselves to avoid, you know, to avoid this sort of limp fold. But, you know, small potatoes. Nice pickup from Zargaran. He seems like one to watch in terms of the aggression stakes. Several shorties, of course. Balukji. Are we potentially on a pay jump? Feels like we might be. A few hands taking a little longer than you would expect pre-flop.
Yeah, it would certainly make sense to see a pay jump at 71. Would be my hunch. We're at 73 right now, so yeah. I'm going to confirm that for you now in a moment. Our graphic is almost at 70.
Yeah, round 2, Saracoglu, pocket 5s in the cutoff.
400.
It's reaching for raising chips. Makes it 90k. Minicucci. Let's get out of the way with the Jack-10.
How do you feel about this 5s open?
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, I think.
He's got the 2 deeper stacks and then the 1.
Yeah, I mean, we still have, right, a pretty strong hand, right, in terms of a cutoff opening range.
Sure.
Granted, it can be tricky, and maybe if you think the button and small blind are going to relentlessly 3-bet, it can start shrinking up a little. But we are raising into a stack. Solovev 10 bigs. If he puts it in, we can call off and just run it. I hear you, though. You're never completely thrilled with this when you're covered by both button and small. I think we just got to open the hand and proceed from there.
And Solovev giving real consideration to calling here, trying to catch some semblance of equity. Flashes the queen now. So that's a nice little insight for the table into what kinds of hands he might be willing to release here.
Yeah, certainly a hand that you would expect to be defended quite liberally, but again, 1 hour structure, deciding he'd rather put the chips in first himself. That's where you got to do the old vibes check. Be like, am I going to hit this flop? No? Do you ever do that? You go, right, you know what, am I going to hit this one? It's not really a great way to approach the game.
I don't. We have talked about this actually in the past. In fact, I think when you came for a little visit to the chip breaks, we talked about some superstitions. I think you told me a fantastic story about some wild roulette spin.
Oh, that is the greatest thing still that has ever happened to me. It's up there. It's still the wildest story ever.
It was a crazy one there. So I remember you retelling that one, and yeah, I think there were 1 or 2 little superstitious stories you shared. So obviously, I
mean, some people are just good at that, right? They're like, okay, now I'm going to win now. I mean, I'm not saying it works for me. I'm not great at these things, but you know, intuition. Now then, Solovev, Jack-10 of clubs.
Tempting to call this even in the small. Try and find some equity. He's in the horrors.
Yeah, it's not a great body language situation. Yeah, one of these, I mean, if your opponent And Zargaran, we know, is very aggressive. Like, I think this is way too tight to fold. I'm with you. I don't even hate call pre-flop.
Call sometimes brings in the big blind, and you get to sometimes shove with that guy squeezed because the big blind.
I mean, sure, but I mean, you can
is behind.
You can just call with Jack 10 suited here, and if the big blind jams, just call off.
Call it off as well, yeah.
I think folding is too tight against a a very aggressive opponent. I mean, he's opening 7-8 off, right? You actually still have more fold equity than you would immediately recognize on the surface of the spot, right? Like, your opponent's on the button, like he's still going to open Queen 9 off, King 4 off, King 7 off, all this stuff.
Yep.
Ace 4 off may even raise fold to 10 bigs. So I don't know, first main takeaway I'd say from the feature, a little too tight from the short stacks in my eyes. I know the structure's good and you can spot pick, but these are spots, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, like, that is a spot versus an aggressive button open. Don't think we can fold.
No, you can't edge pass too much in poker.
Exactly.
Like, if you perceive yourself as having an edge and that's why you're edge passing, well, all these times you edge pass actually just, like, remove the edge you claim to have in the first place and neutralize you. Ladies, for Minichucci here, it's going to open things up in the hijack. Looking for a customer, obviously, now. Solovev, another pesky Queen 6. He's going to let that go, and wearing it on his face that he's desperate for a spot. Barbarich, obviously, has chipped up a little bit in recent times, but the Jack 3 not qualifying, and Belukji, well, little does he know how bad a shape he would be in here were he to consider anything other than fold with this Queen 4. But yeah, there are just a lot of 10 big blind stacks out there, really. The situation weighing very heavily upon them right now. They're desperate for a clear-cut spot. Belukji, well, we saw him pass quite a nice situation there a few moments ago with King Queen as well. So these guys maybe just allowing themselves to suffer a death by 1,000 cuts.
That's it. You really can't allow yourself to just be eroded. Did see him decline the option to jam Ace 6 suited also.
Yep.
King Queen off. Both would have got through. And that's 200k, right, that you've basically surrendered. Now in the danger zone, big blind hunting him. Maybe big blind there, in fact. In any case, I'm going to need some traction sooner rather than later. Al Nasseri, King 9-0, from under the gun. Musa follows suit into the muck.
Sarakoglu's looked to get after a little bit, probably aware of the dynamic of everyone being a little too tight. Wonder if this hand qualifies in his mind. A suited variety certainly should. Don't think the offsuit should.
I agree. Yeah, Sarakoglu, very clearly, analytical mind, taking his time in every spot. Something to be said for it. Is going to go for a sneak. It's not the worst, a little bit outside the normal ranges, but as you just referenced, if the table's playing too tight, don't mind it. Also important to note with those two big stacks on his left that you referenced, David, that if we are going to try and get steals through, then maybe raising from earlier position could be more prudent, might get a bit more respect from the big stacks. Zargaran in the tank, 9-7-0. I mean, this is spice. Goodness me. First look at MPO of the trip. I mean, this is a pure... See, I spoke about the vibes. He's feeling it. And he's right. The timing is on.
Timing is good. I wonder if he picked something up physical from Sarakoglu, who did seem to ponder on the open.
Right? Yeah.
For a little
very
too long, perhaps.
It's a very good point. If your opponent is in that sort of, can I open this?
Yep.
One of my Piers recently was showing me some. I'm not huge on this stuff. I'm not sure if you are. Are you big on the body language, kind of live stuff? Like I'm pretty weak there, and he was talking to me about spots like this, where you know your opponent looks up to the left as if they're thinking, or like, can I open here? And almost always it's pretty weak, range, right? Yeah, it's like bottom. Well done. Very non-standard from Zargaran, but gets it done again. It's going to be one to watch. As we continue and tick down, 70 players now remaining. If you are just joining us, guys, welcome along. IPO Masters Day 3, 1100 buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We'll be taking you through the next sort of 3 or 4 hours. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin on comms. We'll, of course, be rejoined by the one and only Mr. James Dempsey a little later on. So we see Zargaran. If he likes 9-7, he certainly likes ace-king of clubs. Comes in for an open.
And once again, poor old Belukci just feeling under it right now, wondering when will it end.
I mean, you know, I hate to be overly critical, but had those spots, like you got to take them. There's 100k in the middle. You got to fight for it. Certainly declined at least one all-in that he should have taken in my eyes.
Yeah, and I think that's a feature of tournament poker. Sometimes when guys get this deep, obviously we're well into day 3 right now, they maybe feel as though they've been in situations where they've edged past and they always did find a better spot.
Right.
They always did find a situation which worked out, and that sort of creates a bias that they are willing to be too patient. But actually, the world is full of these kinds of players who are also sitting outside the tournament area going, why did I pass all those spots?
Why did I fold pocket sixes versus this aggressive guy? I'm with you.
And it's why you just have to sort of lean into a general range and numbers game.
Just trust it, right?
And you just go, this is good enough in this seat. I'll do it always.
Sometimes you got to just close your eyes and push the chips forward.
Yeah.
Got to take some uncomfortable jams.
Yes, maybe the next hand will be aces, but maybe you'll also just get blinded out of this tournament.
Exactly.
12, 14 more bad hands in a row.
Yeah. Now then, Sarakoglu. Another one of these tricky combos from under the gun. A lot of short stacks. I like lay down here. Zargaran, though. Feeling the wind at his back. Wow, I'm a little surprised. Just based on how aggressive he's been. Again, perhaps thinking, though.
So the Bev is just a picture of frustration right now. Ay, ay, ay.
Bravo.
We're getting some Icarambas there.
Seems I have aces, for sure.
Round 2, Basta. 19 blinds. King 9 off from the button. You would expect it to qualify, and he agrees. Now then. Al Nasseri. Again, another one of these spots.
Yep.
Is uncomfortable against a strong player who should still find raises. This one's close.
Very close.
Am I sugar?
Very reasonable spot to take here. If you feel like your opponent's opening, I don't know, sort of a half the deck range here on the button.
One thing I will say there also, sort of 13 bigs effective. Basta should have quite a lot of open shoves from the button.
True.
So when he does min raise here, it starts to become a lot more polar, I think, at this depth. Sort of like raise calls and a lot of hands still that are going to raise fold.
Yeah. I think something that's very interesting at this table right now, and I am quite enjoying it in an evil sort of way, is that there's at least 4 people who are trying to convey with their body language that they're the unluckiest getting the worst cards that they can ever look down on. There's a lot of sighing, there's a lot of, oh my God, not this again. And I love the idea when players do start doing this, and they are sort of very obviously blinding out of a tournament and getting very frustrated, and they do make it very clear with the way they toss their cards in or whatever.
Sure.
That, oh, look, more rags again. Sort of, it's almost like they think that anybody cares.
Yeah.
Like that anybody else cares about their particular. You're actually up against your direct competition here. Like, why would they be like?
It's
oh,
true.
I know what it's like, mate. It's so terrible for you.
Oh, sorry, Solivev. I feel for you, pal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm being a little.
Zargaran, been our big mover so far. Waking up with the goods again. Pocket jacks.
Yeah, I like his body language. I like his procedures, I have to say. Yeah. Zargaran has very much impressed on this feature table so far. Obviously, he's gone for a couple of spicy opens, but you know, I think he understands the dynamics here. I'm sorry, Solivev, again, we're not picking on you because you're actually one of 3 people trying to outdo each other with the oh poor me's here right now.
Yeah, if you're having a hand funeral for 10-8 of spades, then things are really bad.
Bellucci with the 6-3, and he smiles over to Solivev as if to say, yeah, what's going on here? When will our time come?
Yeah, it's all going Zargaran's way at the moment. Sarukoglu again. Going to take the slow roundabout route before these cards find their way into the muck.
Has the demeanour of a young Michael Mizrachi, dare I say.
Okay.
That sort of mean, pouty, determined, sort of aggro style.
I can see it. It's all going his way so far. You're not wrong. A lot of deflated expressions.
It's amazing.
Around this table. Onwards we go.
Poker can be quite torturous.
Oh, it can be brutal, absolutely. Action going to be on Solivev. Once more. Doesn't find a qualifying hand. King 6-0.
Okay, Barbarich, pocket 9s here, 20 bigs. He's going to get after it. Let's see if any of our short stacks find a spot behind. Well, Bellucci, out of pure frustration, might consider this to be a spot. It isn't one. And he sticks to his guns, going to wait for a real one. All the way around now to Al Nasseri. More napkins, Musa the same. And now we've got Sarukoglu with a probably not particularly tempting ace-8 here. But he usually gives it a few seconds.
Yeah, I can't imagine we're going to go after it here. Stranger things have, of course, happened. Barbarix, pretty tight himself. Round too many.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate.
Who looks like he's thrown in the call. Yeah, sorry, we had a graphical error of split second there. Said foul, but we have made the call here. And not going to get into trouble on this texture, although not a comfortable texture for Barbarich either.
Yeah, it's the type of board that we should be c-betting a lot from +2. But when you think of hands that do naturally kind of want to check, this might be one of them.
Yeah, always so important to think in terms of range here.
Absolutely.
We want to create a strategy that our range will behave in a certain way, even if our particular hand likes the alternative.
Sure. Yeah, gets it done. A little 40% bet. Keeping himself afloat nicely. Very much in a holding pattern here on this feature. I mean, sometimes the cards just don't play ball, right? There really haven't been many matchups.
No.
It does happen. A lot of small pots, a lot of jockeying for position.
No. 50 minutes. I feel like I'm playing in Bezel Hessar.
Soloviev 10-6 under the gun. So, frustration felt right now for Soloviev, who's going to get eaten up by the blinds here. They're going to take a quarter of his remaining stack over the next two hands. Change, please. Basta, who began this feature table with 1.4 million, now down to 850k, going in the wrong direction. Al Nasseri hovering roughly where he was. He did pick those two nice spots, which have essentially paid for these orbits of blinds and antes. Pocket twos now seems like a clear-cut shove, although he's carving at raising chips, and I don't like this, Andrew.
Yeah, I think if we are going to enter this pot, then we need to just shove, which isn't a lot of fun, but 13 blinds, sometimes you need to just go ahead and say, we have a pocket pair, let's put it in. This would be my least favorite option for sure.
Yeah.
Prefer shove or fold.
Yeah, no blockers to hands that might play back here. If you do get called, you're almost always going to see 3 overcards. It's just not very comfortable.
How much is the bet? 90?
And you know, on the plus side, there will be a lot of respect given to this open. I suppose that's the flip side of that. And Zargaran does look down at a sort of undefendable Jack-6 here.
Yeah, it does work out nicely for Al Nasseri.
Yeah, and picking up on the observation about Zargaran and his procedures, he's chipped up without much in the way of pushback.
Yeah.
From 1.9 million to 2.5 million now. It's quite a big 600k is quite a lot of chips to just sort of erode from your opponent's stacks with little opens and little spots. That obviously that spicy 3-bet we saw as well.
Yeah, with the 970. Yeah, I mean, working with around about 2 times average at the moment. Going to be a big threat as we move forward, particularly, I mean, we can't be too critical. I was going to say if the table keeps playing too tight, but you know, they've been quite tight, but there hasn't really been spots where the other big stacks or medium stacks have been able to continue against his opens. So just not a lot been happening so far, really, in terms of clashes. You see Barbarix here, gonna go for it under the gun with King 9 suited.
I like that. That's proactive. Sort of rock bottom of range, deciding, yeah, do you know what, I'm gonna actually try and keep my head above water here. Average is about 1.3 million right now, maybe coming up on 1.4.
Yep,
wants to get
reasonable.
Busy. So tired. Musa deprived of a spot, a jam spot, which would have been there had this open not come in.
Yeah, I like it. Not doing well here in the long term against an under the gun range. Likely to head round to the big blind here. You never know with Zargaran. Loves to apply pressure. This would be really out of line.
Looks like he's trying to get a read off Soloviev, who I don't think has looked at his cards. I think he almost always looks when the action's on him. Indeed, here we go. Nice play with my little eye. Do we have a defendable one? Do we have one that we could shove? Or are we just in the bin once again?
Did see a picture card.
Yeah, it looks like a jack.
Into the muck it goes. Barbarix, one of the short stacks that's sort of really doing well here to keep himself in with a fighting shout.
Yeah.
Back up to 1 million. You see our beautiful dual trophies there. I've never seen one like that before, I gotta say. Beautiful little piece of hardware.
Yeah, I saw something similar in Malta, where I live, for some festival. It might have even been the IPO. Do you know, maybe it's exactly this when these guys have travelled to Malta for an event that I saw, because it looks like Mdina glass. Now that's what we call it in Malta. It's this kind of stained glass, which you see in some of the stores. They're often, the kind of things people bring home from their holidays. But they can be very pretty and do make for a nice trophy. And I imagine there's some Italian equivalent to Mdina glass as well.
Thank you very much.
As we
Please.
take another hand in here, already action whipped round to the hijack, and Sarakoglu with a potential bottom of range cheeky open here. He's going to turn it down. I like that. I generally steer clear of those offsuit ace-5 and worse in that spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when we have a really big stack and we cover everybody behind, I can get behind it more. Very impressed with Zargaran, really just getting after it here, even into 2 short stacks. Yeah, Solovev confirmed over it, as we say in Scotland. Now then, Barbarix.
Yeah, this is definitely a defendable one, and could actually consider a non-all-in 3-bet as well. I think with the King-6 suited wouldn't be unreasonable.
It's actually one of the exact ones in theory world that you don't see people take it much, but 3-bet jam is preferred. Just rifle it in, you get so many better hands to fold.
Well, we've got an action flop here. Clubs for Barbarich. Zargaran with enough of it to not feel obliged to bet.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble here for Zargaran. Actually improves to a gut shot straight draw and flush draw of his own. Some real potential here to lose a lot of chips. Like this from Barbarix, gonna fast play. Recognizing, of course, that when his opponent checks back, he's gonna have a bunch of showdown value, David, that will always continue on turn. And Zargaran doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead. This would be an outrageous laydown if he could somehow find it. Does look concerned. Don't think we can ever fold this one, though. Way too strong.
Yeah, our equity's in a few different places here. We can have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We can have the best draw. Oh, that could be a nasty one. Although, obviously, the ignorant end of the straight here on a flush board. One would presume, depending on size here, Zargaran would call a bet. But Barbarich could come with the sneaky little check here, hope that his opponent has a queen and will do the betting himself. Then he can go for the check shove.
Beautifully played.
Wow. So very tempting now for Zargaran with a 7 or a queen indeed, but 7 kind of also to target some 2-pair combos, to kind of think to himself, I can get Jack 9 to call here, I can get Jack 8 to call here.
This is lovely stuff from Barbarix. Really, really like it.
Yeah, beautifully played hand.
You know, you can get a hand like Ace of Clubs X to bluff, right? You can get some straights, of course, to value bet. Even a hand like a pocket 9s should probably bet if it hasn't bet by now. Like, you should value bet a set, but people maybe don't find it in game enough. This is beautifully done by Barbarix.
I'm presuming he puts it in here, or at least puts in a very large raise here.
Yeah.
Then we have to start thinking about the bluff combos, and that's going to be hands like Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs with a pair. So it's going to be something like the, Ace of Clubs 10, Ace of Clubs 9 maybe also makes some sense, because your hand has some showdown. You don't mind it going check, check, but then you can turn it into a bluff if your opponent bets. That's going to be the issue for Zargaran now, is how capable is Barbarich of a move such as the one I just described.
Yeah, this is very spicy stuff. I really like this line from Barbarix. Beautifully played. And you've just called it, David. Zargaran now gonna recognize, of course, against this polar all-in. His opponent's mostly saying he has a flush or a bluff, right?
Yep.
Maybe occasionally, like just the Queen of Clubs thinks it can free roll. That would make some sense too. So something for Zargaran to factor in my opinion, if he does want to put on the hero call in boots. And having that 10 of clubs in hand makes this quite a little bit more problematic, of course. Blocking some of those flushes.
Yeah, if you're looking for another combo outside of flushes that might do something like that, it would be King-Queen, but King-Queen would be in pre, so you can discount that completely.
You would think so.
Especially King-Queen with the club.
Inclined to agree. Regardless here, Very creative from Barbarix. Big fan of this play. You know, you don't just want to lead river yourself, fold out potential bluffs. And, you know, this is the best way to get all the money in against something like a queen and maybe get hero called. Wouldn't shock me if Zargaran talks himself into this, but again, like, do people bluff enough here, David? This is the issue. And if they have the ace of clubs in hand themselves, wouldn't they be worried that it goes check, check, right? If you just have a hand like ace of clubs, 6, something like this, you may feel inclined to just put it in with yourself on the river with an overbet shove, something like this. Worried that the button will check back too often.
Yeah, that's why I feel like the bluff combos are the ace of clubs.
With a pair,
with
yeah.
a pair.
I'm with you. Very interesting hand. Great one for us to cover on stream.
But then if you've got the ace of clubs with a pair, you're wondering what pair doesn't shove pre as well. So it probably has to be maybe an ace 8.
Yeah, and that probably doesn't lead turn. This is the thing, it's hard to find them. Ace of clubs 9, I'm with you. I think that can certainly be in there.
That might be the only one.
Zargaran giving this a whole heap of thought, as he should. I do think it's somewhat problematic that just the naked queen of clubs could try and free roll other queens to fold. Because that would make a lot of sense as a turn bluff. Hand like queen of clubs 7, something like this. Hand like queen of clubs 9 that had the nuts, well, the nuts straight, excuse me, on the turn, and now decides to go for check jam.
It was 5 minutes on the clock, and now...
Clock has been called, I think.
Yeah.
Almost 5 minutes.
Seems somewhat reasonable, I would say.
Yeah.
Sometimes really just does come down to, is my opponent capable? I think he announced call. He did make the call, David. Huge pot goes the way of Barbarix. Fantastic hand of poker, very well played. Wins a pot of 2 million. A big momentum swing at this feature table. Great hand. You can kind of understand call, right? This is one of these spots, though, does it get bluffed enough in the real world? Very difficult, of course, in game. Perhaps decision swayed by holding that 10 of clubs.
Yep, he did have a blocker.
Although every flush that defends out the big is going to play it the same. Interesting hand.
Yeah, and really well played, but more so than focusing in, I think, here on Zargaran's hero call gone wrong. I think we should be focusing on Barbaric's superb line.
Beautiful.
Really beautifully played hand.
Yeah, as we take a little look, Barbaric there, Tamas rockets himself up into second place in chips, 41 big blinds. Mini Chuchi still out front with 2.7 million. Zargaran still in okay shape, 30 blinds himself and Sarakoglu. Then we have a load of short stacks, Basta, Al-Nasseri, Musa, Balukji and Solovev on the ventilator at the bottom of the pack with 6 blinds. Something has to give, David. Blinds are now up. These short stacks now. Time is ticking. That was a great hand, though.
It certainly was. You mentioned they're on the ventilator. I think they're in serious danger of somebody, you know, turning off the machine at this point if they don't show a sign of life.
Absolutely.
Themselves.
Now then, Musa, less than 10 bigs.
Yeah, I think he might have to take this. Blind's gone up, remember. I think in the previous level you can turn this one down. I think now that we're at big blind 50, it's got to go in. That risk to reward just a little bit better. M of 4.
Yeah, Musa sends the chips in. Poor Solovev desperately squeezing the cards, trying to find something. Now, I don't speak Russian, but that was officially... My God, I've been doing this all day. Why is nothing ever coming into my hands? What's going on?
Last hand I saw on picture table. You will see.
As Basil gets it through.
Yeah, and he tells no lies. Was the best hand he's seen.
Yeah. Of course, now every pickup massive. 125k in the middle. Every hand. We are down to 61 players, guys. Flying out the door now, fast and furious. Yeah, what a beautifully played hand from Barabix. Really liked it. A lot of fun to try and analyze these hands in the moment, of course. That's a hand I'd like to look back on in a bit more depth. Really liked his line of choice. Back on Musa, +1. Let's get out of the way. Round to Zargaran, fresh off that first sort of flesh wound, bump in the road. First thing that's gone wrong thus far. See how he responds. Ace-7 of clubs, in for a raise, 110k. Solovev continues to be dealt out.
Small consolation, but he has managed a couple of small ladder jumps, maybe an extra 2/3 of a buy-in over these couple of orbits of frustration.
And Belukci here, unfortunately for him, sort of symptom of those two tight folds earlier is now really under it. 4 big blinds. Round to Basta. Jack 8 off. He's going to defend. Very experienced player. I've seen him a bunch on these streams.
Yep.
Going to take the price here from the big. And that flop is all Zargaran. Not flush draw. Just Jack high for Basta. Very likely one and done. Let's come in for 40%.
Basta not releasing immediately, which is a little strange. Obviously, he has the jack of clubs in hand, but that's not a lot to work with.
Sometimes, even if you suspect your opponent to be light, nothing to be done. Zargaran steadies the ship.
فوتت الحلاق حمام كلفتنا 100
بس ليه ما انطرد؟
ما عارفين لقيتهم عم بيتشارع وتلاقي دي عطتها
هي كل الستارتنج شيبس ناو 1 بلايند
لا ما فات انا اعطيته 30 سكند
This festival, of course, just taking place right after Las Vegas for a lot of players. But a lot of players either buoyed by their Las Vegas trips or under it, keen to get back on the horse for different reasons. Ourselves included, Andrew.
Such a good phrase,
I'd love
under
it. I'd love to get out there myself.
Yeah. Sarakoglu getting out there. Ace Queen from +1. Now Zargaran.
I feel like he'll come with 3-bet here if
he's gone with call.
Okay.
Which certainly not the norm. Does have position. Little dicey this though. A lot of shallow stacks behind that if they jam, the action can be reopened for Sarakoglu.
Yeah, I agree. This is dicey.
Yeah.
Belukci.
Yeah, just brutal. Nothing going for him.
Well, Basta has a tempter.
Yeah, I can't imagine he will get involved with this one in a multi-way scenario.
Al-Nazari would dearly love to look down at something suited, something connected, but he's going to have to bin this Jack 3 and let the two bigger stacks fight for this one. Sarakoglu with the betting lead. He's out of position though. Ace-queen off. Zargaran with the speculative ace-6 flat here in position. Obviously will suggest to Saracoglu he has a stronger range than the hand he actually possesses. And wow, interesting board here. Monotone, ace-5-4, both connecting.
Yeah, interesting spot. Certainly in Theory World, you're going to see a lot of checking here from +1, but Saracoglu going to reach for value betting chips right off the bat. Zargaran, dicey waters approaching. Of course, if we are going to get involved pre-flop with this hand, certainly going to be seeing a turn.
Yeah, he's made a difficult bet for himself with this pre-flop action.
This is very interesting. He's going to raise flop.
So clearly not feeling comfortable taking a passive guessing game line, deciding to take the initiative and test out his opponent, who is now in an uncomfortable situation too.
Yeah, this is very awkward. We'll see if Saracoglu can sniff this out. I mean, Zargaran will have a decent amount of flopped flushes, right? All the Broadway hearts could feasibly be in there from +3.
Yeah, and he's not really supposed to have offsuit combos too often. So
no, he should have a lot of suited hands. Potentially suited ace-5 type hands. I mean, if he's peeling ace-6 suited, we probably need to give him the 2 pairs.
Wow.
Now then, can Zargaran find a way to win this pot? It's gone tiny though. Quarter pot, less than.
Well, I don't think we should release for this size.
Yeah, I mean, gonna have to think this one through in depth. We are, of course, behind to hands like ace-5 and ace-4 suited. We're behind to the sets. I mean, are there many one-heart hands in Zargaran's range that raise flop? Does he really just start raising the flop with pocket 9s with a heart? Maybe.
Problem is, it's very hard.
Imagine probably not.
Yeah, and it's very hard to put him on a hand that you beat right now.
It is.
Unless it's one of these informational, for want of a better phrase, clicks on the flop.
Really does feel like we beat exactly this hand, or a hand. Yeah, I mean, ace-10, ace-jack, are they raising flop? Probably not. Pretty grim spot. Pretty grim spot. But then again, don't the really strong flushes want to get more money in here on the turn? Right? If our opponent has the king of hearts, the queen of hearts in hand, don't they want to try and play for stacks by the river?
Thing is, you only need to be good 12% of the time right now, if indeed this is a sort of advanced blocker and your opponent's going to shut down a lot.
Yeah.
That's not too often. And he is against somebody capable like Zargaran of these little moves.
Yeah, this is a very spicy hand. And a very confusing sort of path we have gone down here as Saracoglu. You'd imagine Zargaran is aware he's bluffing.
And bluffing for such a small amount.
Look at this. Goodness me. Credit to him for finding it. Not a line I would have expected to see too often, but Zargaran rebounds in style. That was a very MPO hand.
Yeah, it had some street poker about it.
Yeah. That's a tough spot for us to analyze, right? Because you just don't really see this situation arise too often.
No, very non-standard play from Zargaran, creating a lot of confusion in the hand. And I don't blame.
Yeah, I think like part of the reason that I like flop check for Saracoglu is exactly what just happened.
Yeah.
Like, we can't bet multiple streets for value here. We can already be dead.
Yep.
And, you know, if our opponent has a hand like King, Queen of Spades, for example, that will auto-fold to c-bet, let's just allow him the opportunity to, you know, take off on us. But when they raise flop, makes it very, very tricky after we have c-bet. Zargaran back at it, pocket 8s. Like, credit to him, though, really earned that pot.
Yep.
I think most players there would flat flop and proceed. Solovev having a very grim time. Round 2, Barbarix. fresh off that big double. Finds a very playable king-queen. Here we go again. Round 2 between these two. Is reaching for 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like it.
I assume Zargaran will take this one to the streets, keen to win back those lost chips from a few moments ago. Interesting spot here. These guys have virtually the same stacks here, and they're two of the deeper ones, 40 bigs deep here at our feature table. If you're Zargaran, do you always make the call?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
40 bigs, effective or so. Too much to shove, but we have too much hand really to fold. You never know with this man though. It's not a lot of fun, of course, out of position with a middle pair.
No, and I wonder if he's the type of person who sort of goes for this like depolarized 4-bet here with sort of an in-betweeny hand.
I'd be very surprised with this exact hand, but you never know.
Given just what we saw on the other hand, where we saw a raise that we didn't expect, I wonder if he just wouldn't want to proceed. He just doesn't feel like somebody wants to proceed passively. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Much more conventional play so far.
Yeah, just one of these hands that just feels too strong to fold, but it's very uncomfortable. Off to the streets we go. Another inflated pot between these two. Jack 7-7. Zargaran here still best.
Yeah, and I presume we're going to see a down bet here from Barbarich, something in the region of 200k, which, yeah, Zargaran's going to call here, and we're going to probably end up in a very interesting and shallow turn situation.
Yeah, Barbarix will be aware this hand's likely going down the streets. Already need to start analyzing, do I have a good hand to start bluffing off down multiple streets? Have a lot of good things going for it. Block pocket kings, block pocket queens, block the natural top, some of the best top pairs, King Jack of diamonds and Queen Jack of clubs. And look at this, Zargaran deciding. I'm gonna raise flop. Very spicy stuff. Makes it 415k.
It's a little fishy though. Like,
yeah, will Barbarix be able to sniff this out?
Like, he's going to be very light on 7x here. He's maybe got jacks as the very best pre-flop flat.
Yeah.
Ace Jack, just deciding, I guess I have to go with this.
That's
now.
The thing here. He's basically representing a hand like Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Well, not even so much representing, right? Just Ace Jack would be top of range is what you're getting at, basically,
Yeah.
which I agree with. And does that want to check raise, get it in? I'm not sure it does. So this is really interesting. Can Barbarix sniff this out?
Again, Zargaran with a very non-standard line here. I wondered if he would do the non-standard thing pre-flop, but he's actually decided to do it post-flop here, like he did.
Look at this.
We're playing some poker here.
Beautiful stuff. Barbarix finds the float. Recognizes he has all of the really strong hands, all of the overpairs.
Sorry.
And if you're Zargaran, you're feeling very much like your opponent has aces or kings now.
Big turn incoming. Oh
my goodness
drills the 8 of hearts on the turn.
Credit to him for an absolutely steely poker face
Goodness
as he
me.
spikes dirty here.
Can he find
check now?
Spicy check.
Or does he think his opponent has aces or kings and is in call down mode and doesn't want to do that? We obviously see that it was a float, but it's actually not going to be a float very often.
Goodness me. If he can find it.
Put you all in. There is gonna be chips left. I check.
Oh my goodness, gives the speech then check.
Wow, this is poker, ladies and gents. And Barbarich has to go for this now because he's floated with intent.
I wonder how Barbarix perceives that little speech, though. Is your opponent really gonna give you this little speech? Here we go.
Sort of like fake strength. It reeked of fake strength, but it's actually real strength.
I really like this from Barbarix. We have a hand like aces. Oh no, and he does just snap shove. And that is hand over.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
He had so much hand, his hand wasn't vulnerable. I guess was afraid of a snap check back from aces or kings that got spooked.
I mean, it's always going to bet river, right, on a blank.
60? They do it by 60 now? No, 40 is okay. Okay, you let me
Zargaran.
And a little bit of back and forth with Mini Chuchi there. Him saying, I have so many chips now, will you let me stack them in 40s?
What a hand that was, Zargaran.
I will watch that for 100. That's the best chat you ever did on the turn. If I go all in, I would still have chips and you check and go all in. Wow, that's new. It's so advanced.
Fascinating hand. Zargaran, he is spice. And bringing the thunder to this feature table. Credit to Barbarix, by the way, for recognizing there on the flop. This smells fishy. I can float here. And there were so many turns, David, that he was going to win that pot. Of course, not on the 8 of hearts. Poor Balukji here, just ebbing away as we see Minikuchi. Pocket threes under the gun.
Thank you.
Sarakoglu.
Sub 20 now. Minikuchi almost at 3 million, making steady progress himself. Came with 2.6. So chipping up ever so slightly over the course of this feature table.
Yeah, Minikuchi and Zargaran proving themselves to be ones to watch as we are ticked down to 57 players remaining. The last few tables begin to come into view in the distance. Some great hands on this table. Zargaran involved in both. In fact, as was Barbarix.
Yep.
1-1 as we wait for the finale. Now Zargaran, 3.4 million?
3.4 million and 10-9 suited under the gun, feeling the wind is at his back. He's going to open things up here. Probably will be forced to call off versus quite a few of these short stacks, but that's not too bad an outcome with 10-9 suited.
Sure.
Doesn't mind raise calling versus 6, 7, 8 big blind stacks.
But why?
He's going to have manufactured the right price in a lot of worlds. Pearl Zolovev.
I will put them at the end. But
3 deuce now. Dirty diapering. Barbarich with the other 3 deuce. And Balukji, well, look at this. He's got 4 bigs and he's got the loosest man at the table opening in early, and he finds the fold. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, Balukji just needs to recognize in that spot that actually versus that man's opening range, you're in really good nick with ace-9. And even if he has a better hand, you're almost making the right price off your stack.
And you never like to be too critical, but hasn't adjusted well to that dwindling stack size.
Similar opportunity now for Al-Nasseri with the king-queen. Again, maybe recognizing that he could be dominating a lot of Zargaran's opens here from early. I'd like to see him be proactive here, not just because we can see the 10-9. You know, of course, Zargaran might be in there with an ace-x and be ahead, but, you know, just on the balance of ranges, given what we've seen from Zargaran and his fairly loose, aggressive style.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's just shaping like more passivity.
Okay.
He's getting his way. Zargaran's just running these guys over right now.
I mean, if you get the information that this is how the players are responding to your aggression, you really can start to take liberties. Action round to Musa, and he does send it.
Al-Nasseri pats himself on the back for a great fold.
480.
As we wait for the graphics to catch up, reliably informed, just be a couple of moments and we will be back in business.
Always you ask for count.
Musa gets this one through, I believe.
Yeah, looks like he does. I'm
Let's
not
get
sure
it
what he
through.
had, but Al-Nasseri keen to find out.
They filming this for YouTube, right?
Huh?
They filming this for YouTube?
I think yes.
You want to be a professional.
Ah, okay.
Some chirping chips.
Yeah, a little bit of a rub down.
Before they asked to put my cards here, they knew I have hand. You understand?
Yeah.
I joke.
But they tell me to fold it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Ask. I put
in the middle.
Can I put like this? Like this?
Poor Solovev. Got a feel for him, in fairness. He has been properly dealt out.
Yeah, and half his stack's going to be in across the next two hands, so...
Can't actually think of a single spot where he could have moved the chips in.
No, dire straits now, and nothing he could have done, actually. Whereas, you know, again, at the risk of being a little bit critical, Bellucci has sort of passed quite a few spots, maybe 3 in total.
Yeah, sometimes in this game you do have to be ready to die. As Al-Nasseri sends his chips in to the middle with the ace and the queen.
Which I like that we slow peeled there.
Yeah, loving that. Look at this, it's like even more of a sweat. Minakuchi gets out of the way. Round to Zargaran. Does move his cards back and onto the box.
Sahbein. Do you say? I told him in Arabic, cheers. Like sante in your language, or salute.
So Al-Nasseri with a much needed round of blinds and antes added to his stack, 625k now. Bear in mind here, guys, 1.65 million is the average stack right now. We don't have too many players with over that. I think we might have 3 big stacks and 5 very short stacks.
Bro, you're not seeing your hand properly with the protection. Thank you.
Nice bit of sportsmanship there from Zargaran, informing Minakuchi that he's peeling his cards a little high. As we see Barbaric with a not very tempting ace-5 under the gun. Quickly whip around the table here. Some ferocious stirring of the sugar within the beverage of Solovev, trying to make something happen somewhere. Magic dust on the cards, anything. He's going to be committed, actually, against...
with lots of holdings, that's for sure. Well, Musa has sent it in. Around about 600k, 715 in fact.
Do you see my card?
Pocket eights.
Did you see my card?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, pretty reasonable shove here, obviously.
Now, can Solovev find a call off? If there's any justice in this world, and he's stirred that coffee hard enough.
No, that's Zargaran's 9-8. Okay, looks like a tempt. No, it's not tempting. He's actually... There's some more paint.
Yeah, and Basil continues to chip up.
I feel like it might have been a flip, might have been like a queen 10 or something, like kind of okay. I'm not sure. We definitely saw some paint, but we didn't catch the whole cards.
Yeah, we have seen a lack of adjustments from some of these shorties. You never want to be too critical, but there does come a time where a line in the sand has to be drawn.
Two people pay jump. Ah. 3.
Cards back in the air. Now Belukji, another player who's going to be in dire straits, David. Oh, he's not there?
He's decided.
No.
He's decided his hands can play themselves.
Wow, Belukji goes to the bathroom under the gun. Very bold strategy with 4 BBs.
Indeed, it is Cotton.
Movie references, brilliant.
I'm interested if it'll work out for him.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Great movie.
Like, I'm not gonna, like, obviously, we all get a call from nature once in a while.
There we go, we're back. Open here from Basta.
Put your hands properly, so now watch me protect. Okay.
With the King Jack.
You can put it a little bit more. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Is working so far now. Barbarix, 8-9 of diamonds.
That's a pretty one.
Very defendable. Never delighted, of course, facing this sort of 13 to 14 big blind open, but of course, going to take the price. And he's in pretty good shape here against the 2 Broadway cards of Basta. 7 deuce deuce, 1 diamond. Again, another type of combo. In theory world, we might try and get after it, but so shallow to begin this hand.
Yeah, it's a tricky one there. Obviously, all the back doors and even some overs to the 7, you would consider at a maybe greater depth putting this in with the raising range.
Absolutely.
But I don't think so at this depth, like you said.
Yeah, really tricky to navigate here against the shallow open. Let's let it go. I'm still in shock that Belukji just decided I don't need to be here for under the gun. With 4 BBs now, half stack is committed in the big blind. And Basta finds another playable one. With the ace jack.
Nobody busted here. Nobody busted. Can watch the game. No? It's incredible. It's television now. Huh?
Everybody put their...
I have this.
Does raise to 100k.
But I had
Yeah. Gonna try and go back to back here.
Yeah.
Round 2, Zargaran does reluctantly get rid of the King 5 suited. Now then, does Belukji find something to go with? Does find 2 Broadway cards. Queen 10 decides just to call. Makes sense. Try it. Gives himself the opportunity to check fold if nothing comes his way. Sadly for him, on the 8-6 deuce, does come up empty. One big blind behind only, David. This would be a pretty large mistake in my eyes to fold.
Yeah, strong agree here.
Wow, and he does lay it down. Basta, loving life. 275k without showdown.
Very close to another pay jump, and even though that is not the way he should be thinking right now, I feel like Bellucci kind of falling into that trap of eyeing up another 400 or 500 bucks, whatever it is, and thinking that might be the best I can get out of this horrible situation. You really have to try and take a plus EV spot there and spin back into this tournament, even if it means foregoing that pay jump.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. 275k in the middle, only 45k back. I think we have to just run it. Sometimes you just have to accept your fate. But stranger things have happened. We could be wrong. The spin may be coming. Action now. Round 2, Sarakoglu. Minikuchi patiently waits behind.
And Zarga unlikely to seize upon this dynamic and spot here. Obviously checking how many chips.
Oh, no.
A little bit of a rub down for Bellucci there, but basically finding out that it's an irrelevant amount of chips and he can just proceed as if that man wasn't even there.
Dearie me, pure pain for Solovev. I do feel for him. He seems to have almost resigned himself at this time. No more stress.
Yeah, and in contrast to Bellucci with 20k now sitting in his stack, he's turned down 3 very feasible spots.
Goodness me. He does fold the small.
So he gets a whole orbit, and that's, I guess, what he's decided.
I win maybe a World Series if I play.
But
Allah, you're Nostradamus. How you fold it?
بدل معه القص ها؟ بدل معه القص بشوف بس بتدفع خلص انت كوادريبل اب.
Nice little dolly shot there as we pull focus and zoom in on this feature table, which has offered quite a bit, it must be said, mostly from Barbaric and the always aggressive Zargaran.
55.
They've had a two-hand war.
If you want to pay jump, yeah, it's okay. From 55 to 53, if I'm lucky. 3 more players, not easy.
Which has probably provided the highlight of the frame so far. We do have 20 minutes left until the break. Don't want you guys to give up on us just yet. We might have some fireworks, but that was definitely the spiciest bit of action we've seen. Minikuchi's gone about his business much more workmanlike, basically been in a holding pattern around that 2.6 to 2.8 million range. Zargaran, well, 3.3 million now. Wow, that is a significant jump on the 1.9 he brought initially. It's been a story of the short stacks coming into this feature table, leaking what little bit of chips they had left to the big stacks.
And once again, Zargaran being proactive, decides to enter the pot with 3-bet. And here we go, Solovev. 3 big blinds. Finds ace-jack.
It's actually an amazing spot here because he's got the open and he's got in behind the loosest guy, the guy most likely to take a light 3-bet spot. He's got a hand that's going to play fantastically well with all that dead money in the middle as well. Can manufacture a situation where he only needs to be 23, 25% and might actually be favourite when the cards are on their backs. But he's in the agonies here. Solovev obviously eyeing up that ladder jump. That's what's key right now. 55 left, 53 I believe is the ladder. So hoping to see a couple of bust outs or at least a couple of declarations of all in on outer tables. I do think he's going to commit these chips.
I'm with you. One thing I will say, kind of like this from Zargaran in that there are some short stacks behind that if we just call with 6s and there's a shove, then Minikuchi can reopen the action and drive us out the pot. You know, with hands worse than ours.
Yep.
So by 3-betting, we get to take control of the betting and likely get him to fold some relatively good hands if there's any all in behind.
I think Zargren's called clock here.
That seems a little unfair.
A little unfair, but I think he realizes what's happening here. I think he's recognized that Zolovev is going with his hand, but is trying to find that ladder.
Yeah.
And he said as much just there.
Worth it.
So cue Zolovev to be told he's got 30 seconds to act and to take 29 of them.
Yeah.
We hear
It
Sebastian.
seemed like a slightly early call to me. I understand that obviously it is what he's doing. You normally get another minute or so, but I hear you.
I hope, beyond hope, that Zolovev's not having second thoughts.
No, he's not folding this.
54.
Oh no.
2 more.
Okay. In they go.
Good luck.
Mini Chuchi now having to pay 150k into what would be a 780k pot, but a very difficult hand to proceed. And wow,
Basta with the
Basta.
decision. Now this is very interesting. Minikuchi likely to have a pretty wide opening range. This really comes down to how we perceive Zargarin, I think. And if we think he's wide enough with these 3 bets, then all of a sudden there's so much dead money in this spot. Like, I think normally here we just fold 8s. But against exactly these opponents, you could argue putting it in. Similar sort of ideas for Al Nasseri.
Very pure sort of king-queen suited, which plays well multi-way too.
Some very complicated spots here. It's very tricky.
I can go all in.
From what we've seen from him, I don't expect him to put this in.
I agree with you. I think we've seen him be generally quite nitty, but this is an interesting one because King-Queen suited does specifically play quite well multi-way, and if you do end up in a 3-way or even a 4-way confrontation, there is reason to believe that you've manufactured your price or better than it, and it is very proactive because you can suddenly go from 525k up to maybe 1.5, 1.6 million, and if you do get a little bit lucky and the deck is kind, suddenly you're actually right back in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had my lucky lemon.
It felt like Basta actually could have still had fold equity, although it doesn't really seem like you will. Like, it seems like you're getting called by Zargarin a lot.
By the way, how much is right now Zolovev loving the fact that there's been more tanking behind?
Absolutely.
The max tank time he could. And I wonder if Zargarin will call clock on Al Nasseri at some point.
Yeah, Al Nasseri gets out of the way, and now Minikuchi, super unattractive hand to continue, is getting the right price, as you said, David. Not a great spot, and we can get ourselves into some really bad spots post. I think I like this.
So 155, right?
And all of a sudden, Zolovev manages to get pocket 8s and king queen of clubs out behind. Also,
we have lost one player on the outer table. I don't know if we have another all-in showdown. He would dearly love for one more bust out. It's 500 bucks if someone busts in the next, I'm going to say 60 seconds, 70 seconds before him.
He does have 48%. And if he can spike an ace or a jack, an ace in the window, followed by the 6.
That is cruel. When you see that ace, you think, okay, game on.
Does have backdoor diamond opportunities. Well, hold on.
Wait, just wait.
Not dead yet. Looking for an ace or a 9 to get out of this jam.
Who would begrudge Zolovev, who has been card dead all this time? Well, apparently the poker gods would begrudge it.
Very, very tough run for Zolovev on this feature. Effectively dealt out. GG, sir. Good luck the rest of the week.
And he has bubbled that pay jump, so 2,700 or so dollars going his way. The rest of these players all guaranteed now 32.75.
نوعية 80 شو معك؟ 80 اوف ايه بس اثنين قولين منك مجبور منك مجبور يا جود باللي حصل ده يعني بعد بدي حدا يطلع او خلاص
خلاص
اوكي
You made the pay jump. No, congratulations. 53.
There is a lot of gallows humor out here because we have a table, at least half of whom are cockroaching their way up the ultimate leaderboard, but not really making any inroads or improving their chances of winning this tournament right now.
What is the next pump up?
What's the next? I think we got to get to 44. Is that right? 44, I think, is the next pay jump.
For the first time, it's great, actually.
Yeah, this would be quite the story if we get the 20k spin up.
What's this?
Wow.
1/5 of a starting stack now for Bakuji.
You have better? You have better?
Yeah.
Zargaran, what a roller coaster, now closing in on 4 million chips. Got to be close to tournament chip lead. Can't be too far away.
Even we cannot wear sunglasses and AirPods, no music.
Nothing.
I want to.
Pure
14
gambling.
minutes we go to the Liberty.
14 minutes.
14 minutes to Liberty.
Sargon referring to our rule here where the guys aren't allowed to have any electronics at the table. Obviously a very in vogue topic of conversation in the poker world right now.
Well, in vogue for Minaguchi, pocket kings in the 1 seat. Himself and Zargaran, a few little skirmishes, gets out of the way this time.
I fought for you.
I fought for you.
Gonna be folded round to the big blind. Sarakoglu, another one of these very awkward weak ace X hands versus under the gun.
I really don't mind letting these go, to be honest.
Yeah, these are the precise ones that in theory we're supposed to defend, but so tough to navigate post. You know, if you're playing against somebody who's playing perfectly pre-flop, these hands are supposed to get in there. But I'm with you, very difficult to play post. And we are down to sort of last 5% of the field now, so not insignificant.
And I feel like Sarakoglu really telemarks his bottom of range situations here with these longer tanks.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, weren't we?
Oh, look at this.
Body language.
Are they going in?
No, they're not.
Andrew, surely not.
Never. I will leave the booth if they all go in.
Well,
let's defend, though.
Again, that telemark, I think, really was.
Yeah, something for him to be aware of. Certainly looked incredibly uncomfortable before committing that 50k. Great flop here for Minaguchi. Green light to start trying to get the money in. And of course, this is the problem with these weak aces. Really no playability on a lot of boards.
Yeah, you absolutely could be folding the best hand right now, but what can you do?
Absolutely. Yeah, for that reason, you will see the occasional 3-bet fold, even off, 20 blinds or so. If you think your opponent is wide enough, you can make it. 5.5, 6 blinds. Rep those big hands. Minaguchi continues to accumulate.
44.
Your responsibility.
Everything possible.
It's your responsibility.
You can still win the tournament with this. Nobody knows.
You're from Israel?
No, Lebanon.
Lebanon? شو اخبارك حبيبي؟ اشتقت لك.
حبيبي.
حبيبي.
باين علي إسرائيلي.
The last sort of 10, 15 minutes or so before the next break.
Wait.
Now, Balukji, a war of attrition. Surely this one passes the test. I mean, he just lays it down. King 8. Half a big blind.
Patience.
What are you waiting for, my friend?
Expectation. I expected less, so I'm okay.
Al Nasseri, 10 bigs in the cutoff. Ace-5 off. Again, we've been referencing this. Sometimes you have to be willing to die to truly live, Mr. Lappin.
Now
it's 7 p.m. Now it should be 7 p.m.
See, you referenced earlier these sort of sliding doors moments.
Yeah.
I think people really forget
10 minutes before we leave.
the ones they didn't take, right? I mean, here, jam 10 blinds, pick up 125K, and people forget and they think to themselves, oh, I got dealt out the tournament, etc. We've seen 5, 6, 7 spots at least.
Yeah, I think
players could have been proactive and just put the chips in.
But I will take it.
Yeah, as commentators who got the privilege of seeing the whole cards, I think we can agree that Soloviev was dealt out of this tournament.
Yeah, he was.
And ended up taking quite a cool spot in the end and was unlucky not to get the double up.
Sure.
But on the flip side of that one, I do feel as though we have seen, not just from, by the way, not just from
So expectation تبعيتي ما كثير عالي.
Musa or Balukji, but also fairly tight from Basta, fairly tight from a few of the others too.
And again here, Balukji, suited king, half a blind. Crazy stuff, continues to fold.
They are being tortured.
They are.
Al-Nassari.
Yeah, pocket pair goes into the muck from the hijack.
Yeah, I don't understand some of these, I have to be honest. Again, we don't want to be overcritical. We never do, actually, because we just love poker and we understand that people approach it with different sort of game plans and different maybe thresholds for what they need to see in order to be happy to put their case chips into the pot. But yeah, we are seeing some suboptimal tightness.
Yeah, I think it's more than fair to say so. As we see Minikuchi here, starts the hand with a limp. Makes a lot of sense. Pretty deep here with Zargaran. Only guy that can really hurt him. Limps the 7s. Zargaran declines the opportunity to raise the 6 deuce. Off to the ace queen jack. Does go check check. Turn is a king. Very interesting now. Minikuchi decides to bet 50K, perhaps. Trying to make something like a jack fold. Queen or a jack, no kicker. Potentially get them out of the pot. Does get the job done against the 6 high of Zargaran.
Peace, freedom. Really, I feel so weird. No, never played like this.
Never play without music.
No, music, I know this because
There is music now.
Huh?
There is music.
No,
Okay, but there is music now.
Music in my ears.
Very popular, brother.
Now then, Basta finds a real one. Ace king of diamonds from +1. Beautiful looking holding, especially sub 20 blinds. Makes it 100K.
Oh, perfect.
And here we go. Potential clash. Round to Minikuchi.
Yeah, we surely commit to this particular stack, or maybe we just flat. Is that a thing?
I think against 18 big blinds, we should just run it here, really.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe 25 plus, we can play a bit more passively and just call in position, see what happens. But like, especially against a player as good as Basta, right, who's going to find plenty of raised folds. You know, we want to deny equity to, you know, like a king-queen off. If you just get it out of there, that's beautiful. We're going to flip enough versus 4-bet shove.
Zargaran giving real attention to this one, Queen 8 off, obviously thinking that maybe Basta's got some light opens off that stack and Minikuchi's got some light 3-bets, and maybe he can force them into the top of their range only. But yeah, that is a little bit fancy play syndrome, to be honest, and we're going to see a showdown presumably here between Basta and Minikuchi.
Yep.
As you said, much more in favor of 3-betting and, you know, clearly with the indication that he would run it versus Basta, and that is what we have ended up in. Well, he's going to get the count just in case. It's a lot more than he thinks, but it's obviously a slam dunk. He's made his bed once he makes the 3-bet.
I mean, you're never thrilled when your opponent announces all in, but plenty of combos of sort of ace queen, ace kings are in there. Maybe very occasionally a hand like pocket 8, so run it, and here we go. First all in and call, I believe, of the entire frame pre-flop. Basta at risk, ace king of diamonds against the pocket 9s of Minicucci. Huge pot here, 2 million. And Minicucci, if he can hold, be up to close to 4 million. Basta needs help and gets it on the king queen 3 flop. Looking now just to avoid backdoor clubs or one of the remaining 9s. Holds true through to the 7 of hearts turn. 2 outs once for Minicucci. Doesn't get there. Basta improves to trip kings. Been very patient throughout. Finds the big double up. And he's going to be a threat, Mr. Lappin. Back over average stack, has the pedigree. And as is always the case in these big tournaments, got to win your flips.
Yeah, these guys are going to be sent away from our feature table, but they will be battling versus each other for at least 2 or 3 more hours. The 3-table redraw, the first bit of respite they will have from one another. So lots of dynamics now. Basta will be leaving this table having gone from 1.4 all the way down to 850 and then back up to 2 million thanks to that last hand. Minicucci's had a bit of a roller coaster, 2.6 up to 3, now down to 2. Obviously Zargaran has been the real mover and shaker, 1.9 million. Up and down, up to 2.5, down to 1.5, and now, well, almost at 4 million. Those guys going to really lead the way, I think, when they're off on the outer tables. But short stacks, you know, surely at least a few of them will bust, and maybe makeup of this table will change as some bigger stacks arrive to join them. Or maybe indeed this is one of the breaking tables over the next couple of hours. But these guys, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Basta, obviously, we identified him as a potential threat to go deep in this tournament. You know, was all in there, flipping, but gets the right side of it, and now every chance of going deep.
Yeah, and we are down to 53 players. So we're getting towards the business end of things. Balukji, well, he is forced all in. Oh, my goodness.
Well, we talked about edge passing, and we talked about maybe, just maybe, you get aces dealt the next hand and not 2 more orbits of rubbish. Well, the aces have found their way onto the lap of Al Nassiri, who dearly, dearly needs them.
You would hope that he finds non-all-in.
That's going to look so strong. But he did do it once before with the 3s, remember?
Has decided just to send it.
All in?
Yeah, I mean, even if it looks strong, I think we still got to do it. You're going to find some bluffs, right? And keeping some hands behind, in any case, does just decide to send the chips in.
Yeah, just praying that there's a pocket 7s, pocket 6s out there, plus maybe a king-queen or an ace-x.
No takers so far. And Balukji, unfortunately, has made his own bed here, folded out, and has to overcome aces with the Jack-4 offsuit.
There's a sort of rough justice in blinding yourself out of the tournament, and then when you finally get your 20k gain, you're up against aces.
Sure.
First, let's win it. Even there is no ante for you.
First aces بالtournament.
معقول بس ليه ما عملت ريز؟
Al Nassiri really wanted this to be a more significant pot.
Yeah, as we have seen, though, stranger things have happened. It does flop top pair. With that 4 of diamonds in hand, is drawn to 2 pairs and a backdoor flush. Can he find it? Wow, 3 of diamonds on the turn. Does kill the 2 pair outs, but improves him to a flush draw. Looking for a jack or a diamond. Cannot find it. 7 of hearts completes the board.
You got 50 seconds, bro.
And he hung around as long as he could, but we do lose Balukji out in 53rd place.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get one more hand in here before the break. On that note, I want to thank Andrew Headley for his 2 excellent frames of commentary, some really top drawer analysis. Really enjoyed getting an insight into your poker brain, Andrew. Obviously, we saw a frame that really was characterised by two different styles of poker there. Soloviev blinded out while Belukci arguably blinded himself out.
Yeah.
On the flip side, Zargarin really pounced on the perceived weakness around him, and he was right to pick up on that dynamic, and only really Barbaric adjusting to his aggression. Obviously, they played out those two very interesting hands, which I think were the two best hands of this frame. Any final thoughts before you leave the booth?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you very much. Very kind of you. Yeah, I think really just an illustration of what you just said. You nailed it. Sometimes you have to be willing to take the risks, you know, put it in with sort of sub-premium holdings. Sometimes you have to be willing to get in there and mix it up. We've seen Zargarin get after it, you know, took some very non-standard hands as 3-bets. But, you know, aggression will pay off. He did lose a big one to Barbaric, but then managed to get that back. Yeah, aggression is how you win poker tournaments, and maybe a lesson to people out there that when you have a short stack, sometimes you just got to run it.
Zargarin taking liberties now with the last hand as everyone's stepping up and off the table, although Basta has a real one here in the big blind. So Zargarin in there with 6-5 off. Basta going to at least defend here, maybe even 3-bet with the ace-10 off.
Yeah, Basta very experienced. One of these spots where you almost don't want to waste this hand, right? Ace-10, but he may just decide that he gets so many folds when he 3-bets, yeah, and does decide to take that route.
Opening the door here for Zargarin to get very fruity with a 4-bet here. But it's a chunky size, and I like that if he's going to raise, he does go for the chunky size. Although, look at this. Absolute intent here.
Feels like posturing to me.
Wow, well,
could be wrong.
Immediately, the million in reds are thrown to the front.
I think it's almost just to show your opponent, right? Like, look. Oh!
No, there they go.
Okay, I'm wrong.
He did open the door, and picking up on what you said there, almost too good a hand to 3-bet. Maybe we flat it and let our opponent rep our board.
Yeah.
He's opened the door to a very dangerous player to put him in the blender here with 6 high, and he's going to love showing this right before they walk away.
Goodness me, I take it all back. Take a bow, Zargarin. We said aggression can win you poker tournaments.
Now, it would be absolutely incredible if Basta could find it. He cannot, and Zargarin, well,
thank you for
the star of this frame. Keep an eye on this man. He might be going to an outer table. We may see him later on. We don't know yet. We'll certainly see him tomorrow, I feel. He's going to make a deep run in this one, and we're going to be treated to a lot more poker from him. Guys, we had a 20-minute break, but that hand went kind of deep into it. So 17.5 minutes from now, please come back to us when I will be joined by James Dempsey for at least one more hour of coverage tonight. Take care, guys.
starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love.
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlet.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium Events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love.
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No, 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 no. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Dolce Vita is being happy with yourself.
I like the beautiful ladies I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dila's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely.
Well, the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good. As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Agile Events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
Quoted in the film La Dolce Vita, the great English poet, and with Iris Tree said the three great escapes: smoking, drinking, bed. Well, if I may be so bold as to add a fourth, poker. And poker is what we've got for you tonight here in the Merit Crystal Cove in ravishing North Cyprus. I'm David Lavin alongside James Dempsey, and it's day 2 of our live stream coverage, which means day 3 of the La Dolce Vita IPO $1,100 buy-in, 500k guarantee, which, by the way, was obliterated by the 937 entrants. The bubble burst a few hours ago, and now 51 players remain in pursuit of that 146k up top. James, you have had a look at the contenders on our feature table. Who should we be on the lookout for?
Well, a return for me from the first frame today of a couple of the Lebanese there. Harouk Ghazarian and Carlos Un, both with, what, 2.45 and 2.8 million chips. So big stacks. They were doing very well before. Both played really nicely. A couple of Cypriots near the top there as well. And Alexander Pack as well, regular in the high roller circuit. So, and of course a Merit regular. He's someone that's probably here more than the high roller circuit, but nonetheless in the mix. Kind of a fun lineup we have here. What looks like 51 players left. So we're getting towards the business end of this one. No surprise to see some of the better players rising towards the top.
Yeah, and we just found out a few moments ago on our break that these guys are actually going to be taking an early night. We thought we were taking an early night, but actually the reason for that is everyone's taking an early night, and there's a good reason for that. What is that reason?
Because they want to watch some. No, there's a party going on.
There's a players' party.
The Dolce Vita party in the Versace garden. It's going to be fancy.
That sounds very fancy.
They told us at the last possible moment, just in the hope that we couldn't make it, but
yeah,
we can make it.
Yeah, I did see it on Twitter, and I thought maybe it's just for players only.
Huh. Well, I'll buy into something. What's the cheapest event?
Good question, actually. I think the buy-ins do go all the way down to about a 500 here, which is nice.
Quite a lot for a party.
Mentioned by Milbudas there in our little preview package. He did say that the buy-ins, on average, a little bit lower than they usually are here for the in-house festivals, which is just to encourage a new market. Obviously, we've partnered up with a few fantastic organisations in poker in the Lebanon, in Italy, and obviously trying to encourage more of those guys to come out here, support other festivals too. Hopefully, the Gangster Series, we were talking about it a little while ago, in November. Looking forward to that one already, I got to say.
Yeah, certainly. And yeah, huge complement of Lebanese players both yesterday on the stream and today. You see 4 of them at this table, so certainly they've made it over in big numbers.
Well, it looks like we're almost ready to go. TV crew just getting the mics on 1 or 2 players. Maybe some latecomers who just swing in here right at the last second after the break. Always a little bit of a different experience. James, do you remember your first feature table?
Do I remember it? I don't think so.
No?
No. Sorry. Well, that wasn't the answer I was supposed to go with, was it? I was supposed to go, yeah, I remember it vividly, and the trepidation, the buzz, the excitement that before me before I sat down, and how I played different and all that, but that's what you wanted. You wanted something along those lines, didn't you?
I did want a no, I don't remember response. We've been through this. The yes and of these interactions.
Twice I've given you the, the full no.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to get back at you. Maybe when you ask me something, I just stay quiet. Leave some tumbleweed in the air.
I have to confess, I may have misspoke before when the tournament was set there and I saw the names, and I confused Alexander Pak with Valerie Pak, who was the regular who plays in the Higher Rollers, so
yes.
Apologies there. I suddenly saw, but I have watched Alexander Pak play poker before for sure, and I'm just trying to work out where it was. I think it may have been at the World Series Poker Europe in Rozvadov. So apologies for confusion there. But Gazarian there in seat 4, certainly someone we've seen earlier today. Those are with us at the onset of the stream.
So blinds are now 30-60K. Certainly going to put the cat amongst the pigeons here. 1.8 million is the average stack in our tournament. So 30 bigs. Tournament obviously with a 1 hour clock, maintaining relative depth. We see a few shorter stacks about here though. And dreamy situation right away. Sacker going to ship in these 10s and probably get called by a lot worse.
Well, Sakir's had a name change as well from when I was in earlier. So there's another player who was on the feature table earlier. He was very, very card dead, has to be said. 10 certainly more than enough for him.
Oh, but here we go. No way ace can fold these pocket 7s. It's a slam dunk spot here and a great opportunity for Sacker to get a double up right out of the gate. But
great spot to be for Sacker.
Thank you.
10s up against the 2 7s. Jack 6 deuce.
Hard luck.
And a 7 on the turn. Absolutely rotten luck here for Sacker.
Pardon me, I turned away because this one's done. Here comes Jack 6 deuce. You got 10s against 7s. You don't need to sweat the turn and river. But it turns out you do.
Good job.
Sacker 32.75. Thrower on the par with the rest. Interestingly, next pay jump comes up 44. Starting to become meaningful. Pay jumps.
Oh, for sure. I think we were up to half buy-in pay jumps just before. Probably still something around that, maybe a little more. As we take a glorious look at that wide shot there, those lemons swaying in the wind. Terracotta, I want to say tiles, are they? Terracotta, that's a kind of an Italian tile.
Something. We'll go Mediterranean. It fits in somewhere.
Yeah.
60. One blue.
انا عم فكر وقفت له راسي قالت لي ليش بدي فرق عم فكر.
One blue. Right.
Gazarian, a familiar face in this poker room. Big slick under the gun. He's going to get busy. And right behind him, Cifuentes, Spaniard.
Fuentes. That's all I can do.
That was very nice, James. Thank you for that contribution.
Andrew asked earlier if I spoke any other languages, and there you go, I speak Spanish.
Yeah. Pak now with the ace-10 suited, probably attempting one. Gazarian will open somewhat wide from under the gun, I feel. One of our looser players at the table. And yeah, and that's the reason he's taken this.
Yeah.
Not an obvious spot in all situations. And oh my goodness me, Lakhdari lurking behind here.
And Turbo gets it in, which is really actually going to make things a little bit difficult for Gazarian here with this ace-king, no? Look, it's not the fact that it's gone 3-bet jam and then cold 4-bet jam. It's the speed of it.
How much?
The speed always leans me towards ace-kings, if I'm honest.
But you've got ace-king in your hand. It's,
yeah.
I'm with you, yeah. You think they do some acting with, like, the big pairs, but you didn't do back to your big pairs in this instance.
No, it was a pump fist get in here from Lakhdari. 1.3 million, the effective stack in this pot now for Gazarian. Pak has shoved 940k.
1.3.
This is a horrid spot for him.
400.
Yeah, and remember he's opening from under the gun, so getting maybe slightly more legitimate responses here. And maybe find a fold here. Now he's going to go for it.
Gamble, gamble.
I almost 3-bet.
I mean, it's only 23 blinds, 22 blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. If Pak doesn't run interference here, it certainly just goes in between the two of them.
All of a sudden, here we go. Kicking things off, Gazarian in a spot to climb over 5 million and chips. Lakhdari in the dream scenario with his 2 queens.
Yeah. Huge pot here, 3.72 million.
This man looking for diamonds. Stranger things have happened.
Deux dames, moi, As-3 en face, As-10 là-bas. 3, ouais. 3 tapis. As-3, As-10.
Here we go, diamond in the window,
oh
diamond behind.
Me.
And an ace, the queen's full. Gazarian in pole to scoop for now, but Pak with a myriad of outs.
Wow. Well, a dagger for Lakhdari, he needs a miracle.
So far, so good for Gazarian. Can he hold on this river and take a monstrous stack forward in this tournament?
Oh, it's a diamond! Pak is now sitting on 3 million. Gazarian takes down the small side pot against Lakhdari. Probably gets about half his money back overall, but huge spot there for Pak, who it must be said was drawing very thin when those hands went to showdown. My goodness me.
Wow.
Almost 8. Yeah. No, 940.
Did you know it was coming, James Dempsey? You sort of seemed to suggest you knew.
I didn't know.
940.
You pay 9,540.
Yeah, 940 there, and you take the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be a small loser on the pot, Gazarian.
It's okay, no problem. 900.
Okay, no problem, he says. There we go. It's a small loss. Can't say the same for all involved there. Pak with the monstrous spin up there.
Yeah, it is but a scratch, maybe a $500,000 net loss for Gazarian.
Yeah, I'm just looking. We started the switch table. He had 2.8 million, and I think he has now 2.4. So yeah, like 400k, a few blinds lost. Obviously for
Wait, what is this?
Lakhdari, everything lost.
Sorry? You will take.
What a spin for Alex Pak.
I'm speaking about something else. What is
Amazing start to the feature table for him with a triple up. The hard way.
Yeah, sure was. in terrible, terrible shape. When the hands were shown down, I think he had something in the region of 15%. That's normally what that particular situation leaves you with.
Tough one.
Oh, you only look 600. You only look 600.
Well, a big one right out of the gate here on our feature table. 47 players remain in this IPO Masters. Day 3 is going to be a short day. These guys playing since midday, going to finish up
You take it.
before any dinner break.
There's a party.
Big blind.
Yeah, there is a party.
A Dolce Vita party.
Which I'm really interested to see how they do the theme there, because very strong on themes in this resort. Whenever there's...
Yeah. Oh, we lean into things.
Yeah, right? So, I don't know, like, I hope we don't have to drink, you know, spritzes, though. That's the one thing I never like about
Also,
that Italian sort of evening time drink, Camparis and the like.
I will say part of it, I think, is... Yeah, we got the OPE Classic 3K event starting at 8 PM here. So this gives a chance for people to baby bag here, reg that, play this out tomorrow, and then hop in the day 2. But that'd be bold to be thinking you could get it done by that time. But nothing would surprise me with the cast of characters we get here.
Yeah, that's a sicko grinders route.
So,
Will you wait until my tilt goes out?
So Gazarian, who could so easily have finished that hand with over 5 million.
wow, yeah, what a lead that would have been, huh?
Still
50 starting stacks he would have had.
Yeah, still pretty healthy here with above average 2.2. He's going to defend his big blind with the suited king here, as well he should.
Yes.
Loose open here from Scarparus. Maybe chip leader at the table now, so it seems pretty much bottom of range, pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Cut off, Jack 10.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's okay.
Come on, tell me you're folding that when you look down at it in game.
Qualifies.
Who are you trying to kid here?
Trying to do a bit of salesmanship for my next tournament.
There we go.
C-bet here on the King Jack Deuce texture here with, you know, one club as well. So Gazarian very, very happy.
I was gonna think, is it fully cut off or is it actually button? Is there a dead situation there? Even I'm trying to think. Oh no, because Ace is in there as yeah. Locardi's gone. Oh no, there are 3 players behind him. Yeah, he's got Ace, Un, and Gazarian. Yeah, so it is cut off. But still, I'm okay with it. Look at this turn card.
Scarparus going to set his own price with an advanced blocker here. It looks like going to go maybe 25-30% and look to check back Rivers.
It's gone 40%.
It's a bit bigger than necessary, I think, here.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Really want to pick a sizing here that can target the weaker jacks here for a call, so you do get value in certain situations as well as setting your own price for the river. Interesting now, will Gazarian take an aggressive line? No real need to. He could be behind right now and has a very, very healthy draw to a very, very strong hand.
Yeah, I think this is one of the combos I don't want to say never, but wouldn't ever want to think about raising. But
no.
And so he does continue as a cool 900,000 in the pot. Gazarian with the best of it as we reach the 3 river, and yeah, very likely to see this one go check, as you say. Gazarian's very happy to hear that as well. You've checked. He wouldn't want to call 3rd Street with that hand. It starts to get a bit scary.
Yeah, small technical point there, but I think we could have saved maybe 60k in Scarparus's seat there. Checking back turn reasonable. Also betting very small, very reasonable. I actually probably like the advanced blocker a bit more. There are some draws you can target for some value. There are some weaker Jack X that you could maybe put in a tough spot and maybe get some value from with a really small sizing. Don't think the 200k was the right number, but I like this sort of idea.
$30k, $60k, 47 players remain here in the IPO Master event. Day 3, but as we mentioned, day 3 that's kind of like not really a day 3 in the sense that day 1 and day 2 are very short. Everyone goes and has their dinner afterwards, enjoys the evening.
Yeah, it's a lovely tournament, and it's basically a 3-day tournament played out over 4 days in a more relaxed
there's no
fashion.
rush.
Yeah,
there's no rush, David. We're just chill.
Sweet life.
There we go. There we go. Look at this. He doesn't miss a trick, does he, ladies and gentlemen? Oon with King Jack on the button. 40 blinds. Player who again, first frame today. Laid eyes on, played very nicely.
Easy release there for Cifuentes.
وانا مره هيك هلا تبع زمان
Alex back there. Mountains of chips.
We're gonna enjoy انا وياك.
A little diamond on the river.
Enjoy. Final table انا وياك.
لا انه هيك هيدا سبوت يعني كانه ضامن اخر 6 تقريبا. ما بعرف يمكن لا بس انه تشيبس كثير يعني مش احرق
3 million in chips. From one of the table shorter stacks to the chip daddy.
Yeah, amazing spot there to more than triple up and really give yourself a great chance in this tournament. Going to look to not just get through this level, maybe with a big stack into tomorrow, but make a run at this now with only 5 tables left in the tournament.
I see. Fresh face taking the seat of Omar Licardi, I believe. Simone Pascucci joining. Nice to see an Italian at the table. It feels fitting.
Okay, bit of strategy for you now, James. This is ace-5 here in the big blind, playing an effective, maybe, let's call it 17 bigs. Do you just stick it in? Do you go for a non-all-in raise? Or do you hold back an ace-5 or an ace-6 or something like that so that you can have some ace-x in your checking back range? What's your policy on that one?
Yes.
Bit of everything.
Bit of everything.
As by the way, it often is blind people.
Yeah, I think...
Going to have mixed strategies.
Obviously, very dependent on the opponent I'm up against, very dependent on the perception they have of me. If they're someone I think is going to have a lot of limp jams, are they just going to jam a lot themselves, blah, 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 blah. All my caveats I'm saying. But yeah, a mix of everything, I'd say. Probably not too much jam, I think. Maybe some jam.
Yeah, I think it could be a bit of everything kind of hand. I think jamming probably makes some amount of money. I think probably raise folding's okay, but
you have to trust the opponent.
Yeah, you have to have a good read that your opponent's not going to get too frisky. And then I think actually checking back's kind of nice as well.
Checking is my sort of 80% of the time, probably.
Yeah, with some ICM afoot here now, ramping up as we get towards the end game, certainly holding back hands like that. The effective ICM actually worth pointing out as well is to often sort of create a downward drift. That's a great phrase in Dara O'Carney's endgame book, the ICM book, Endgame Poker Strategy, where, you know, bigger bets become smaller bets become checks. It's that sort of impact on your game.
All right, well, I think we've got big bets with this hand. The Djangos, as you love to call them.
Yeah, we love these Djangos. They've been unkind to me personally down the years, but you still love to look down at them.
A little bit.
Pack. Jack 9 in the big, facing them in. I might playing a hand that who most likely elect to C3. Kind of hand then game in some trouble because Jack 9 flops top pair, second pair at some frequency. That's going to be a bad spot against 2 kings.
I agree.
Neither player liking the ace-10-4.
No, and I think Cifuentes, you know, with reason to, you know, c-bet here, he can obviously target some 10x for value. Doesn't really want to give up the betting lead here, so I think a very small bet is always the way to proceed, and looks like he has gone very small, 80k. Love the sizing, really nicely played.
Especially when, you know, Pac doesn't get to have too much a6, does he? No. Having flat from the big, a lot of them are going to be 3-bet jams.
تعرفوا كيف أي ستيل إيه؟
اسمعوا العيري فيكم
كلكم
العيري شو راح يعطوني مصاري هن
ما بعرف فيها كبون أنا ما فيها كب
It's all jokes and smiles here.
أنا ما فيها كبون
Life's good. On day 3 of the IPO. Oh, we've discovered it. We've got a second trophy. Again, a second trophy's appeared. We've got our very fancy looking IPO trophy. A more familiar Merit trophy. Merit ones are fancy too. I'm not taking anything away from them. They light up for starters. I mean, any trophy that's got a light in it, I'm here for.
I think they're beautiful trophies, and yeah, I wondered if it was a piece of Emdina glass or possibly some other kind of stained glass from Italy, but beautiful, almost sculpture, in fact.
Yeah, it is a beautiful trophy. Ace, raising up with that one. 2.5x from +1 with Queen 10. All right, the friskiness begins. And here we go, decision point. Is Alan going to want to get involved here, David, with Jack 10 of clubs and +2?
I think if this was later position, we'd absolutely be compelled to join the party here. +1 versus +2. I might just make a tight fold here with the Jack 10 suited. There are some players behind with squeeze shovable stacks, and I don't think you want to juice up pots for them. Just folded, and we get some quick folds round to the blinds. Pack.
Double pass.
Not tempted by the King 9, and now Pascucci very tempted, I assume, by this Ace Deuce suited. Sort of slam dunk defend here. We talked a little bit in the last frame, myself and Andrew, about using these types of hands as the low frequency 3-bets out of the big blind versus early position opens, but I do prefer the more default high frequency defend.
We saw one earlier in the first frame, I believe, with Ace-6 suited, a very similar spot.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Speaking of fun, fun one here for Ace. He's open-ended.
Looking for the ace.
It's Pirul, but this is very hard, huh?
I think you can go very small here again. I think these small bets just work very nicely. Does look like he's put 200k in though, so half pot.
Yeah, I mean, this just makes not the there aren't. I guess in theory there isn't too much 3x in there, but the 3x that is in there just is dead to that bet size, isn't it? And a lot of the ace highs just have to give up.
Yeah, it feels like
pocket pairs.
A 125 will maybe better do the job there, but that's okay. On we go.
Life is good, yeah.
The area looking over. That's good, huh? Ace 10 of diamonds up against Ace King, Queens. Find your way home from there. It's always nice. I mean, was it the most savage beat we're going to see this week? No, but it was timely.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're about to find out how timely these pocket eights are. Never particularly easy to navigate from early position. He's going to open it up, as well he should, but, you know, certainly not a hand that you're going to absolutely print with. He's probably going to find himself in some post-flop waters. Oh, Cifuentes, pocket pair of his own here with 21 bigs in the hijack. Got to toss these, I feel, against another gun open.
Feels a little grim, doesn't it?
Oh, this is spicy. Okay, we're going to go with the call here.
I think it's gone small 3-bet. Yeah, 175.
Oh, wow, you're right, James.
So a red chip get thrown in there.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Apologies. Ace has actually limped under the gun. I missed that.
You're right, it has.
So this is an isolation from sixes, and now Sotirio, with a very legitimate holding, ace-queen suited, may decide that this is Cifuentes pouncing on aces.
And interestingly,
weak early position limp.
Did decide to ISO with the sixes rather than maybe limp behind. It seems like the kind of hand that if ever we're going to want to limp behind and not raise, this might be the kind of hand we do it with. But let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah,
Sotirio now with a decision point.
Yeah, it can certainly create a kind of a chain limp situation where the suspicion around the under the gun limp sort of protects you at some level. Yeah. And then you get to go 5 ways with a hand that loves going 5 ways.
And Sotirio deciding he's going to 3-bet this to a size that means that he can just get it in against Cifuentes if he needs to, and if ace is in there lurking with a trap.
I love this from Sotirio, I have to say. I just love making this very easy to proceed in the hand. He's not in a dark tunnel. He's just making it very simple for himself. Really well played.
Yeah.
Lovely pickup. Great awareness of the dynamics there. And you're right. If it happened to be a trap, he had an escape route.
Yeah, well done. Picked apart.
And one wonders if Cifuentes comes along with the sixes for a limp, does ace-queen suited maybe limp along too? Or do they go for the isolation? It actually is a tricky one.
All right.
Hand that flops very well, but you still like to
imagine that one probably does ISO, but yeah, it'd have been interesting to see.
Do we perhaps, if he does isolate and it's just one bet, do we end up with both players calling and we go to a flop?
Maybe.
That could have been fun.
Maybe.
Ah, for that world we didn't live in.
We're doing okay, David. We'll be just fine. The man who's clearly itching to get involved. He's going to scratch away with this one. King 7 suited. Try and sneak one through. Easier said than done in this lineup.
Pascucci.
Oh, nice.
All of my Italian name pronunciations come from my love of Italian football of the 1990s. So if their name is the same as or anything close to resembling an Italian footballer, I'll probably get it Panucci, Pascucci.
Right, I was about to say, if we get any sort of Zambrottas, Del Pieros or Inzaghi's, we're laughing.
Easy game. Oh, look at this. Squeezable one perhaps for ace, but also a hand you absolutely can call as well. Quite like the idea of a squeeze with this particular offsuit combo, but we'll see. So it's just flicking the chip.
Four blues.
Okay then, here we go. 3-way to the flop. Ace 10 of hearts smothering Cifuentes, who's double dominated. Open the suits and the king. And the king is what pairs on King 8-3. All clubs, though, may slow things down a touch. Swiftly checks over to Pascucci. Oh, now it does.
Yeah, it's a tough one to bet here if you're Pascucci. Does knuckle back, and off we go to an ace of clubs turn. This one might just get checked down all the way now. Everyone with enough to think they could be winning, nobody with too little to bluff at it.
Right. Oh.
Oh, well, that's sort of...
Probably still the same situation, right?
Possibly.
Does anyone really try and ever squeeze value here? Does ace ever think, hey, one of these guys has got an ace and I can just bet small here? That's what he's going for. Look at this. It's just trying to get paid off by an ace. Spicy.
Yeah, and Cifuentes is in a spot of bother here. Obviously, it's likely that this bet comes in with a queen of clubs or a jack of clubs a lot of the time. And, you know, you do have these. Do you ever turn your hand into a bluff, I wonder?
That's what I was saying. Do we ever bluff here? I mean, is it credible that he raised pre with ace-king and checked flop? Is he trying to say he flopped his set?
Look at this. Oh, no.
Yeah, it just comes in with the call.
Disappointing.
And now, I mean, that should save Pascucci. Ace is like worried. He's three.
You show first.
His value bet's so thin that he's worried that he's. That's when you feel like you get home. And when the guy doesn't want to show, he goes, you got a club? Like, just, you got a club, you win. I don't want to show, I'm bluffing. And it's like, well, I'm not actually bluffing. I was just value betting super thin.
Yeah, that was the proverbial wafer thin mint on the river there, but it got the job done. It also probably served as a discourage the bluff bet as well. I know that's sort of, is that a thing? It's kind of a thing sometimes, I think.
Kind of. I mean, I think our hand's so good that we don't need to do it. But yeah.
You don't want to call a pot bet. Let's put it that way.
That's true. And both his opponents could certainly have some decent lone clubs. The opener can, of course, have queen of clubs, jack of clubs at reasonable frequency. The button player as well could be in there with some offsuit combos. Not many, but some. Particularly pocket pairs.
Yep. Pascucci.
Loving it. Simone Pascucci. Is going to enter this one once again, making it 120k to go at this 60k big blind level. And Ace, the man who took a nick last hand, has his man out pit once more. Flats from the small, Un with queen 5-0 in the big, kind of a complete garbage hand.
Wow, look at this flop. Okay, again, all diamonds, so it may paralyze the action somewhat, but you know, top two versus an ace here. One feels as though the man called ace is destined to lose at least one bet, if not two, across these streets.
مين اللي محمد طبعا هيك بطلته انا ما كنت
زيت الطاوله
Check raise from Ace on the 3 diamond board. Minimum.
This is funky.
Well,
oh wow.
A card that's surely going to freeze the action.
Well, in the last frame, we saw a hand play out very similarly, actually, it must be said, between Barbarich and Zargaran. Zargaran actually found the turn his hand into a bluff, bet on the 4 flush turn and managed to take it down, but this one's played much more standard. Ace hoping he might be good, gets the bad news. Little pot over to Pascucci, who's up to 3.3 million now.
Yeah, a real interesting one, that.
لا بعتقد ما سمع
And so play continues here in the IPO Master Day 3, the end of Day 3. This is the last level of the day, as we mentioned earlier. Kind of short affair for these guys.
Yeah, and interestingly, the attrition rate in the first maybe 30, 35 minutes of this level has been fairly low. We've only lost 4 or 5 players, which, you know, given the general speed of play, this does feel as though maybe a few players are either slowing down their play or maybe locking up for that emotional bubble of making Day 4.
Day 4 brags.
Well, Pack has opened up here with the 7-6 suited.
Going for it. As ill-gotten gains Courtesy of that triple up, all in with the worst of it. Double dominated. Found his way home.
Ace-Jack off, an interesting holding here in the small. Generally, you'd want to be maybe playing out of the small with more of a 3-bet strategy. But these kind of ace-10s and ace-jacks sort of end up being a little bit pesky and sometimes can actually be played as calls by certain players with certain styles. So interesting to see how Aoun will proceed. If you do call with the ace-jack, you do keep in some hands you dominate, which is nice. But 3-betting usually makes things a little bit clearer. Down the street, you define your hand, you define your opponent's hand. You can maybe rely upon responses a little bit better, play less of a guessing game. Kazarian must have looked at the ace first because he was interested.
And the smile says exactly that.
Another pointy one. Not the right one. And Pat could definitely consider a call here. 6-7 suited. You know, while it might be rock bottom of his opening range, it's the kind of hand class, you know, that, you know, can take things down the streets. Similarly, like he might open a hand like ace-10 off from this seat as pretty low down in the range, but you wouldn't call with that.
George, okay. Okay.
We are going to take it to the street. 770k in the pot here. Stack to pot ratio roughly 3. And well, all over it is the 3-betters range here, although certainly Aoun won't be feeling super comfortable.
Yeah, there's sort of certainly at least an implied shared coverage of this board, right?
A very weird sort of like almost nervous check from Aoun, it must be said.
Yeah, you've kind of got so much of it, but also none of it if your man's in there. Like the hands, what you want him to have like ace-10, is that often? You want him to have, what, like king-jack, king-10? I mean...
And you don't even want that anymore.
No, it's kind of a scary board, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, you're supposed to have queens, kings, aces, ace-queen, ace-kings. You've got so much of this board that when you have your weak, sort of your strongest one pair, it feels...
Yep.
It's hard to get value, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and while your opponent can't really have the absolute best hands there, aces, kings, ace-king, maybe not even queens, he can have ace-queen and he can have 10-jack.
Right, 10-jack
for
is
sure.
obviously the
He can have king-queen.
It's just hard to ever get paid. It's not like they're going to have... Yeah, I don't know. What can they have? They've got 9s a lot. You've got them dead anyway.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I should raise, yeah?
I like this guy.
Yeah, same.
Let's go palace. Ace-queen in the hijack. So you only really see play that one pot thus far. Flop second pair against top pair. Betting twice into slightly better. Let's see how he gets on with this one. 125k to bet. Cifuentes. 12 blinds behind and 8-6 offsuit. This is where you're going to throw the word ICM at me or something, right?
I think I probably pass on this one myself.
Yeah, see, I call. That's where I'm going wrong, is it?
Well, look, it is borderline. I think I probably call with the 8-7s. Let me put it that way.
If you are balanced, how can I take advantage?
Well, here we go. Something for everyone. Cifuentes with the open-ender. Scott Paris with the dreamy-looking ace-queen on this ace-9-7 rainbow and a board that, look at this, the big blind just does get to continue a lot on this. Kind of on the 9-7 coordination, reasonable to assume he might get some action here. Actually, he's got a relatively small bet size given this texture. I mean, it is rainbow, I guess is the counterance, right?
Yeah, and I think coming with call is probably the right thing to do as Cifuentes here. Obviously, jamming doesn't tell a great story right away. Not going to have a huge amount of jams here. Maybe the 9-7, maybe the ace-7 just about. So I think call is nice. You're obviously getting the right price right away. Some implied odds. No reason to float this one, I think. Opponent can certainly have a lot of it. He's deep in the tank here, though, trying to maybe not just think about what he's doing on this street, but thinking streets ahead now.
Does decide to run it.
Wow.
It's a perception that Scaparis is opening a lot wider.
Yeah, and he gets some king jacks and queen jacks and king queens to fold, but don't really like this jam, to be honest.
Well, look at that. The outs left in the deck. Only one of his outs has been discarded, so he is very rich in this deck, all the way up to 40%. Oh, the ace, obviously, just a brick in this instance. 10-5, still the only way out. Well, that's not a brick. Ace is full. Job done. Fuentes, a casualty late on day 3. Scaparis, just short of 3 million in chips.
Yeah, and you think about the other way, that one could have carried out in a different node. He goes for the call, and then the ace pairs, and depending on sizing, I think we can actually still consider calling turn bets as well. Often on that particular card, it will be a very small size again, so we could just pure call, hoping to hit, feeling like we have the implied odds if we do hit, on top of maybe some direct odds which are favourable. Yeah, don't like the node he chose ultimately, but he had some equity, and there was some ways to get some better hands to fold there too.
We play with one card less.
Shall I take them for you?
So it doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
Oh, hook cards all over the floor. What's happened here? There's been an accident. There's been a spillage. Clean up at R1.
Well, look at this. Like, amazing to see the stacks exactly like this on our feature table. Virtually nothing between anybody, ranging between 41 and 54 big blinds.
I'm going to throw something at you, David. The shortest stack on our table is 2.4 million chips.
Yeah.
The tournament average is 2.1 million chips.
Yeah.
How about that?
They're very rich.
They are. 40 bigs effective at the end of day 3. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, well chosen feature table from our crew here. Obviously, the last feature table, not that it didn't present its own interesting dynamics, but a lot of short stacks who actually didn't bust for a long time. We didn't see that sort of bust out bonanza of the shorties going for it. We actually saw them just kind of whittle away.
Right.
Didn't make for quite as exciting poker as now I think 40 big blind poker across the board is going to be.
Again, just taking a little bit of time here because somehow the deck hit the floor. The deck hit the deck.
Deck hit the deck, and I don't know, are we playing 9-handed or 8-handed? Are we maybe...
No, I think maybe waiting for a player. Maybe.
Could
I don't know. I think maybe just getting a deck, just figuring out, how did the deck hit the floor? I want an investigation. This is something that I think, when I see something like this happen and the pause it's causing the game, I'm wondering if you're considering a way to add this to your repertoire for bubbles.
Do you feel like we've put this huge graphic up showing the leaderboard to cover up some crime being committed behind?
Could you incorporate this into your spilling coffee all over the table on a bubble to slow down play? Could you imagine knocking the deck on the floor? How'd you do that?
Again, I don't want to give away all the tricks, but in that spot where maybe you're like bubble adjacent, and if you can punch the first card and get a redeal, yeah. So if you can punch the first one and get a bum deck, and we go again, you get about a minute out of that one.
Oh, that's nice. What about all these cards marked? We need a new 8 of diamonds. So like, where's the mark? You're like, right here.
Well,
get your nail out.
Very important, obviously, to follow that up with marking a second card and then accusing somebody and having a fight and then needing the floor to intervene to stop the fight. And you get about 2 minutes out of that then as well. Joking, of course. Such a thing would never happen at the table. This is just in the wild imaginings.
Of your fantasy.
Yeah, this is just what when I'm trying to fall asleep at night, and just where my mind goes.
Interesting.
I jest, of course.
Pascucci going upstairs with King 10. That's where his mind's going. Ace coming along for the ride with 7-8 suited. On this table, as we mentioned, everyone playing over 40.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun 15, 20 minutes of poker, I feel. Kazarian, like, properly pouting for the cameras there. Did you see that, James?
I did.
That's amazing.
Sotirio with ace-queen again.
Yeah, well, it worked the last time. I think squeeze incoming. Reminiscent of the uncle character in The Bear. I don't know if you watched the...
I haven't yet watched it.
Played by...
Coming in with just the call. I wondered if he might do this. Just is against +1.
Yeah.
Doesn't want a 3-bet, and then maybe you have to put more chip. Doesn't want a 3-bet fold. Doesn't want a 3-bet call. So avoiding that decision. Just flatting. Hey, it's towards the end of the day. He's going to get a new table. Maybe he doesn't like this one. Maybe these characters are a little too wily. As it is, the other two have both outflopped him on this King 7-5.
One more hand?
So clock is stopped here with 16 minutes on it, and I think we're drawing for a number of hands. So we may just be maybe 10 more minutes or less from the end of the day.
Well, just 3 hands, I think, was announced. So.
Wow, so this will be quick, guys. So
Lost 2 hands, was that?
wow. Okay, well, we've got a pot in motion here. Pascucci and ace with reason to continue here. Sotirio, having taken the passive line with the ace-queen, now doesn't really get the board he wants. He's got the no pair.
This is just going to have to be a fold for him, and maybe wishing he'd squeeze. But as it is, Pascucci, with kind of the weakest king I guess he gets to ever have here, and maybe he's got some king-9 suited in there.
Yeah.
But either way, playing it as a check on the flop, surely to play it as a check call. And ace kind of betting in the middle. They're very hard to check this down and win 3-way. Might have the best hand. Bet now. Can always check back turns. Here we go. Picks up a gut shot on the turn.
Yeah.
There is a spot. It's a spot.
I wonder if we ever see any more chips go on this turn, David.
Yeah, it feels like a check-check spot for sure. Ace will be thinking to himself, I don't want to get blown off this equity. I could be good right now. I have a draw to what's most likely the best hand.
Staring his man down.
I suppose a very small equity denier can be deployed as well, but I don't hate this check-check. And, well, now we've made 2 pair here as Pascucci and should be pursuing value.
Right, made 2 pair, but in a situation where it looks like our opponent doesn't have anything.
Yeah, or maybe our opponent has a hand like 8s.
Right.
Yeah.
So I fold aces of suits, but if it's suited, I call.
So is he just going to size accordingly?
I think we have to go very small here. I think we have to go maybe quarter pot.
Yeah. Oh, it's going the other way, it looks like. Picking up a few of those 100K chips.
So target hand now, much more likely to be a king-jack when you go this size.
Again, we don't know the dynamics that have formed throughout the day here on this table. We have just joined them for the last hour of the night. There may be some history here. Wouldn't surprise me if Pascucci's been in there throwing some jabs. We see he opened here with the king 10-0 from +1.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the bluffs are here. Is ace-queen a bluff?
Right.
Ace-queen decides to bet flop, and then when it goes check-check turn, decides maybe I can just take this away for 600. I'm not sure. I think maybe ace finds the fold now.
Yeah, very hard to find bluffs, you're right. Nicely done. Well thought out. He got as far as counting the chips out.
Yeah.
Usually once they go that far, they make the call.
So we have 2 more hands. Obviously, that we were mid-hand when that announcement was made. So buckle up, guys. Might have a little bit of fireworks before we go. This last session of play has been truncated somewhat by the decision to draw for cards at 16 minutes. That's quite a lot, but you know, bear in mind there is a party to go to. I'm not suggesting for a moment that the tournament directors and the staff have been invited to this party and they decided, look, we're going to do this at 16 minutes. Pick a card, James. Here's 3 cards. You have to pick one of these. You have to pick one of these 3 cards, James, and then you've obliged by picking the middle one always, which is, well, of course, what you should do there.
It's you?
It's me.
It's you? Okay. So I'm not playing against you.
I just, in this whole tournament, I went all in once.
Only once? That's good.
Pascucci.
Ace king.
Well, it seems like another one he might want to play. 60 blinds.
Pascucci scooching up the leaderboard right now.
Scooping up all the pots.
Only
one more.
You get moved to the feature table, get to play 2 hands.
هيك تركز على الورقة فيك نومك تنويم مغناطيسي. عرفت اياها؟ هلا انتبه عليها ما بعرف كيف عم نقشة.
Pack in the big blind.
Fold your big blind.
Did Pascucci just say fold your big blind?
He did. Or at least somebody did.
Yeah. I don't think it was him.
I don't think Pascucci says much.
Yeah, it was a conversation going on elsewhere, but
I think it's the person who wants to get to the party.
well. As it is. Okay, we've got to defend. We've got to flop. That's all I can tell you so far. A check from Pac. Unsurprising on whatever the board is.
With whatever hand he has.
With whatever hand. We don't need to know anything just yet. Okay. Looks like we've got quite a big C-bet coming in. That 225k.
I think it might be one. Oh, no, you're right. 225, yeah.
So, yeah, whatever it was a very big C-bet. There we go. Ace high board. Pascucci just, laying down the law. Says, good luck, you got your 7-8 and whatever kind of hands might want to call your 6x, your 4x. Have this much. And obviously making the king-queen fold. Not no pair with a spade. Certainly a hand that may have stuck around for a small bet.
اوكي بس لا ما فيك تكون بالانس حسب كيف لا شو هذا حكي هذا انت عم تحكي شيء غلط انت عم تلعب
Our final hand of the IPO day 3.
بعدين كل شيء بيتغير
Pascucci's in it once again, but only because he's the big blind.
Free.
Oh, ace with the ladies here.
Oh, it's always fun. Last hand of the night dynamics, isn't it?
It does feel like they are afoot, James Dempsey.
Has he gone? He's gone 3x, near enough. 175.
That's a little different.
Looks like I promise you guys, I'm not messing around. I got a raw hand last hand of the night.
Okay.
I'll make it a bit bigger. We can just all go home. But actually, it's a double bluff because he does have that. He is doing that. He has a real hand. Pascucci. That's where things get a little trickier when suddenly you face these bigger opens. But 10-8 offsuit against the +2. Obviously for a min, slam dunk call. But there has to be a number, David. Well, we suddenly don't like to start calling with these hands. Is this quite there yet?
Yeah, it is.
There we go.
And with that,
He's just going to show it. I wasn't bluffing, guys. I want to go to the party. Please don't knock me out.
Yeah, we draw a line under the day's play with that hand. I suppose we really have to go back and talk briefly about that fantastic moment where we had the ace-king right out of the gate, actually, versus queens versus the ace-10 of Pac. Pac, very much like his namesake, Pac-Man, gobbled up all the discs in that one.
Someone save me. Really? I saw you scribbling for the last 20 minutes. Is that what you came up with?
That's all I got.
You've got better than that, David. Come on. Day 3 of the IPO, that's all you've got. But it was day 3 of the IPO because we're bagging and tagging. That's it. We're done. One last look at the counts before we send you guys off. It is, of course, Simone Pascucci ruling the roost here on our feature table. 64 blinds. Of course, those blinds will be going up tomorrow. And, well, David, we're picking up the action a little later tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're going to let these guys play out a bit of an afternoon session, and we're going to catch up with them. Maybe 2 tables out, maybe final table. We're not really sure yet, but it will be at around 9 p.m.
All right, guys. We will see you tomorrow.